17th or something?
February 18 maybe? I don't remember exactly. I know it's like the end of February that it starts, but I will definitely be getting it. Okay, so let's get into this. Last we left off.
You got TPK.
You guys traveling throughout the desert, of which you have been told or have discovered on your own now that there is some form of civilization here. Initially, when you got here, it just seemed to be this barren, open, sandy landscape of dunes and then these random pyramids that you were finding of some sort of strange burial or tomb or crypt of some sort. Excuse me. The first pyramid that you had gone through and traversed, going through some traps and fighting some sort of like sand golem type creature. After dealing with it and taking some of the gold and such that was in there, you yourselves made your way back to the shoreside kind of camp that you had set up here on the edge. Some little defenses were being made. The small kind of raiding party that you were traveling with, once you made your way back, Jarl Gorndal kind of made this executive decision essentially for some of you to go and some to stay. As you guys had already seen a good bit of what you were dealing with, you were sent off along with Boar in order to go and find another pyramid, basically the one that you could see further in the distance from the one that you had already gone through and hit, basically. Mm-hmm. On your way to such pyramid, you were kind of in this middle point of being out in the middle of the desert, no cover, nothing around you. Both pyramids in either direction, equidistant, where you couldn't really just run back or run to one of them quick enough to evade. What you could see in the distance was some rolling sand that almost appeared to be some sort of a sandstorm. Voktesh had reached down toward the ground in order to try to detect some sort of weather anomaly if he could. He was pretty in tune with it and pretty confident that it was not something that had to do with weather, and he was correct in saying so. As the individuals that had approached you were on the backs of these large, kind of giant beetles that had sails on them. All of these individuals dressed in different kind of silks and light cloth clothing, a little bit of leather armor, but it wasn't really leather, it was more of like a chitinous kind of adornment. All of them wielding spears, each of them kind of delineated by these colored sashes of either blue, green, gray, or a orangish red. There was a very, very large language barrier, and you weren't really able to communicate effectively with them in order to tell you, or them to tell you exactly where you were or what your intentions were for that matter. But a show of force from them, you're not even really 100% confident of their abilities or yours, but nonetheless, instead of taking a direct approach of just fighting them and going in that route, you decided to be a little more diplomatic and speak with them. Although your, stances on such may have not been fully aligned, everybody still is, one cohesive unit at this point and going along with the majority. You discover that they are called the Kia Orn. Exactly what their role is kind of for you to decide and come up with some sort of conclusion on that. But you were escorted a few days away from even where you had originally encountered them in between these pyramids. You were given quite a bit of time to make your way back to the shore in order to leave with the Viking kind of raiding party that was there, if that was kind of going to be the overall decision. Jarl Gorndal seemed pretty confident in your ability to go hit that other pyramid, make your way back, and then with that having hopefully enough gold and treasure to come back, as that first bite you had taken from that initial pyramid didn't seem to be enough in his eyes.
Greedy.
Traveling basically north into the desert, you got to a point where you were surrounded by nothing but sand. You couldn't see the water anymore. You knew generally basically which direction, if you were to just keep traveling, that you would eventually hit it. But for you to actually even like find anything out here seemed very difficult. And you could see that these Kia Orn individuals, there were some in these green sashes that were kind of reaching down into the sand and then directing the convoy that you were being accompanied by. Traveling through, there was a solid day or more of you traveling, just walking. It was pretty exhausting. None of your weapons were taken. You weren't put into shackles or anything. You were just kind of forced to walk a little further, and then they allowed you some rest. Brief discussions amongst yourselves before the next day kind of came. Some of you didn't even sleep. You were just so on guard, paying attention to what they were doing. And then, while you kind of were there rested, Brodier had some more visions and kind of dreams in a way of both Ulderic and Dekul, as well as a large kind of tree, similar to that of what your people will know to be as Yggdrasil, kind of this world tree in a way. What exactly all of it means, you are uncertain of, but awaking and traveling further the next day, you made your way pretty far north. You're not even exactly sure of how far, or even if you could find your way back in the same direct route that you got to get here, to make it back to the camp, to a very, very large and heavily populated and well protected city, of which you were told is Al-Nilath. You were brought before individual, the only individual that could speak within this kind of council, if you will, by the name of, I know it's Najir, but I don't remember the last name.
Al-Boer.
Yes.
You won.
Yes, please.
Plan, kill the whole party and steal all their. What the?
Not my business. It's his notes.
These are my notes. Are you
You were
want to copy my ideas?
brought before these
It's crazy you
individuals.
want to copy his ideas.
It's a good idea there.
From what you were hearing, a lot of what the Kia Orn were saying was Kuthkatala, which in their native speak was something along the lines of the Gleaming Council. There were some elements of the language that you were able to kind of pick very small pieces up from having some sort of primordial language understanding and background. But a lot of it was more of a mixed kind of dialect of their native language and pieces of this. But the Najir Al-Bor individual, kind of this older dwarven-like individual, seemed to have some sort of affinity to fire. And you can see this very strong kind of theme amongst not even just this city itself and this council that you came across, but these symbols that you were seeing that you think are kind of connected in ways. This kind of symbol of four elements melding together that you've seen kind of pop up every now and then. Najir Al-Bor had a kind of broken but clear enough conversation with you guys where he could understand some of your language and speak it. The other two individuals of the Gleaming Council were more or less giving their opinions to him and him relaying it, at least to what you believe to be the interpreted correct version of such. You were told that you were in Amatala, essentially, which is the desert, or the Amat Desert. You remember this name. only from Yurt. That's really the only thing you could pick up from him that he said in the beginning. He was kind of just saying like Amat and Amatala. You guys, at this point though, also just to go back, Yurt is kind of learning a little bit of your guys' language, not a whole ton, so he can't really talk too much, at least in recent passings with him or whatever you may have had, and there's busy with other stuff. But beside that, here within Al-Nilath, you spoke with Najir, who explained to you that essentially he had hinted that he was aware of some individuals who had possibly pillaged a pyramid nearby. There was no direct accusations by any means, but there was a lot of speaking in riddles and kind of beating around the truth of whatever to some very obvious threats, essentially. Standing your ground though and showing that you weren't, weak by any means, some of you kind of speaking up on behalf of everybody. The overall consensus of it being that this Gleaming Council here is made up of essentially what is supposed to be 4 people, and one seemed to be missing. Why that individual is missing, the Najir had explained to you or said that this individual went to seek some sort of a book. This book being some sort of way to remove a curse that has been set upon the desert. Him claiming that the desert at one point was this lush oasis of life and water and vegetation and creatures and all sorts of other things. And since the kind of cursing of this land, it has now just been covered in nothing but sand and this kind of dry, barren landscape, just lacking resources by any means. He essentially tasked you with finding such book and returning it to here, to the Gleaming Council. Apparently he claims that descendants basically of this land aren't able to retrieve it or have had trouble doing so in the past by some sort of curses or whatever sort of magic that protects it. Again, the language barrier and everything makes it difficult for things to be very clear, but you have a general idea of what it is. He explains to you as well that he is not keeping you prisoner here, but there were some things that were said where it does not seem that it would be a peaceful departure by any means if you were to try to leave. You could definitely tell that he is a pretty intelligent individual by the way that he was making some, what you would imagine are just kind of guesses as to where your camp would be or exactly who you are or what your purpose is here. He gave you, I believe it was about 300 gold.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yep, gives 300 gold to you guys as the party as a whole in order to go amongst the city and see it for yourself. Steiner, you asked about books or something in order to see if the history of the city and the desert itself. And he basically just directed you to the basement of the tower you are currently in, to some sort of archives to look at your leisure. Essentially, this is where you would just kind of exit the building if you were to all leave right now. But Steiner is choosing to go to the basement if that is still something you wanted to do, to look at those books or whatever may be down there, scrolls, whatever.
Yeah, I think I'd want to discuss with the group first, but...
Yeah. Alright, you guys make your way down. Basically, as you are descending the steps, you're mostly alone because you know that a lot of people around you don't understand the language of which you speak. But there's plenty of room as you make your way down. You're not really like you're not really like escorted down, but there are guards every now and then to where you have brief moments of being able to speak with one another and discuss things without any sort of intrusion. Like I said, you don't think anybody understands your language anyways.
So what do we think, guys? Do we want to help these people? I mean, I don't want to state the obvious, but I think they have more soldiers than all three of the villages have people. Not that they necessarily know where we come from, but we would also kind of get off a bit scot-free here after robbing their pyramid blind.
I don't know, I think each fight can take easily a dozen of these people at least, if not more.
Maybe so. In any case, I think we should learn more about them and take the days that they gave us, but also do we feel the need to update our friends back at the boats about what we're doing here?
They said take as much time as we really need before coming back, so.
Oh, I thought they gave us 3 days. Or did I misremember that?
I thought it was take some time. If we don't hear back
That's
from
when we're
you.
gonna meet back.
I thought you said we would.
Essentially, you have.
Najir said we would speak in 3 days.
Yeah, he
Oh,
said.
here we would speak in 3 days. I
Yeah.
thought you meant.
No, not the people back.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were kind of told to stay within the city in some sort of
Prisoners.
suggested way, because if you were to
I'll
leave,
survive.
like,
way out.
they would assume that as some sort of act of trying to retreat.
grounded.
Okay. Because I thought we gave the people at the boat like a time frame, like how long would it be, like a week or
Did I write that down?
I don't know. Maybe it's
I did not write that down. I thought they said just take some time. If we don't hear back from you in a couple weeks or something like that, we'll come together or something along those lines.
maybe.
Can I make a check to try and remember, Billy?
I'm trying to find it because I don't remember myself.
You can make
Can
a
you
check
make
to
a
see
check
if
to
you
see if
remember.
you remember?
Yeah.
Ask God real quick. Hey, big guy, can I roll the?
I know that it was like an
D20.
extended period of time.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like months or anything, but it was at least a couple of weeks.
That's what I thought too. It's like, hey, if we don't hear back from you in a couple weeks, we'll either assume the worst or come looking for you.
Right.
You said Gleaming Council today, and in my notes I have written down Naming Council. Is that the same thing? Or?
Gleaming. It should be gleaming. You probably just didn't hear it because of the audio or something. But yeah, gleaming.
The naming council did name it the Gleaming Council, though. So.
Fireball.
I use my maul to hit the fireball back.
That'd be sick.
Ding!
Counter fireball.
Going. Spell sniper.
True.
Don't miss, because you don't have a catcher.
I would say we should study this place and understand the layout for when we come back.
I agree.
I'm
You
sure
were
once
given
we tell
300
the Jarl
gold?
that what's here, we'll want to send a much larger party.
Could be. Well, do you guys want to? I'm gonna check out the. There's supposed to be an archive underneath this building of their records or their history, I guess. Did you guys want to scout out the city and we can meet up somewhere?
Sure.
Give us a bag of gold. Can spend it or keep it. Wouldn't complain about getting some fresh food though.
Sure there'll be some place for us to stay.
Yeah, probably. Some sort of
Has to be.
longhouse or something.
Something where drinks will be flowing.
I hope.
How about you, whenever you're done here, we'll all meet down at the, down the steps outside here by those stables.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alright, so you guys begin to exit and kind of just wait at the bottom of those steps, kind of taking in your surroundings as best you can, catching occasional glances, but you can tell that this is a very busy city. Even though you are very out of place, it doesn't seem to draw a ton of attention just because of how much is going on around here and how many people are within the city itself anyhow. Steiner, as for you, you make your way down the steps basically, so essentially like once you're at the point right here where you can exit, there's just another set of doors like to the left or right, and each of them are just kind of like a spiral staircase or like half circle staircase that lead down into this kind of lower ground area, which is basically just level with the rest of the city, like it's like even with the city itself. Once you make your way down, you can see that there is not a lot of like books or paper even for that matter. Much of it is like this kind of sandstone accumulation of like tablets of like stone that have things engraved and carved upon them. There are, however, many, like there's no books. A lot of it is just like these scrolls that are written, but there's not very many of these scrolls. Much of it, like I said, is on stone tablets and paper scrolls. Much of the scrolls are held in like these kind of cubbies that are up against the walls. The room that you find yourself in, like once you make your way down that spiral staircase, it is the same kind of material as the rest of the area around you. It's kind of this mixture of like some kind of like clay, like adobe type houses with the mixture of like sandstone for more of a foundational, like solid piece. There's not much stonework, or sorry, woodwork that goes on within here. Much of it is just like sculpted stone and like masonry. There are these little kind of like, not porthole windows, but like almost similar to like a basement window, like cut at the tops parts of the area that you find yourself in. There are several small like fire, like braziers essentially, that you can, or braziers that you can like light with oil or whatever that are within there. You just kind of take fire to it and it would ignite. You can tell just by looking at it, it's very similar to something you would use. There are random little like, not like tables, but like stools to like sit on. It's not really like put together super well. There's a lot of like sand that's even just like inside of here, from like the upper level of this where sand kind of just like accumulates and gets pushed up or the wind moves it through. Much of it kind of just trickles in through those windows that are at the top into here. Even though this is even with the like the ground itself, so essentially like you're level, like you're down in this basically somewhere, like at the bottom underneath here. So it's like a basement of this, but it's almost level with the actual ground itself.
Gotcha.
It doesn't seem to be a place that is very much like traversed and gone through a bunch.
Okay.
I'll also make sure I grab Boar, because I keep forgetting to grab him. For you to do as you wish though, down in that basement area.
I think I'll go over to Well, first of all, I guess, do I see anybody else down there? And are any of those braziers lit, or is it just dark down here?
It is just mostly dark, but you can see the little bit of light that's kind of trickling in is enough to kind of see.
Well, I could also, I think my wolf cloak lets me see in the dark, so I should be able to see what's going on down here.
We're looking at all of the people we're gonna have to fight.
Damn, wait, go back.
I'm just gonna use this as a boar.
Hell yeah.
Barbarian green blue dude.
That's his new name now.
It's a crit.
It's crazy.
It's got a rock.
Okay.
Does it need a weapon?
He is the weapon.
Sorry, you said doing what down here?
I wanted to see, none of those braziers are lit. Are there any people down here?
There are no people down here now.
Okay, then I'll just go over to the closest set of stone tablets, and I think I'll just start going through them and looking for any symbols that would match any of the ones we saw on the in the tombs or in the pyramids.
Okay.
And maybe just trying to to piece together what things mean and maybe try to make out some of these symbols and.
Okay. If you could make an intelligence or a history check, either one, whichever one you would prefer. I think it's just history anyways, right? Because it's intelligence. Is that intelligence space?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so just do a history check.
Alright.
History.
Not bad. 18.
Okay. You definitely understand none of it because it is in a language that you do not speak,
Of
or
course.
even like the speaking part of the language almost seems easier to understand than the written part of it because you can kind of put two and two together with hand gestures and whatever it may be, and the kind of fluctuation or tone or whatever things may be pointed to where you can kind of start to piece things together.
Yeah.
This is just like scribbles on stone and like paper, so you're kind of like looking at it and trying to piece together as much of it as you can, as best you can. A lot of it is very unfamiliar, but so the symbols themselves are unfamiliar, but the way that it is laid out is somewhat familiar because much of it was like how they were within the pyramid of things being written down. Much of it is just symbols. It doesn't look like a written like text by any means. A lot of those stone tablets that you go through are like that, but once you start to grab like the scrolls and kind of open them up, there seems to be much more of a rhyme or reason to how things are laid out. Like the symbols themselves are almost like creating a story in a way, but they also have strange like marks going across them, where like sometimes where you would see just like a stick figure of like a person, sometimes the stick figure has like a line going across it, or there's like lines underneath it, or like a circle around it, or there's like an X, and then sometimes the X turns into more of like a star because there's another line extra drawn through it. There seems to be like a bunch of these base symbols that are like of the language, and then there's a bunch of these strange intricacies or modifications to each letter or symbol that changes it to mean something else, of which you have zero understanding of, but you can see some sort of pattern in a way to where you can not make sense of it, but like it doesn't just seem like scribbles and random stuff, even though it basically is because you can't understand it. But one of the scrolls that you do open up and begin to look at is more of a there's more drawings in a way on it, to where it's very specific to something, and it's something that you have seen kind of over and over again. They're not like these great like detailed drawings by any means. Art is not something that you have seen very prevalent, at least in your time that you've been here, very quickly. The buildings are very bland and plain and everything, so even their language itself is very, very standard and dull, if you would. You can see a depiction of that same, like you kind of go into your pocket and pull out one of those gold coins and look at it, and you can see the head of that basically is somebody that looks like a pharaoh, essentially. that, looking at that, you can see that same thing drawn upon like the top left corner of what you're looking at. And then you can see going across a bunch of like text, and then in the opposite corner of where that pharaoh head is, you can see that symbol that you've seen of those, that melding of like those 4 elements. Again, not a very artistic kind of civilization, it seems. So it's a very, very crude drawing of it, but it's essentially easy to tell that it's this kind of melding of both earth, or of all of like earth, fire, water, and like wind. Like all of these things melding together. Essentially, the top left having the pharaoh, the other side having this symbol, and then this whole kind of rundown of text and symbols going across the bottom parts of it, to where it seems to be explaining or trying to in detail say of what these things possibly could mean. Attached to that, like once it kind of rolls up and flips into, so essentially it's like 2 pieces of paper that have like almost been hemmed together at the top, to where like when that first one like rolls up and out of the way, the next one that kind of goes is just like the top left corner is just like etched in this kind of dark ink, and you can't really see anything. It's just like this mess essentially of ink, to where it's like this black blotch that's up there. And then to the other side of it, there's just basically like this skull, it appears to be. And then it's the same thing, like right in between all of that, just a bunch of writing and stuff going down the whole way.
Do I get the... Can I look around for... I don't know, can I start going through the scrolls to look for less of like writing and more to see if they have any maps or... I don't know, any diagrams or anything like that?
Make an investigation check.
18 as well.
18?
Yep.
Okay.
He stopped. You got him.
Yeah, cooked.
The yeah.
Didn't think about this one.
The stone tablets that you go through have nothing of the sort kind of laid out amongst them.
Yeah.
You do find within some sort of like section of a map, essentially, is what it looks like. It's not drawn of like the entire world or anything. It's more of just like the desert region. And you can see that it is very different than what you would imagine it would look like. You'd imagine it to be very blank and like have just like the cities and maybe like the pyramids on it, but it's more or less like you start looking at the way that it's shaped, and you can tell like by whatever map that Boktash has started drawing that they look similar in a way, but this one has a lot more like vegetation on it, and there's more cities and kind of like even little villages and stuff that are depicted in it, but they're not like these huge like artistically driven drawings by any means. It's still very like rudimentary, like basic, to where you can kind of get a general idea of it, but when you start to piece it together and like look at like how the coast was kind of shaped and like the river that's kind of going up into it, you can see like the general shape and appearance of whatever it is. When you start to look to it, like whereabouts you think you may be, you can see like some sort of like city that seems to be there. It doesn't have like text on it that you can read, though. It's more or less just your inference of what you think things could be. And then you can see over to the far, far kind of right side of what this land is, there's some sort of like central, not like a hub, but more of like a capital city that's kind of depicted on the actual map itself. It seems to be very like illustrious and kind of built up and drawn up to seem better and bigger than the rest of the small towns and villages or whatever else may surround it. There's a lot as well, like from where you believe that you guys had kind of beached and made like your camp and started to like move. there's a lot more stuff that was like along the way that just wasn't there that you didn't see for whatever reason that may be.
Okay, I think. And in this time I'm searching around, nobody comes down here?
Nope.
Okay. Well, with the intention of returning them at some point, I'm going to tuck away the document that has the skull on it and the map with all the vegetation on it.
Okay.
And then I'll try to leave and hope that some evil library spirit doesn't kill me.
Yeah, just make sure you write down whatever it is that you took so you
Yeah.
remember exactly what it was. Once you exit the tower, those of you that didn't like go down, so basically everybody but Steiner, and make your way down like kind of towards the steps where you guys were to stand there.
Hell yeah.
You know why I said that? Someone I using them as
I
a
think
meat
we
shield.
break the curse. I think we
He
break
said,
it.
"Nah, man."
If we break the curse no matter what, and then we decide we want to take over this land later, it's going to be a much better place with the curse gone than with the curse.
Smart. He's smart.
Yeah.
Shit.
Once you exit the tower, you're met by the
The
city
naming
itself.
council will call us saviors.
Yeah. From your perspective, you can see out across much of it. So essentially looking out this way,
So cool.
there are canopies of tents that fill empty space. The sandstone bricks that kind of make up the buildings are bare. There's no decorative flash to them. You can see this essentially here seems to be some sort of overlook of the marketplace that's right here, where you can see guards are kind of like walking and pacing the top parts of it, going back and forth. They don't seem to be like on edge. They're kind of lax in their efforts. You can see many of them conversing and communicating amongst it, but nonetheless their presence is known and it is very obvious that they are up here overlooking the proceedings of the market below. You can hear the constant chatter and bustling of the people kind of echoing without end. You can hear it in every single direction that your ears kind of turn to. You can hear random noises from animals, much like goats. You hear these random kind of caws of birds, like kind of this clicking sounds of insects. You look down and can see the beetles that are walking amongst the kind of pathways that are dedicated for them. Many of them inside of these stables, kind of tied off. The sounds of boxes kind of shifting and crashing together. You can hear wood kind of creaking. There's this faint ring of a hammer to an anvil in the distance that you catch every now and then. Everyone speaks in a language you do not know. The air itself is dry and it is hot. With each breath you think of water. The sun itself beating down doesn't let up and it stays uncovered. You can see why there is just this endless array of canopies and tents to cover themselves from the sun. The ground is large. You can see these kind of random paver-like stones that make some semblance of a road that are every now and then, but mostly sand is what covers the ground. It seems to be natural for the most part, but it seems to be something that is inevitable. It can't be moved around, it can't be dispersed or displaced and put somewhere else. You can see wind kind of rolling up and over the walls to the far side where sand is kind of carrying with it. And you can see the sand itself that's on the floor kind of moving about every now and then. Most everyone covers their entire body in clothing, but it's like light clothing. Very, very thin, airy. You can feel the sun beating down on you. Many of you that have probably layered down for the most part from the original clothing you probably were wearing when you left. Some of you, though, probably didn't change much just because of your kind of affinity with the cold that you live in, and like you're kind of hardened to that environment, so you didn't really need much as far as layers go. But you can feel that this heat is something you've never experienced before. The sun itself in this manner is something you've never experienced before, and you can feel it up against your skin, kind of beating down on you. The areas around you, I keep randomly me typing shit on the side. It's driving me nuts. The city itself is lively. You can feel the energy of it, but there's also this little bit of hesitation and mystery to what exactly it is that you could even find or get into within here. This city itself feels big, you know, like, and I know that that sounds so basic and simple, but compared to the life that you live and are going through on a day-to-day basis, this is something that your brain is just having trouble like wrapping around. You guys almost start to feel this just natural want, like even Steiner, like being gone within the tower for the moment that he was, and like being kind of down there, you being down there alone, like the second you kind of stepped out and were like looking out at the city itself, just felt like this natural felt it to want to be with somebody that you were like, you know, because you're in such a strange and different place. And it's nothing out of like fear, it's more of like a strange little comfort thing that you would like to have, because what you're going up against, like, you could be surrounded by enemies and you just want to know that you have friends around you in a way, is what it feels like. So once you guys are kind of all together and walking around in a way, you haven't left this platform, you guys are still standing basically right here. But that sense of security of being with your, you know, fellow brothers is definitely something that you are leaning on a little bit more right now. As I said, the city itself is quite alive. Once you step out from here, like I said, you can see a lot of people over in this general area. You're not really sure as far as what is over in this way, or what it is that you want to see within the city, or which way you want to go, or what you want to do, but it is up to you of how you want to approach and tackle anything.
Did they describe how we start on the book or whatever? I missed
They
that.
said,
No, I
they
think-
said we have 3 days to figure it out.
Yeah, we can decide if we want to do it or not, and then we meet back. And I assume they'll tell us
Give us more
how we
info.
would go about that.
Made my way to the market.
While have I caught up with them at this point, or
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, at this point I'll say you guys kind of waited for Steiner, and then once Steiner gets you, you can start deciding what you're gonna
While we're walking, I guess I'll show everyone, but Voktash is the most familiar with maps, so I think I'll spend some time showing him like what I found with all the vegetation and how this map, you know, differs from his, and kind of going over that.
The general shape appears to be pretty similar.
Okay.
Is everybody staying together? Yeah?
Yeah, just
For
follow
the time being.
follow over to the market. We should get some hats. No, I do have a mohawk, but most of my head's uncovered. Your head's uncovered. Your head's uncovered.
Most of your head is burned. It's pretty red up there.
You're right. Ow! This dude has to be bacon. Looks like a tomato head.
Tomato head.
I assume I'm kind of just towering over most people that.
Yeah,
The
so
house then?
as you guys are like walking through the market, you can see many of the people here. Like as you're this is what we'll basically get at. I'll just start this next leg of this because we know which way you're heading. So once you step foot into the marketplace, you are. It's almost like you sink into another space. Like you can feel like the whole large city itself that you're surrounded by. You can see the sky. You can feel the sun kind of beating down on you. And this isn't like 100% accurate representation of everything. This is more or less just like a general idea of how it is. But like the tents are almost like stacked like right on each other, where there's only brief little bits of sunlight that are kind of peering through. So once you like step into it, there's nothing but like carts and tables and shelves and different sorts of things hanging from the tents. Like you are in like another place. Like everything just kind of like shrinks down in your vision to where like you can really only see maybe 20 to 40 feet in front of you at a given time, because there's more objects and there's boxes and crates and people walking around shoulder to shoulder pushing through the marketplace. And it is at this point that you realize like the general kind of culture and demographic that is made up here. And a lot of people are mostly either like human, dwarven, elven. You don't really see any Goliath-like individuals. You don't see anybody that is orcish by any means. And the only orcs you've ever really seen are Cain, the Jarl, and his half-orc son. Other than that, though, like I said, humans, dwarves, elves, dragonborn occasionally, and this kind of like feline kind of type, like a cat race that you can see every now and then. The further that you push in, the more things that you see. Just about anything you could probably imagine, but most of it is mundane for that fact, like clothing, food, containers, rugs, decorative pieces for like houses, but they're nothing like too eccentric. There's tons of like vendors for food, different types of drinks, plant life. There are literally like lizards that are just like staked up by their tails like across the top parts of the things for like food. Some of them, like in those spots that you look, are just like on a spit and they're just like rotating around. Some of them are just like sitting in the sun baking, and you can see the way that the skin itself, now that like that first layer is off, is just kind of slowly like turning into more of like a burnt or like reddish appearance. As for like Cain and Boar and even most of you, like some of you that are like, so like Sigrid and like Steiner and Boktash, like you guys within the village, like you're pretty average size individuals. Like you're not like scrawny, tiny people. Like your way of life has hardened you and made you this way to where like you are strong as a person. Like you may not be, you know, to that level of like enormous, huge bodybuilder type individual like they are, where they're like, you know, pushing 8 feet tall and like 7 and 6, like a little over 6 feet. Like on average, you guys are taller and bigger than most of the people that were within this city, and it's very obvious because like when you're standing up and looking, like the people that are walking past, some of them are like, you know, their head only meets like this part of your mouth. As for,
Does
you know,
that
Cain
include
and
the other
everybody.
races too? Like, does like every race? I guess we wouldn't really know that much, but like, would they seem like a little shorter than normal?
Yes, the only thing is like the dwarven individuals are kind of like average height to like some of the humans and elven individuals. It's more or less like the dwarven individuals just have more of like their bulbous kind of nose feature, the way that their face is kind of sculpted and their ears are a little bigger. They just have kind of like more of the dwarvish features to their face, which makes you believe they're to be dwarvish, but yes. Their heights on average just seem smaller, the way like their frames are smaller, they're kind of skinnier, and you guys find it a little difficult navigating through this like kind of marketplace because, like I said, the tent tops are probably only like 8 feet at most, like an average like house would be, which for like Boar and Brodeer, they're not too like out of their element with it, because most of the houses or anything, they're still used to having to duck down or be smaller. But nonetheless, once you get into the marketplace and are like shrunk down to this view, like I said, if there's anything that's around, like clothing, food, drinks, something of that sort, the only thing with the drinks is like you're not seeing like people selling water or anything. It's like these glass kind of bottles that have like a little net at the bottom that kind of comes up and wraps around the top to like some sort of like cork at the very top of it, and it just seems to be wrapped up, and you can see it has like a little bit of like a bubbly appearance to it, like almost like carbonated in a way.
Is this like a well over there? Is that what that looks?
Yes, there is this kind of like central
Are people going to it and like taking water out of it or anything?
no, it actually appears to have sand in it.
Okay.
It doesn't appear to have water by any means.
Okay. I'm looking around while we're walking through here for places that may sell.
Sorry.
In the water.
Sell like shoes, boots.
Good
I need some new ones. Those are falling apart, and also like not like head wraps or just something to put over my head, I guess. Because
Okay.
I mean I'm currently wearing hide armor, which is pretty warm in this place. So.
Yeah. You start walking through and you can see several different vendors have like a lot of the like clothing items or whatever it may be, and it's not like this.
I'm also keeping an eye out for like any like exotic looking woods or anything that I might be able to like make arrows or a bow out of or something like that.
Okay. Just traversing through, like as you're looking, you can hear people talking constantly, like it's just all the time. But you can't pick anything up, so it's just kind of like this background noise essentially. As you're looking around at the carts, you guys are somewhat close together. You can feel people kind of shoulder to shoulder, like they're like bumping through, like passing, kind of like squeezing in between like avenues of like open space as best they can.
Is anyone
Some
trying to
of
shoulder
you-
check me?
Kill him. He's dead.
No, nothing like super obvious,
Okay.
but like it's actually like
If I
for how
feel
you
it,
guys-
I am pushing back.
Okay.
I just want
Yeah.
you to know that.
For sure. As you're kind of pushing through, you get to a point where you start to see a lot of these vendors in the carts. Like I said, you basically just have like an avenue of travel that goes through, and there seems to be a central, not like, there's like a flow of traffic throughout here, but nobody seems to be like falling by any means. That's why there's all of this like shoulder bumping and like going through. A lot of avoiding, like where people are like getting close to the carts and like walking past. Getting closer to many of these vendors, like you can see a lot of people even avoid like walking directly like in between all of you. You're not really like hunched together, but you're kind of spread out a little bit, but at least close and within eyesight of each other. At any given point though, sometimes somebody like walks in between and through you guys, but nobody's like intentionally like trying to shoulder into you. Everybody seems to be so busy like going through their life that they're not really too wrapped up in anything else. Once you get to a certain point though, you find this kind of like turn inside of the like traffic itself. One way that it seems to go would probably lead out, while the other one goes deeper into the actual market itself. Taking kind of that left turn to kind of see what more was within the market. You see somebody holding up what appears to be very like dull colored kind of like cloth clothing in a way. Like it looks similar to like a normal like tunic kind of shirt that you guys would wear, like your normal day-to-day wear, but it's a lot more thin and it covers like all the way up to the neck, as opposed to like having that slit with like random little ties that you can adjust in the middle part. Full long sleeves. The pants that are accompanied with it, instead of like the leather pants that you guys would normally wear, you can see that they're more of a kind of like woven, almost like burlap material in a way, as opposed to being like this kind of heavy insulated leather. He's just kind of like holding it up, like waving it around, sees you guys kind of like walking, and there's this moment where he kind of sees you and like the clothing that you're wearing, sweat just dripping from the sides of your face, you like pulling up your own, you know, little like shirt, even just like covering a little bit of the wind or whatever it may be. You really only have like your little headband on that's right there, like holding your hair back, like whatever you can manage to push your like hair back and get it out of your face, because the sweat's just dripping down and your hair is kind of falling into place. He just kind of starts like, he starts waving and he's like
walk
holding.
over.
As he like does that as he's doing it, he's not even really looking, because he's like turning around to like start grabbing stuff, and he grabs like a shirt and like pushes it up to like towards your chest to like see, and he's like, even though three. And he starts like handing you the
That's
shirt.
3 platinum, by the way.
I stick in my pocket and I pull out one.
It
No,
It do-
Oh, haggling?
what you know one more.
He said one more?
He said one more one more.
Can I have been, while we were walking to get to this point, because that was actually something I was going to say I was doing, can I have been trying to watch transactions to see, do people use the same kind of coins that we have? Are there like copper and like, you know, bronze and silver that we may not?
The general currency of everything seems to be this gold with that pharaoh's face on it.
And
you
like,
imagine if you tried to use anything other than that, it probably would not hold any value.
okay, and for like food and things, could I have been it might be like a hard check or something. Trying to like watch to see what people are paying for like is it normally like a coin or two? Are they handing over stacks of coins? Like
Make a perception check.
okay.
You can see that he's like
I don't have any pluses on this. 14.
oh.
One for me, one for him, one for him. 3, 4.
So he starts grabbing clothes, and he starts like handing it, like pushing it up against them.
4. 1.
And then he grabs the coins and he touches it.
I have 300.
He goes to like put like clothes up towards
Because you're like 10 people by
like-
yourself.
He's like, I don't know.
No.
It was so.
Go to the stables for him. Get him a horse blanket.
Ufu. And he grabs like a set of clothes and kind of like holds it, and he like pushes it out towards you to hand it to you. And he goes like this with 3, and then takes like the gold. And he's like.
Should I pay 3?
Eve.
Okay.
Eve.
5 total? That's
Eve.
That's less than
That's
3
better.
profit.
That's better. He wanted me to pay that
Sure.
before.
I'm good with 5. Did you want some clothes?
So I hand him 4.
Okay.
So that's fine. Total.
Yeah.
Always everything that fits me.
Oh.
Puts it in his
I,
pocket.
I don't think.
Oh no. Hold on. He points. He goes like. He grabs another set and kind of pushes it towards Volktash, and then he reaches up and like grabs a little hat and like throws it towards you, and then reaches.
I give him 2? Okay.
Takes it and hands
Throw a hat too? Throw in the hat. We definitely just
Are there
got
other
a
hats?
tourist scam.
We really did. This was like 1 coin for everything.
Can I grab a hat?
Yeah, you just reach over and grab a hat.
I already got that.
Give him a coin.
I give him a coin.
Just
Just normal
a coin.
gold. Normal gold coin. I don't
Grabs
know if
it, takes it.
how he feels about it.
He like grabs it and like goes to put his like as he's looking toward like his satchel, he kind of. He picks up the barrel coin and like looks.
Their coins are bigger.
Like throws
Gave
it in
him
your
a nickel.
direction.
That's $1.
I don't have the other ones.
I'm running really low here. I had 20 to start with.
Takes it.
Oh, you had 20 extra?
I took it from.
Oh.
Well, there may have been a chest that we had run into. May or may not have found.
20 fell into your pocket. We get it.
Basically just you guys keep kind of pushing along.
I just start changing like right there.
I'm
Yeah.
still looking for boots.
Yeah.
These things are starting to fall
looking at
apart. Like,
shinies.
my piggies are out.
The general like transactions that you see are not dealt in anything of like a pouch type value.
Right.
Everything is very like low currency.
Okay.
At most, maybe like a little handful of what appears to be maybe 10 gold coins is going.
Okay.
And that's basically for like each individual like person in a way.
Yeah.
It's where like nothing more than 10 gold coins seems to be like shared amongst
Okay.
each other. It's pretty easy to see like if you're paying attention to it, like when he's handing the clothes towards you, like he basically like puts them into your chest and you like grab them and you're like looking, and he's basically haggling back and forth with him in however way he can, while you're like looking around at like what everybody else is doing, trying to take everything in. Once you get the clothes on, they're kind of itchy, like more or less like the pants are. There's not like that nice smooth kind of feel to it. There's more of like a gritty kind of texture almost to at least like the
Silk?
pants. The pants themselves, It's not something that you'd imagine every single person is wearing. It just seems like probably like a lower quality clothing that this man
We gotta
probably
find
has
better
made.
clothing
Um,
later.
It's more like they said the pants are like burlap almost, but
I need
they're
some silk pants.
yeah. They almost have that quality. It's like a very very thick cloth in a
I
way.
want a stereotypical sultan outfit.
The shirts aren't that bad. The hat itself is basically just like a wrapped like cloth that can kind of like get pulled down over the ears. It has some sort of like band or something in the middle part that could be like pulled down. You start looking around for some sort of like boots or something. You see a lot of people selling like sandal type shoes where it's basically just like a piece of leather nonetheless, like at the bottom with some sort of like string or rope or something that goes up and over the sides. You don't really find any boots. You can see some people have these like cloth wraps that are going like up the leg almost like a sock would, and then you would like kind of put a boot over that because you can feel how much your like foot is sweating right now in the environment that you're in. But as far as like boots go, like you don't really see anybody selling anything of that sort.
You just get sand right in it.
It doesn't look comfortable. These pants are terrible.
I know. We should find some better pants.
I think we got scammed.
Yeah, probably.
I thought I was getting a good price.
Should we also look for something to eat, somewhere to stay?
Yeah.
Just walk along random vendors, see if anything looks cool.
For the most part, everything is very mundane within this marketplace.
Is there weapons at any of these places?
You do not see any weapons.
Didn't think so.
Armor.
A lot of stuff is like cloths and textiles and like containers and bottles and this one is not accurate back here. There's not just like a bunch of paper and stuff.
Any glassware vendors or potion sellers or anything?
Out here, you don't like within. So you're basically in the marketplace. So like everything you pass, like you don't miss like what people are selling. So like if you're kind of like looking for something, like you'll probably find it.
All right.
Your guys are kind of searching for exotic things, you know, things that can be of use even. You do find like a good amount of spots that are selling like basic needs, like tents essentially. They're more or less like these three long kind of sticks that are kind of held together. It doesn't seem practical to like carry, but if it were to be brought by like a wagon or something, it almost just looks like a quick deployable kind of like shelter from sort of wind or something. You can see the bottom part of like where the foot is has some sort of a metallic foot to it in a way to where like it'll anchor well against the sand as opposed to like the wood that would just like kind of slide and move around really a lot and shift about. You walk past this part where it looks like there's like a well with water, but it's just full of sand. You start pushing through and you can see a lot of like seafood and fish that are kind of being sold and dispersed.
I'd imagine, are they like dried or do they seem pretty like fresher than that?
I wouldn't really say fresh. They're not really like dried either.
Okay.
But they are big. Is that my dog barking or is that the fucking?
I can't tell.
I think that's the
honest.
market like sound. I was like, what the fuck is going on up there? The fish themselves, they just appear to be some like almost like really large, almost probably like predator type fish. They have like really long teeth, like serrated almost, similar to how like a pike fish would, but they're just bigger in size and pretty easy to seem to like cut up and eat. The meat itself seems fine enough. Everything you walk by, somebody's trying to like sell you something.
Really?
The only thing that really catches anyone's attention, probably you specifically, Kane, it's just more or less because you were looking for kind of shinier things. There are people that are selling like jewelry. A lot of it is on like a woven string though, and then there's just like a small little, not really like a socket, it's more of just like a small little pendant on the bottom of it that has like maybe a small cut of a gem inserted into it. They're more or less like a nice little decorative piece, but they don't seem to have any sort of magical weight or value to them by any means.
Still think it'd be like valuable if they were brought back to the village or whatever. Just that kind of loot.
Yeah, the necklaces definitely seem like they'd be like a good like gift to somebody because they're like,
I can't see
even though it's on a piece of string, like the part that's there, like the little gem that's set into it isn't like, you know, really mundane. They look nice. Gems aren't really something that, you know, people within your tribe are really like accustomed to. You deal more on like the crystal kind of primal runic stones and such.
Do we see any of those kinds of things here?
Yeah, the only thing, like I said, that really catches his eye is a lot of like these necklaces that are basically on a string with like a small piece of like a gem set into the pendant portion of it. As he's kind of like glancing over at that, you can see people are holding up like large pieces of bread that they seem to be selling as well. Like that looks very like airy and like kind of fluffy and kind of like crunches really well. They're like handing them out and people are just like going crazy over them, and then very quickly like it basically just like sells out and the person's just like packing stuff
I want
up.
to try to get one before it sells out.
Okay. It's actually not really hard for you to like push your way through just
Yeah,
because
I'll
of
just-
how small most of the individuals are.
I'm not gonna like actively elbow, but I'm squeezing my way.
Yeah, you do. And you can just hear like yelling back and forth, people putting their hands up and like holding the coin with
Yeah,
like their other hand
I'm doing
out.
the same.
Everybody basically just has a coin up that they're
Yeah.
holding, and you can see a couple of people that are holding up like maybe like two, if the guy sees that and does that, but then you holding up the one like just out in the open, your big hands that are there, like bigger than everybody else's.
Get it?
You're kind of waving, you see the bread kind of go up towards you, and then the coin comes out at the same time, and you kind of grab it. The bite into it is like crunchy, and then the inside is just like really fluffy. It's hot still. You can see that there's like a little bit of an oven that's behind where this little tent is set up. And there's not just one guy working, there's like, you know, 3 or 4 to each little marketplace and tent. You get to a point where you can feel yourselves, it's hard to just like stand still. You can't really like, unless you're like up against the cart itself or the tent area, like against the table and like leaning in looking, you can feel the traffic just kind of slowly push you out and like through.
I'll let him break a little bit off and give some to everyone.
You find on the edge of the actual marketplace what seem to be more of establishments, as opposed to where within the marketplace it just seems to be run-of-the-mill, ordinary designs. A lot of this stuff too is not like, you can tell the difference in the quality of things. There's not a lot of people. There's not a lot of people like going in and out of these shops,
Just make our own
and
clothes.
you'd imagine that the amount of money that kind of has to exchange hands in order to like go into any of these and like buy anything is probably way more than a lot of people within here can like afford for that part. As you start getting out towards this spot, let me get to there's only 2 of these buildings that even catch anybody's attention for that matter.
While we're going through and everything, I'm just keeping an eye out for like anyone that like possibly seems to be trying to follow us or anything like that. Like,
Okay, make a perception check.
I'm making eye contact with guards. Especially if they're looking at us.
19.
19.
Oh, life.
other character? The one who's following you guys this entire time in the road?
The
I
assassin.
don't remember which ones it was. That's like.
Assassin.
I was like, alright, Brian, come in.
I brought 20 gold as well from the other collection that we had. If I see any like, kind of like street urchin children, I'm just gonna give them a coin, like and I'll just do that as many times as I see them.
Okay. Alright, so once you guys all are just kind of generally pushed out of the actual, like, bazaar area of the marketplace to more of these kind of establishments on the outer edges, where you can still see people going in and out of, but they seem to be more of like artisan type buildings that are a little bit more higher quality of goods, you would imagine. Where you'd imagine a lot of people also can't really afford it, especially with the way that you see many people live here. It's not like a impoverished type of setting, but it just seems to be difficult in its own way. There are some things that, as far as resources, are just not easy to obtain, but nonetheless, once you make your way out and kind of start looking around, Sigurd, you and Kane both, like, you don't even both realize it, but as you kind of step out and look, like, you're looking for people that could be potentially, like, following you and kind of getting close or whatever it may be. You do catch the attention, like, of one individual that just catches your eye very quickly, because at first you kind of like look over and you can see somebody like on the edge. So like once you step out and are there's still like these paver stones, and like it's kind of on the edge of where the canopies and like the tents and everything are, to where there's this gap of like sunlight from the edge of that bazaar to like where these establishments are on the opposite side. Over to the edge, like where the corner is, essentially of that marketplace, like you can see something like crawl out from underneath like one of the tables. And at first you look over and they're probably only like 2 feet or so high. You imagine it kind of looks like a kid for a second, but you can see that the way like the face is, it has like a lot of like stubble. Has a little bit of like a head wrap that it seems to pull up, and then kind of puts its arms together and like looks over at you, and then you like kind of lock eyes for a second, and then it kind of does this and then walks and goes around the corner and like away from you, essentially around the edge of the marketplace to walk away. Once you do that, you kind of look and you catch what you can see is basically Kane standing and staring in the opposite direction, so essentially like over toward this corner, like this side, where you can see 2 guards kind of start walking and returning, and then they just kind of like turn and are standing there for a second, like looking at Kane, who's basically standing in that open space between the market and the establishments, just kind of standing there. You can see them kind of like look him up and down for a moment. He's just standing there staring at him. They take a couple of kind of steps in his direction and just kind of look, and then the rest of you, as you're kind of walking around and moving about, they turn and then just walk the other way. Looking in that direction, you can see the building that's on the end in the corner has kind of smoke rolling out of the side of it. You can hear this kind of tinging of like an anvil and a hammer. You can see a tent kind of attached to the edge of it as well. Appears to what you would imagine be some sort of like a blacksmith type area. Appears to be like a sandstone building. You can even kind of smell the burning kind of coals and see some what would appear to be weapons or something on the outside edges of it. Catches your attention a little bit.
Shit, I'm going there. I don't move out of the way for people either, at all.
Yeah, I figured as much. People definitely move out of the way for you, though.
Okay, good.
Now you're gonna start moving in the way of people.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, he's actively trying to. He's like, boom, boom. Where are you gonna go?
You can
Looking at
tell
'em.
very quickly that a lot of the common folk and individuals here are not people looking for trouble at all, by any means. They also carry themselves like they themselves are in trouble all the time. Like they don't want to cause any more trouble. Like they're just on edge in a way, if that makes sense. Once you make your way up and over to here,
Anyone else carry weapons?
you can see people carrying like small blades and such, but nobody seems to be like in armor or anything, and much of the blades that people are carrying probably seem to be for like an everyday use or maybe like a small self-defense type item. Once you get down over toward the edge of where this building is, you can see like right here essentially there's like a tent that connects to this other building. So this seems to all be one essentially. All this stuff on the outside really isn't there. This is just more like the auto-populated buildings that I dropped in here that had some of the stuff that I wasn't going to go through and do whatever. But essentially the building that you're looking at is one kind of square, kind of like adobe type building that has this tent half of a canopy going over to another building. The building on the other side has what appears to be like a lock on the door, but this door here that leads into this area seems to be open. Once you're kind of here and kind of standing, you can see like inside, like the angle that you kind of are at, there's like a dull glow of red and orange that looks very familiar to you, one of like essentially like a forge. The light itself kind of gets covered every now and then. From what you can see is some sort of humanoid figure blocking the light that's coming in and out. You hear the tinging, you can see the smoke kind of bellowing out, and this area in here isn't like big enough to appear like a shop, but you can see a lot of this on the outside of like weapons and whatever it may be. You can see sitting on a stool over here in the corner appears to be a dragonborn individual, kind of thin, younger even, like fairly young, probably like teenage years of a dragonborn, and it appears to be male, just kind of like holding his arms like over on his chest. He's got his feet like out in front of him. You can see next to him on like some sort of a small crate or table or whatever it may be, a large piece of bread, and then it looks like there's some sort of meat thing next to that, as well as a cup that you can see appears to be glass that he's grabbing and kind of stirring it around, and then like taking and like sipping it like that as he sets it down.
I'm just walking to where all the weapons are laying. I'm grabbing them and looking at them.
Yeah, you start grabbing them. The younger dragonborn doesn't really seem to move much, or not move much, but like jump up to assist in any way. He just sees you kind of grabbing and looking at the weapons. You can see that there is definitely a theme to the weapons. When you start to walk up, you can see that there's like a banner that goes across that canopy that has a name on it. You can't read it, so it's not really relevant. But once you start like walking up and looking at the weapons, you can see a lot of scimitars. There are a lot of even smaller kind of like blades that have. It's kind of like this like crisp blade where it has kind of like a curve to it before it comes to a point. Like it's almost like snaking in a way, and then it comes to a point. The blade itself, go ahead and make a investigation check, and you can add proficiency if you're not already proficient, because it's more like looking at the quality of the blade and what have you. 12.
I'm still like exhausted.
A lot of the blades themselves, the metal that's used, like for the actual blade itself, it's iron. Like you can tell it's iron, but it's more or less the way that the metal is being heated and kind of cooled and tempered with, that it's causing it to almost look like much of it could crack and like kind of break. But the edge of it itself is probably sharper than any edge you've ever put on any blade. Like it's very, very fine, and like once you put your thumb like on it to like rest on it, you can feel like almost how sharp it is. Like you can feel like if you were to just draw your finger across it very gently, it would very likely cut you. And you can see as you're like kind of picking the blade up to look at it. Well, the Kera. As he kind of puts his hand up as you're like holding and like looking at it. Don't even really like look over at him as he's trying to, it seems to be like warn you in some sort of a way.
Does it have any like malleability to it at all? Or is it...
Like if you were to try to like bend it, if you tried hard enough, you probably could like give it a good like at least crack in the part where the hilt kind of is attached to the blade. Like it doesn't seem to have been forged together very, very well. And it's not every single blade is like that. Every blade is very sharp, but a good amount of them are very malleable. Like they're not like you don't know if it's the quality of like the iron that's being used or like the process that it's forged within, but you've never had issues making like a very strong, sturdy blade. Also, these are very, very thin in comparison. The only blades that don't appear to have that like malleability or like being malleable or pliable by any means are a lot of the scimitars that have like a much broader blade to it. As you're sitting there and you can hear the younger individual kind of like shouting out, not shouting, but like gesturing and warning in a way. You hear footsteps coming down from the one side, leaving like the forge area to where you can see another dragonborn individual makes his way out. Kind of skinny, appears to be older for sure. Probably one of the taller individuals that you've seen here. He's a good 6 foot tall, but he's kind of skinny and wiry, but he's very, very toned in his physique. He has these kind of black curved horns that kind of go back. You can see gems and kind of like a brass plated on the actual horns themselves. His face itself, from like his nose basically around like to the back of his jaw, is just covered in soot. Nothing on the upper part of his clothing. It's just kind of like his scaly appearance. He has some tan kind of like parachute pants on that are really, really dirty. You can see in one hand he's holding like a small like smithing hammer, and then in the other hand that he kind of takes and brings out is some sort of a handled blade that has like chains connected to it. So it's like the handle, bunch of chains, and then on the end of that like a small curved blade that he like bundles up and then sets up onto the table. Idorwasan?
No good.
You kind of like chuck it. He just kind of turns and walks over toward the inside of the smith. You start to hear this like kind of rustling sound. Once you do, he makes his way back out, and you can see him holding what appears to be like this. It appears to be wood, but it's more or less like, kind of looks like cork in a way. Like it's not like super sturdy. He kind of takes it and he kind of sets the cork down and then takes the blade that you just threw down and grabs it and then like presses it against it. You can see how sharp it is. Like it's super sharp as he like draws it across, and it puts like a cut, like almost cuts through the cork like butter. And then he like kind of turns it around and like hands it towards you again.
Grab it.
Mm-hmm.
And give it another inspection.
Same thing, it's really, really sharp. You're not really sure what it is that he's using to get it that sharp, but again, like his actual craftsmanship of making the blade like very strong isn't there, but the sharpening skills are on point.
What type of dragonborns are they?
Gold.
I might take like I'm gonna see if I can do anything through my armor. I'll give it like a swing. See if it's just like chips or whatever.
What part of the armor?
Just like the what I got on my chest.
Okay. And you have what exactly again? Is it like
I think chainmail.
chainmail, right?
Yeah.
Taking kind of up toward your chest on the opposite side of like here, just to kind of go. I gotta turn that fucking marketplace ambience off. It's driving me nuts.
Is the dog from the marketplace, dude?
Yeah, I kept thinking it was fucking.
Me too. I'm sitting here like, it sounds like it could be the dogs, but also not at all.
All right.
We're in a fight.
You died already, actually.
Sick.
Yeah.
Take it and kind of smack it up against your armor and like kind of almost rake down in a way. Like, there's a
Cut
bit
your
of
arm off.
hesitation because you might feel like you could probably cut through, but like the actual like slice across it, the metal itself kind of like nicks and chips a little bit, like against the other like metal material. kind of do it really quick. You don't really notice immediately of all the chips and nicks on it, and you kind of look at yourself, and you kind of hesitate.
You break it, you buy it. Unfortunate, but
Toss it right down the table.
Then he kind of reaches over and picks up one of the scimitars and kind of like gestures that at you.
You want me to swing that one at you?
Like, grab my greatsword out.
He starts to kind of look. Ooh. Hero. Hero.
I think he wants to see it.
he
Yeah,
starts
like-
killing all of us.
He has like a sling.
I have all the
Grab the handle and like hold it. You can definitely tell it's like pretty heavy. He can seem strong enough, but not strong enough to like actually wield it. Ugratos. Igratos? He kind of just like hands it back towards you, trying to like with one hand. You can see kind of like
Damn.
he starts kind of looking around.
Do you have any like two-handed falchions or anything?
Can we just?
He kind of
Can
like
we
points
only
at that
go to
and, like,
places where people don't speak the same language as us? It's such a funny like roleplay
I
dynamic.
know, that's awesome. I like it.
Peek inside his forge. And I go to like I'm about to walk in.
Yeah. He like kind of leans over and just like gestures for you to like walk in if you feel.
Dude, he's about to make money here.
Just check it out.
He's not coming back. He's about to
Walk
new
in,
place.
you kind of start to look inside. You can see that there is metal within here, mostly like of kind of like a brass alloy and some iron bars. The iron itself, like once you start to look at it, you start to realize that it's kind of itself has probably been exposed to some high heat at some point or another, whether it be
Not try it.
like the sun itself is not going to cause it to do like what this iron is doing. Like it's kind of cracked and flaking in some spots. You're not really sure like where it's from, but the iron itself is not something that you would feel comfortable like making anything out of that would, you know, potentially be a self-defense like weapon that would, you know, you'd have to depend your life upon it basically. You just kind of look at it and realize like, yeah, this iron's basically shit. It's like, you know, broken in some ways, like it's starting to crack and flake. You start to look around, and where you would usually sharpen a weapon, basically like whetstone, you know, going at it and kind of refining it, different types of rocks that you would find. You can see that he has this essentially like a wheel that you start to like look at, and you're trying to make sense of it, and you can see that the wheel itself is like this very coarse kind of porous stone that's on it. You can see underneath, there seems to be like just like a spot to set a foot upon. There's not like a pedal by any means. And then on one side of it, there appears to be like a crank. And then you can see in the center part where there's like a seat, there's almost like a spot that like you could set a blade into to where it would sit, and you could just kind of like adjust it and like move it around. It just seems to be some sort of nice grinding wheel essentially, whereas like I said, you would take like your hand and manually like sharpen every single blade essentially. This seems a lot more effective in a way, and you kind of start looking at it to where you can see how he is able to probably get the blades as sharp as he does. Not that the blades you make aren't sharp by any means, but this definitely is something that makes it much easier, because you get to a point where like you're doing it for so long and you're like, fuck it, you know, that's sharp enough. My fucking wrists and my forearms, my shoulders are all fucked up.
You really said your blades
I'm gonna
aren't
take
sharp.
the blade out. I'm gonna run it across the wheel.
Yeah. Just kind of hold the weapon out and kind of take it down toward the wheel. Where you thought you were to like place the like actual blade into, he kind of like reaches and he kind of snaps and like moves his hand, and then like gestures to have the blade for a moment. Takes it and then like sets it up against it at like a kind of angle. Instead of it being like parallel to it, it's more perpendicular, and he kind of sets it, holds it there, and he can't like hold it up with one hand to like turn it on the other side. So the handle's a little higher up, so like you have to do it, but he like hands it back to you to show you exactly. And you take it and
I want that.
You see him turn around and start
How
shifting
big
some
is
boxes.
the how big is the wet? Can you like comfortably carry it around?
Block of cheese.
It's probably like a good foot round, so it's
Okay.
not like
Tire.
Not
like
gigantic.
absurd, but
Okay.
like
Just walk around with a tire.
yeah,
I
it's.
wonder if this 300 gold can get us some of those riding
He
bugs.
kind of moves some boxes and stuff around, and you see him reach down and grabs what you can see is like an older.
Mounts are always
It's
so
got
expensive.
a ton of like shavings inside of it, and like it's got almost like what look like burn marks, but it's essentially from where like it's been ground so much, and like the metal has started to like pack into the pores. He just kind of like takes and gestures it out towards you.
I think it would still work good.
You could probably figure it out. It's definitely not the good quality one that he has, but like it's at least the stone part of it.
If we take this one with us, we might be able to make a better one when we get home. Like we could use it as a model and just build a better one.
Udo, it Udus.
I'll pull up a little bit of money I have.
Do you know how much you have?
2 gold.
It's not 2. It's like 1 copper piece. 2 copper pieces. 2 copper pieces.
I'll trade you my rock for
I
your rock.
got plus 200 gold from plus 200 gold and then all the gems from that pyramid.
How much are you gonna try to give him?
Just give him a gem.
I'm gonna open the bag, see how much was in there.
Yeah, and he's like,
Handful maybe?
Have I seen those like gems around anywhere?
they're all very small, like this big, basically, like nothing bigger than that. Like in
It's
those
gonna blow it out,
necklaces you
Joe.
saw,
Damn, you
like
probably
they're only
robbed
small,
you
tiny
look like you robbed a
chips and
pyramid.
fragments of them.
I gave this as tribute a week ago.
Is that my family heirloom?
I'm gonna grab the
That's got
sapphire
my
out.
name on it.
That's my crest.
Idrosomodo. Idrosomodo. Idroso, Idosto, Ivro.
Just so you get both?
He said you can only shop.
I give you firstborn. I give you firstborn.
Tells the kid outside, this is your new dad.
He's skipping down the sidewalk. Clicking his feet like he
Holding
won
it
the
up.
lottery.
I'm gonna look back at Steiner if he's here with me.
Yeah.
I seem to really like these.
Could be a useful trading tool. A handful of gold might also suffice, but I don't know. Do we think they're valuable enough to try to hang on to for?
Seems more valuable to spend on a stone.
It's like
Back in the
it's like
bag.
10,000 gold, and the guy's like,
I'll just scoop out a handful. It's probably like 20, like maybe 30 gold or something.
"Damn, that guy's crying."
And he kind of points to Idros.
There you go.
Takes it and sets it over to a pile. Like you can see on the table, that might be like 6 gold, and then he takes it and sets it with that.
It's the biggest sale he's ever made.
You just kind of grab it by the wheel. You can see it kind of like the bottom part moving a little bit.
Can we try to
like
like?
a foot or so?
I don't.
Can we
have a
try to like
backpack.
rig it up with his
I was
backpack
gonna
or
say,
something?
I don't have a backpack. I could just strap that bitch to my back if we got rope.
Well, let's quickly look around, see if he's got like Just like
Bro, dude, you
long,
really gotta
silk
strap
thing or
this.
something you might have to like tie it up in, like carry it or something.
You guys probably have rope. You think that the silk will probably rip like pretty good. But the wheel itself, like the small, so it's basically like a square stand that has 4 legs that it sits in, and it's got like a little V cut out to where the wheel like can spin within. That wheel looks like it has like a pin that goes through like where the handle is to both sides, where like that could come apart, and then that wheel basically just sits like where that handle is. There's like a rod that goes across to the base of it, so it's like 2 pieces essentially, where like the wheel could come off, and then the base would be separate as well. The base is like one solid piece, though. It doesn't look like it can be like broken down by any means.
Pull the drill out.
The base is also something you feel like you could probably replicate without any sort of issues. It's more or less the.
So we steal his wheel. I mean, I guess we did pay
Still
for it.
big.
We're not
You
stealing.
paid for it. Paid a lot of money. It was 20 coins that we stole.
We come back later and we take the big
30 coins we stole.
We stole money from him indirectly and then give it back.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll let me use this
Capitalism.
spell like this. Can I use mending to try and get all the gunk out of the stone wheel? Like all the metal shavings and...
I would more lean toward like prestidigitation for that.
I can do that too.
Yeah.
I'd say it would definitely help.
Try
Okay.
to fuck you over, but you had that too. Got his ass.
I'll try to do that then and just kind of see what happens. Not really knowing what to expect.
I mean, maybe like a combination of the two would
Sure.
help, because there's
Oh, now
probably
he
some
needs a combination of
chips
the
and
two.
stuff. Do you shut the fuck up over there?
I just want to like, hopefully it'll make it like less worn and more effective.
Yeah.
The porters don't sound bad from here. I can go home. Sounds like you guys can't.
How do you want to do this? You just gonna strap it to your back?
Yeah, I'll carry it for now.
Okay. Maybe we can get like a cart.
That's crazy.
That's 2 for 2.
That was 2 for 2. The other one was more impressive. I don't even know how the fucking straw glided that far.
I'll give it a
The
little.
straw wrapper. Did you? You like put it in there?
The blades seem like they'd be good for a fight or two.
Like they'd be pretty likely to break after that?
I imagine he probably gets a lot of business when people's blades break. They gotta come back.
Maybe they'd, well, I don't know.
It's better business.
Maybe if they have bad metal, they'd be willing to buy some from us. I think, you know, ours is pretty good, not to toot our own horn.
This is what their fighters use.
Not much to worry
Take
about.
This guy's always scouting. He's ready to fight everyone. He's got a notepad. Bad swords.
We're in uncharted waters, that's for sure.
Take a prolonged fight against them.
So you're telling me there's no pumpkins right next to where we're at?
That's crazy, because I do see pumpkins.
Dude.
Where do you see
And
pumpkins?
melons.
Oh,
Pumpkin,
there's a
cactus.
pumpkin right there.
And there's some melons.
Some what?
I think some bananas.
Cactus.
That's a kid.
That's the kid. That's the kid you just acquired.
That's
Boy.
that's your son now.
Are you
You acquired-
Are you the god of war?
Yes. Also your dad.
So we got the guy like,
5 gold.
4. He pisses me off sometimes.
he's like,
Starts giving you gold.
Please take him.
Hands you a suitcase.
Start walking like just like the sign of the cross. He's like,
Sounds like the Sims over here.
What are we supposed to do for 3 days?
Gamble. They gave us a bunch of money.
Is there
We can also
Is there any
try to
tech-
buy some of those bug horses.
any like nicer looking clothes around here?
Yeah, can we try to get some better clothes?
The buildings
I'm
that you are
chafing
near,
already, man.
Yeah, the buildings that you are near, there are a couple of actual buildings that look more or less like a clothing establishment that have kind of more like finer, like a silk material of clothes as opposed to like
Yeah,
this cloth,
We
essentially.
do only wear name brand though, so like.
It's
fancy.
the Gucci store.
Yeah.
MS.
You see, initially what catches your
Name brand,
attention,
that's Bird Snake.
Secret, as you're looking, you can see standing in the doorway of a building. It looks like a child again, but then you start to realize the more you look at them, it is a gnomish individual.
Different person.
Different person, yeah.
Spelljammer.
Still
It catches
keep
your
an eye out.
It catches your attention mainly because you were more or less looking
Here,
for
Captain
people of the
Whitefoot.
ilk, but you can see that she has on like this kind
Kraken
of
Slayer.
face covering that doesn't really quite cover her whole face. It's just kind of like one side. She has glasses that kind of sit at the lower part of her nose. Her hair is pulled up into like a tall kind of ponytail that almost like does like a tall and then drops into like a almost like crooked like 45-degree angle off the side. She has on like these gold bracelets that she's wearing. She's like one hand up as she's sitting there, like with the other under her arm. She's wearing like this purple silk dress that's very light and flowy. You can see that she is quite short and kind of thin. Like I said, probably maybe 2 feet tall at best. She can see, like, as you're walking around, Kane's like adjusting himself and like moving around and like trying to like get his gold pouch like fit really well and like comfortable. And she can see the basically volume of it in a way to where like when you're walking by and she's looking, she kind of like snaps and like puts her hands and you kind of look like, what the fuck? And she's like, Utu, Utu. And she starts looking and she like points up towards where you can see are a bunch of just like essentially what seem to be like samples of cloths that are like coming down the side of like silks and like kind of finer materials as opposed to like what you're wearing. And she's like pushing like, Utuvorosno, ina tasna. And she kind of points
I
towards
was
your
thinking the
pants.
same thing.
And then she points up and she
You're
I
grabs
kind of point at the pants. I'm like,
Idoros, Ina. And she kind of takes like her hand like this to have your hand. And she grabs it and then brings it over toward the material and like pushes against it. Like you can feel how soft and like airy and nice it is.
I think they do silk bed sheets.
She kind of points. Forse a todos. One for you. Itos.
I think she's asking if you want some.
And she kind of starts pointing amongst everybody else.
I got my hat, I'm chilling.
Orotos. Imada. Uvu. And she starts pointing. Uvu. And she points back. Otoros?
You want some silk garments? No. Yes.
Yeah, Otoros. Otoros?
this is Louis.
Kind
The
of
Louis
takes and drapes
store.
it over your hand.
I'm in the factory right now. You turn this down?
Uvu. And she starts like gesturing.
These are one-of-ones, and you turn them away.
This is name brand.
Yes.
Not name brand enough.
The Yeezy store is right next door, but he lost all these people a little while ago after some things he said.
Once you go inside,
This is the Supreme Star.
there is like a glass
street
kind
wear.
of dome sunlight at the top that kind of lets light peer in. Once you get in, there's a bunch of like couches and cushions and seats and like almost like bean bags that are around where you can just like sit and lounge about. You can see that there are maybe like 3 or 4 women that are walking through that all are also dressed in like kind of silk dresses. different colors, all of them human or elven. They're just kind of walking around, and they have like what you can see is like these kind of curled glass vials that have like a deep red liquid inside of them with a bunch of cups around it. And they kind of like gesture for you to like sit down onto like the cushions. One of them like reaches over and like reaches her hand toward you and like kind of grabs and pulls you over toward the couch. And then they start to like set the glasses down and pour and fill them, and they're like handing cups out to each of you to drink.
They're gonna steal all your guys' money.
If it's poison, I've been poisoned.
You sit down like in the actual
Poisoning
couch,
myself.
and you can feel like all of like the tension and stress you've had just like slowly escape, as you can feel the soft plush like against your back. The drink itself is a very, very sweet kind of wine that has like this very, very bitter aftertaste like at the end of it. Like the initial sip is sweet, and then it kind of like kicks at the end. It's not
like
great.
those fruits that we had.
No, those were like a lot more citrusy. This is like, this almost has more of like an earthy tone to it than as opposed to like a very citrusy, fruity taste. It's more of like this very sweet, like taste at the front part, but then the back end of it's like very earthy and bitter.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what they used to make it, because I doubt there's grapes in the desert.
Yeah, no, it's nothing of that nature. But
You just do
the drinks
raisins,
are
sir.
getting
It's
passed
made from
out.
raisins.
You can see the
Grow them.
the women initially like walking up, and they're just like leaning, asking, "Etorosnomo, etorosnomo." They're just smiling, looking at you. Etorosnomo.
Asking if you guys want foot massages.
Are, dosumo. And then they, three of them get up and kind of walk away.
I didn't know what to say.
You guys want to die?
The guards come back in. Oh, cool.
Are you guys rich?
yeah, we're rich.
Why not?
They
We
walk
know the
out, and you can
council.
see these like large cuts of meat, essentially.
naming
That
Were you
are,
hungry?
Food.
They're kind of like a white meat, but you can see toward the center part of it is like pinkish. It kind of looks like almost like a fish steak in a way. It's very, very lightly seared along the edges. This happens after you're sitting down and you can kind of start to smell from the back. The building that you're in is like a sizable establishment. Like it's not like huge by any means. But as they kind of start walking out or like setting the things down in front of you and like the drinks, they're smiling and they're like kind of laughing and giggling.
Grab the food.
Yeah, reach in. And they kind of like grab their arm and
I think when they would have walked out to get that, I would have finished off what's in my cup and put the cup into my bag.
okay.
Nice.
So as you guys are kind of sitting here, you can see that lady at the kind of far end.
No, the cup. It's good.
She doesn't appear to like immediately. You kind of more or less get led into like a waiting room lobby type area where you're just relaxing. Food and drinks kind of get brought out. All of you are sitting in here. Bor is just taking in whatever. Like he's like the drinks, and he's like just waving very aggressively toward the women. One of them that kind of walks over and starts to pour, he like grabs her by the hip and like puts her on his lap, and she's sitting there and she's like kind of giggling, and she's also like, holy shit, like she's like pouring the wine, and he's just like Alright.
That's hilarious.
How you doing over there, Bor?
Oh, great. Best I've been since we got here.
I'll say so, yeah.
Maybe we leave this part out of the after action report.
Yeah, I mean, hey. We don't have to expense it, so.
So he's sitting there and he like grabs a piece of the like fish that he kind of takes a bite.
We're gonna go
So,
back.
I know we said whatever that we'll take as much information in as we can, but it doesn't feel like we have much of a choice. It's either we run back and leave, or we do what they want us to, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think even if we don't want to help them, or even if we feel like we want to come back as a larger group, it might be beneficial to us to help them. It'd be a lot easier to cross like an area filled with plants than the desert. I found this map that shows maybe how the desert was before it was, cursed or whatever, and it's pretty full of life, and I'll just kind of draw it out onto the table.
Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty weird walking through, seeing the wells, and they were just full of sand.
Yeah.
I was thinking there'd be some water. I still got,
I mean, we don't have to
clean
help them.
ourselves up a little bit.
I'm fine with
It's
just
gross.
leaving if that's what everybody else wants to do, but I'm honestly just kind of interested in this book.
At the very least, we should probably negotiate that they let us return to the
That's a
rest of
good
the
idea.
Vikings first.
Yes.
They can pay us, pretty hefty too.
That is true. It's the most gold I've ever seen anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
The way it exchanges hands around here.
We need to acquire ourselves some of those beasts.
Yeah, I agree.
I will
We should
say
see
those-
about that.
That guy seemed very interested in your little gem compared to any coins.
Might be able to
That's must
trade
be a
one of
lot.
them for some of those bugs.
That's what I was thinking. Just trying to gauge what that's worth to these people.
Yeah. Seems like he was ready to sell you his firstborn.
Yeah. I got one kid back at home anyway now. Adopted kid.
From somewhere around here.
Maybe we should have brought it. Maybe that wouldn't have been a good idea.
Yeah. We found them.
They attacked us though, so.
Well, not
I'm still with Kane. We gotta start killing people, so let me know.
Yeah, I think that's the last resort, but it's an option.
It'll probably eventually happen somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe not right here.
Yeah. I'd like to get our clothes first.
My specialty is cracking skulls. That's what I'm here for. And you just let me know when.
Yeah.
I trust your judgment. I know you're for the betterment of our people. For the time being, I'm gonna enjoy myself and relax.
Honestly, I like this place. It's been pretty cool so far. So many people in one place is kind of
I have a feeling this is going to be expensive.
You think?
At
More
this
than we
point,
have?
stepping out, there's like a, and she kind of like looks forward and starts looking at everybody. Ooh.
I
You're
get
up
up.
first.
I get up and start walking over.
She like reaches up to like take your hand and like gesture for you to like go with her. She grabs it and like turns
I got
around.
reached down. She
Where like your hand's like sitting here and she's just kind of got her hand up and is
Yell
walking.
for us if you need us.
You get back into, so essentially they're just like two very, very large kind of like purple drape, like silk drapes that lead open into a room. Like it opens up and there's like a bunch of natural light that's kind of coming in as well as a bunch of light on the lower part to illuminate the room itself. There's like 3 mirrors that are kind of like in this trifold up toward the front, or like in the back part of the room. 2 like archways on the side that have like little cubbies in the sides tucked in. Of what you can see are just like spools of cloth and silk and whatever else. There is like a stick figure kind of like placeholder for materials and stuff that seems to just be like a rod with like 2 coming off the edges and 2 straight out from the sides, to where it could resemble some form of like very, very rudimentary like mannequin in a way. Where some clothing items are like draped onto it. You can see that she has like around her neck right now what appears to be some sort of long piece of like twine that she has a bunch of little different marks upon. She has, you can also see like in front of that trifold like mirror space, there's just like a platform, and then next to that platform there's like basically a set of stairs, and then another set of stairs, and then like a third set that goes over like the back. So there's like 3 different spots of like different heights. She takes the one like that's on wheels and like rolls it around near you. She has the twine that she's kind of holding. She puts her hands over us, and she like puts her hands to her side and like points towards you, and you do the same. She goes underneath like where your armpits are and starts to like go around and measure, and the whole time she's just like chatting away and you just can't understand like anything. Every now and then she's like, oh,
She's like, this guy's so stupid. He's about to get scammed.
I'm stealing all
Nomo?
of your money.
Heba.
Sigrid?
Sigrid, hide. Those. And she keeps like going around,
No.
measuring and everything.
Name.
You're getting it now. Start writing it down.
Start writing it down.
You got one word.
Okay. Language. She begins like pulling down essentially different spools that she has like 4 or 5 up on top of like what appears to be some sort of a long piece of like metallic rod that she's pulling down.
Different colors?
Yeah, and she starts to like yank them all down. You can see like blue and purple and green, red, and then like a deep like kind of gray. And she starts to like pull them all down and like points out toward them, and then goes to the other side and starts pulling more spools down.
I want, I point to my pants,
Uh-huh.
and if there's like a black one, I want black,
Okay.
and I point to my shirt, and I want green.
Okay. She starts looking around, and you're kind of trying your best to find what you could see would be black, but nothing seems to be like that dark in color. Everything seems to be a little bit lighter. But you can find like a darker kind of gray, but it's still pretty light for gray. I'd say it's probably equivalent to like, I don't think I have anything like gray. It's like almost like a dark stone gray, but a little lighter, apparently, that she has. And then she kind of starts to point around, and you pick that one, and she kind of points to the lower half, and todo. And then she kind of points, and you do like your upper chest and start to like look around, and you find like green, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. She kind of points over to the side, and you can see there's like 3 different shades. One of them, like the darkest that it gets, is probably no darker than like grass would be. Like good, like healthy grass. Everything else just kind of gets lighter to where like the one green almost starts to look like a yellowish green.
Yeah.
So whatever shade of that you would want, she kind of starts
The
pulling.
whatever the darkest one would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She takes and starts chopping away and then like going around, and you realize how much of the day like you're actually just spending here, because she's going through and like tailoring it. Drinks are constantly coming in your direction. Food is being prepared. There's even one point where Boar disappears like off into the side with like one of those women, and then you watch another one of them go in there, and then like you can hear sounds, and you're just kind of like, okay. The day progresses and finishes basically your first part of it. It takes her like a good 2 or 3 hours of doing so to like fully cut up and tailor and get it all like nice. You can see that it's basically however you would want it. Like she goes through and like has like a very basic long sleeve shirt and like nice pants, and it's good enough at that point. But if you would want more like adjustments, like if you want to cut lower, or if you want the sleeves higher or hemmed or rolled up, like she's going through and like showing adjustments and putting little pins in. And you can see she's got like a almost like an armband in a way that has like a piece of cork that goes across the forearm part where she pops a bunch of pins into it to like hold them.
Yeah.
And as she's going through and like adjusting and doing whatever, she kind of looks and puts you in front of the mirror, and she's like, Odo?
So I kind of like, I guess as we're going through that process, I have my like my hide armor. That's like my magical item and stuff. So I kind of like try to explain to the best of my abilities that this is gonna go over whatever I'm wearing. So we have to make it fit right.
Okay. And she goes through and like hems it and gets it all nice and neat, and it's pretty basic. Like you didn't want anything too extra, you just wanted it to fit well underneath your armor essentially. And she does so, and you can see the green kind of peeking through. The armor that you have, like that hide armor, does have like bits of fur and stuff to it, it explains. So for it to blend really well, it's not really difficult. Like the green kind of goes well in contrast with like the deep browns and kind of blacks that are within the hide armor itself. It is way nicer. It feels way better. It's very smooth. Light even. Like you're not sweating really bad. Like it's still hot. Like it's undeniably hot.
I also, as I'm standing in, I like point towards my boots.
Some slippers. And she kind of points like in the what would be like southerly direction of where her building is, and then kind of points to the building next door in a way.
Understood.
Ibronos era benu, nomo benu.
No.
more than just a shoe guy, okay?
These deals are 29 or 2 for 50.
For those of you that have like any sort of like exhaustion or anything, like it's really hard not to fall asleep right now. You're very, very comfortable, and you're surrounded by a bunch of your allies in a way.
Do I have exhaustion?
You didn't get it.
I wasn't.
I don't believe you did.
Alright, cool.
I think it was him and Boar.
You have
Yeah, I think it was
5
Kane
levels.
and
Oh
Boar.
shit.
You
Aren't
guys
just, like,
haven't seen Boar
comatose?
for Am I?
We've been dragging you with
Yeah,
us.
you've been gone. The couple or so hours pass. I'd assume every now and then, like maybe one of you went and like checked in, like where he was, and kind of like peeked in, like maybe holding a drink or food or whatever it may have been.
Their ass naked.
I'll do it.
Yeah, right. They're like, hey.
You guys need a 6th in here?
Sigrid makes his way out. Very well, like dressed clothing underneath. Kind of just like holding the hide armor to the side for a moment as he's getting ready to like kind of put it on.
Pete the grip.
This is
I got my head
So
back on,
much
like,
nicer
the
than
couch
our
with
other
my eyes
stuff.
closed.
Yeah.
That took forever.
I know.
Ibros, Uvo.
Me?
Your turn.
Alright.
She kind of like puts her hand up and waits, and then grabs at your fingers and kind of starts pulling, gets you to the back room, and goes through the same process of measuring. She stands up. You can see the kind of ladder that she gets up to where she's basically like eye level with you, and you can tell she's kind of like elderly in a way, probably like equivalent to maybe like later 60s or so. Has little cracks of wrinkles, and her skin is very dried and tanned. Heba.
Steiner?
Stein. Idros nomogo iravas. And she starts like grabbing and pulling the spools down and like dragging them over to like where she's got a bunch of colors in front, where she has them kind of like draped over her arms in a way, and she's like holding them out for you to like look at.
I think I'm gonna go purple.
All purple? Or just a shirt?
So I think what I'm gonna try to do is
Italian, your guys.
I was thinking like
You get a bill
purple
at the end.
parachute pants and like a simple shirt. He's got a gap.
It's a decoration. What are you doing?
A decoration?
What are you doing? Hobby Lobby, brother. Not a sponsor.
Just opens the door, points the gun. He's like, "What's this, dude?"
Hey, what's going on with this thing? Patrick with the hook. I'm just going around like chewing on the cheese. I don't know what you're talking about.
Actually, it's been like almost 2 hours.
In the building?
No, since Bikizi said he was gonna zoom it or Discord it in.
That
But
was cool, dude.
yeah, I got it from Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, no, I could just unplug this.
Actually, I think it's sort of purple. I'm gonna go just like tan pants and then like a white or brown shirt. And I want to try and I'll maybe draw it out on a page and also use prestidigitation to create a small object. I want to try and get her to make like a replacement for my scarf that might also work as a hood,
Okay.
and like half of it's red and half of it's green.
Okay.
And I don't know, I may be drawing it out, and then prestidigitation will let me make a small non-magical trinket or illusory image. So maybe I'll try to like make like the image of what I'm trying to present to this person.
Okay.
Oh, that's smart.
I can't do that, unfortunately. Alright, you just kind of go through the whole process of explaining it and like showing her and like picking the colors and pulling them down. What color do you want? Like you want the whole like top piece to be like a red and green mix,
I was thinking,
or just the hood part of it?
just the hood part of it. For the top and the pants, I'm fine with just like a white and a brown.
Okay,
Just like simple.
got it. Okay, got it.
Actually, I'll go like a gray on the shirt.
She starts kind of going back and forth, and you show her like the symbol, and her kind of like gesturing it toward her, not to make some sort of like fancy display of magic or anything, but you kind of and Itirano. And she starts pulling the spools down and cutting, taking measurements. She does again where she has you put your hands at your side, and she's kind of grabbing. You can see her sometimes throwing it and like reaching to grab the twine from the other side and making measurements. She takes one up like toward your jawline, and then takes one from the top part of your head down to your shoulders, and then like from your chin down, and she's taking a bunch of random ones. Taking her time, kind of cutting away at the spools and measuring and making everything as is. You can see that she basically does like the top shirt part, the pants first, and has you put those on and like kind of try them.
That's nice.
Okay, Savannah. And she kind of takes her, like towards your shirt for you to take it off again, and then she takes it, kind of puts it over, sets it onto the little table that she's got, and she's kind of like leaning against, taking small sips of drinks that she has, and then she's going away, kind of spooling. You can see her cut 2 pieces of red and green, kind of mesh them together, and then start to make like a little bit of a seam on it. Attaches it to the top part of the actual shirt, and then where she puts it on, you can see like where it's kind of bunched down. It just looks like it's a little like much in a way, to where like it's kind of sitting a little up towards like your chin. It's covering it up. It's not like heavy. The material's kind of soft, so when you move, it's very like forgiving in a way, where like it'll move around and it's not like stiff. And then when you kind of pull it up, it still has like a little bit of that kind of like what the hell, like furrows in it, to where it's like still sitting on your neck, but when you pull it up, it's less, and it's more like a hood, to where like you can kind of even pull that up if you wanted to. Very, very skilled in what she's doing for sure, and you can tell, and it still takes her a good 2.5 hours or so just to get yours fully done, and it's a little easier with you there, and it's 2.5 hours you just kind of like standing there and sitting every now and then and kind of relaxing. Every now and then somebody checks on you, and every now and then one of the women will come in and like bring a drink if you wanted more, or food, or whatever it may be. Eventually you make your way out and begin presenting your clothing out to everybody.
Nice.
And then I'll have, I guess, Beaky to let me know whatever he would want for clothing, and then Kane
Wants it.
and so you're next, bud. Somebody kind of has to like smack him and wake him up as he's sleeping on the
Hey.
couch.
It's your turn.
Us.
It is. Oh. She kind of has her hand up, kind of waiting. Takes her hand and like grabs and then kind of leans toward the back and gets in the back.
Your hands are fucked up.
As she brings you into that back room area, you can see the 3 kind of mirrors. You can see, looking at the mirror itself, like how dirty you are too, and like tired you look. You feel like your eyes still have a little bit of like a fuzzy hue to them from like just getting up, or you're kind of like rubbing at your face. Stretch a little bit, and you're kind of looking around, and you can see just this array of colors surrounding you, basically. And also, Noma is a Heba. And then she kind of like points her hand towards you.
Well,
Orotos. And then she turns and starts to look around. She pulls a bunch of the spools down and like starts to pull whatever color it was that you would want. So what color scheme for pants and clothes, or whatever you want, or just pants, or just a shirt?
I hate hunters. They just be dying and then reviving.
Okay. Colors?
Yeah, like they're dead.
I'll do red and
like a like a tannish on the bottom.
Okay. Easy enough. You just kind of sit there, and every now and then she tries to have a little conversation, and you're just standing there looking around. Eventually finishes up basic kind of shirt and pants for you after probably about like an hour and a half or so. A lot of measuring and stuff going on. She kind of points over toward the mirror for you, and then starts like kind of adjusting the sleeves if you could, or like showing toward the chest if you wanted to cut lower or higher or added material or whatever it may be. She kind of just gestures to where like right now it's just like a basic shirt and pants, and if you wanted more she could do more.
Do the classic breeds have white
I'm
mechanics?
just gonna like make sure that the male sits on top of it.
Spooky.
Yeah, just gonna take it.
Comfortable enough.
Yeah, feels good. Doesn't feel like it rubs as much as like your normal like under clothing would. Kind of nicer.
It's fucked.
Take some like explosive gestures to make sure it can like
Yeah.
not with a weapon. But
No,
just,
I
like,
know.
Yeah. Just, like,
Fighting the
Almost.
demons.
She kind of gestures out toward the drapes for you to exit.
reaching the bag. Like 5 gold.
Dobros. And she kind of like points toward to exit really quick.
She said that shit weak.
You can get out of here.
Back sit on the couch.
Yeah.
You can get
Act like I'm about to
What's up?
make conversation, whatever it is.
Yeah.
See. What's my on the couch again?
Eres Sobo? And then? At
Anyone
this
else?
point, she's done Sigrid, Steiner, Lokesh, and Kane.
I'm wearing fucking cloth pants and a fucking sash. I'm chilling.
Fully sunburned. Beat red. I'm good.
I think we are good.
She just like rips a piece of paper off from
Great.
the thing and then starts
A
to like
receipt.
set it out.
The bill.
She kind of like flips it over.
Oh,
and sets it on the table.
It's not good.
She flips it over and sets it on the table and sits. And she just kind of,
Right,
and then she kind of turns around.
Whenever. I'll pick it up.
I want to try to read it. I don't know if I can.
So when you kind of flip it over, it's unreadable. Like you can't discern it by any means. Even handing it kind of around, like to show, like nobody seems to understand.
He said, "Why would you show it to me?" That's what I'm saying.
On top of like, if you were to get a bill from like a restaurant and it's in like restaurant shorthand,
Yeah.
it's like that and a language you don't know, so it's like doubly confusing.
She better come back and start putting fingers up.
You make any sense of that?
Not a single one.
I can. I'll just pull out a gold coin. How many?
You tell me when to stop.
She grabs
I'll just keep going.
she grabs a pen, piece of paper, and starts like just
Making
drawing a bunch of lines.
Okay. She's been making lines for a while.
I think that's her third sheet.
That's crazy. We only have so much money.
She's still
He
drawing.
just wrote like 40 lines there.
That's crazy. It's what you got.
I think Boar's the one racking up all the money.
Yeah,
And then
she
she
must not be
sets it-
free refills.
She sets it like face up, down.
Face up,
Face up, down.
All right, I'll
Sorry,
start.
face up,
Yeah,
down.
sets it down, face up.
Thank
But
you.
you said you even said it in reverse.
You start like going through and counting each individual like tick on the paper. It's 130.
Oh, jeez.
Not getting a beetle today.
Well, we still have gemstones, and his money is separate from the gold we got from the people, so. I think, right? Yeah. Alright, I'll start counting it out then.
Yeah.
Eventually get the whole thing and just.
She takes it, smiles, and kind of ducks down. She doesn't seem to be trying to like speak much more because she understands you don't understand her at all.
She just figured that out.
I think you need to give her like an extra 5 for like Boar and his tips.
Oh yeah.
We're
And I'll just like point at her and I'll be like,
We're Vikings. We tip.
I'm pointing towards wherever Boar's
that's
at.
true. That's true.
Yeah. You could just hear like,
We should probably go get him, no? We could let him sleep. We just gave him 130. The least they could do is
135.
135. The least they could do is let him sleep.
I go wherever it is.
Damn, I love these clothes.
All right, Boar, time to go.
he's like on the bed that's in the room, like you can see like a silk blanket basically just covering like the lower part of his legs and like his waist. Completely naked. You just yank it off.
That's
He's
fine.
still
I
like,
tucked the bag into my bag. Or I tucked the silk sheet into my bag.
All right, time to crack the skulls.
He starts
No, it's
killing
not
all.
really
He kills everyone.
I just had to wake you up somehow. We gotta go.
Alright, sounds good.
Don't worry, we paid your tab.
I didn't know it costed anything.
We didn't either.
looks around and finds his pants and kind of just pulls them up. Gets his like harness that he has and starts to strap it down.
He found pants. He found his pants or just pants.
His
I
pants.
was gonna say he put one of the ladies' pants on.
They're just like shorts on them, ripping at the seams.
It's like the Hulk.
Makes 0 sense. Alright.
That costs a lot more than what I thought it was gonna cost.
I'm comfortable now.
I know. I don't even want to keep those other pants, to be honest. I kind of just left them back there with the rest of the stuff.
Before we come back and raid this place, that we can keep them alive.
Your exhaustion point would be gone.
Anything else we want to do? Try to find somewhere to stay?
Gotta find somewhere to sleep.
That's a good call. Well, let's start looking.
Also, I was told that way, maybe like right around the corner, there's a shoe salesman or a boot salesman of some sort. His name is Bennu.
Bennu, okay.
I learned Nomo his name.
Okay, good to know.
That's all I got.
Bennu, shoe salesman.
And that was Heba.
His name is Nike.
This looks eerily like
Is
a,
Adidas?
eerily like a sweatshop.
Puma. Reebok. That's Kanye.
That's good.
Oh,
Damn, we ran hella far.
where are we at?
Also, we got a dark.
Sprint when I came out of there.
Okay.
That's not where the shoes are.
Oh wait.
You know,
I've been here.
you've been here?
Yep.
When?
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
I was here before.
You came here before us and then somehow got back to us while we were walking here?
We'll speed.
You start to walk
You
around
know what? Sorry. My good kitty broke
city
me.
itself. Let me get rid of that.
What's your name, Broke Deer?
Yeah. No designer in sight. I also bought sunglasses.
Isn't city in the desert? That's more apt than desert city. Come on.
Yeah, they're way different.
Yeah. Come on.
Dark violin and cello music for deep focus.
Get that one.
Is
There's
your
a
dog
dog in
barking,
there.
or is it your dog? Or it's the
No,
dog
it's
in the screen again.
This fucking.
Restart it again. We've gone too far, is what this means.
How much do we think shoes are gonna be? Because those clothes are expensive.
I don't think shoes should be that expensive, right?
I don't know.
We can get them tomorrow. We don't have to do it today. It's kind of late.
Maybe we can go get more gold from those guys if we run out.
No, we're gonna go find some.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, 2 spots, I think. We're about a 2-day walk that
I
way.
love dude, I was gonna read the chat. That's all
Why?
He loves reading the chat.
Healing Forest. Can we do that one? I need to be
You
revitalized.
attempt to go to the shoe area next door. It is open. If you were to do that now, you could, but it's
We want
open.
to wait till tomorrow?
We can do it tomorrow.
Okay.
We don't really have anything else
We
to
should
do.
find a...
When I look around, is there anywhere that resembles a longhouse?
Like a long
Yes.
But-
the fuck are we supposed to sleep?
What about a ship?
I was gonna go up to a garden and just like make sleeping motions and see if he points me in that direction.
He's gonna think you're telling him you're gonna put him to sleep.
You?
Asleep.
Steiner
And then I point to you guys standing behind me. I'm like, we're all trying to go sleep. Meanwhile, I'm like,
Are you do that?
yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Not the fighting part.
You get through the bazaar. You
Never
can
mind.
see where you're at in this kind of lower part initially, down here, where this market is and all this. It's
Mhm.
quite large. You hit the southern part, kind of the city wall, and you also do on the opposite side of this. This appears to be some sort of like restricted area by some large kind of walls. Traveling this way, there's a very heavy kind of guard presence in this direction. That you kind of just like avoid beside finding one and asking for directions. You can see a bunch of these are loaded with beetles, kind of stables areas. As I said, there are a lot of guards though that kind of gesture you away. Like if you walk towards certain things, like getting close to these stables, they're just kind of standing. They do like a quick like gesture, like a go away thing. As long as you listen, it's just like a one and done. They kind of turn around. A lot of this is just like small tents and supplies from vendors or whoever it may be. And a lot of these are tents like of vendors that actually like sleeping areas for them. You find a guard kind of near this area, like down here. As you do,
Hello, fine sir.
he points kind of like north and like a little past. So he points, you can see this kind of circular looking building that he points at, then points further. Esara uso. Esara uso.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, either. Uso. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Brings us to
I'll
a jail
try.
cell.
I'll try. Whoa, 3 square meals a day in here.
The
You would
building
have to
that
pay
you're
for
looking
it.
at appears to be roughly 3 or so stories. You can see the top part of it has like this large kind of gazebo-like tent canopy on it. You can see little flame lights coming from inside. You can hear laughter. You can hear this kind of mandolin-type stringed instrument slightly playing from the inside of it. You can hear chatter. It doesn't sound like it's very rowdy by any means. It sounds very mellow. You can see smoke slowly rolling out of some of the windows. You can smell this almost sweet smell, as well as a very savory kind of meat as well. There are random animals outside, one of which you've never seen before, but come to find as a camel. There's maybe like 2 or 3 on the outside.
Need to tell Voltash to study that so he can turn into a camel.
Voltash turns into a camel.
Instantly upon some.
This building on the very front part of it as well is a stable as well, kind of locked up.
Why is that thing lumpy? The animal's got big old lumps on it.
Maybe it's diseased.
You think? Why would they keep it right here? Just kill something if it's diseased.
Mm-hmm.
That'll make all other animals sick.
Is there multiple camels?
Yes.
They're all like that. Why are they all lumpy?
All the diseased horses go over
I'm gonna
here.
try to get close enough to poke one of the camels.
You can get close enough to poke it.
I want to poke the hump.
Just kill it, man. It's a pus sack.
Stab it.
I gotta find a fucking mod or a plugin that lets me just grab all of you,
Move us into a
just like
building.
drop you into a spot.
Did you look at those the mod pages?
I did. There's one where you can like drop the party in really quick, but this is quite accurate for how this is. A lot of like seating on the floor, and then like a central bar area over to the side here. The actual like building itself doesn't have stairs on the interior. They're all on the exterior and lead to the upper floors. You can see several people walking around. Nobody seems to really have looked in your direction. You feel like you probably don't catch as much attention as you were previous from clothing or whatever, but Boar and Brodier definitely gather attention, as well as Kane with their large stature. But you seem to be pretty much left alone. This kind of back left corner of the room. Most of you have ate and are fine, but this seems to be empty, like right next to the door here. If you guys were to tuck into that spot and kind of sit, you could. If you're more or less just looking for somewhere to sleep, there are a few people back behind this bar area that are kind of moving back and forth.
I'm down to get some food too.
Need somewhere to eat, sleep, and beat.
You can do that third one anywhere you want. There are consequences. And you can do that third one anywhere. I guess you can do the second one anywhere too, but there might be consequences.
That chest there?
Not anymore.
I don't think it's visible to us. The ones behind the bar.
Dude, Vor's fucking massive.
Yeah, dude,
Holy
dude's
shit.
a beast.
This dude is a
He's like,
bodybuilder.
I've been eating the kids that I see in the street.
They all had a gold coin on them.
Dude's eating kids.
Alright, you see somebody, probably middle-aged, female, elven, pretty long pointy ears as well, is kind of walking around, notices you guys sitting over here, unattended to, walks over. You can see that she has, essentially nothing in her hands. Like, she doesn't even have like a cloth or anything near her. She's just kind of out and about, Only thing she's wearing, like she has her normal clothes and then just like an apron, and there's like a little pocket in the front that you'd imagine there's a bunch of stuff in and she could reach in and grab or whatever, but she just kind of walks over with her hands. Irosono.
Eat food.
She kind of points over to the far side of the room in the corner. You can see that there's like the fireplace that's there, and then you can see what appears to be like in front of the fireplace, tacked up a bunch. There's like a bunch of fish and eel, and then you can see next to that, like sitting there, kind of like tied up. There's like 4 or 5 goats that are like on the outside part of the like interior, like just kind of like laying down. She just kind of like points over to all of that.
Goat or fish, or both.
Both.
Where the hell do they get fish around here?
They must bring it from the sea. I'll point to both,
She's watched over the goat.
and then I'll also. Everyone.
I'm gonna point out towards the camel.
Idaro camel.
Come out.
Yeah.
What is it? Snack?
They're Cody's already out there eating.
What she said, it's real good.
Chewing on the hump.
Guys, these humps are full of water.
She comes over and has like a large kind of stone tablet that she's carrying everything on. You can see her hand kind of like shaking as she's doing it, but she seems to have done it plenty of times. Kind of sets it down and then puts the tablet like underneath her arm. Just puts all the drinks out. They're all very, very sweet smelling. Appears to be like water. You kind of drink it. It tastes very similar to that kind of citrusy fruit you were given. This is like a very watery form of that. Seems to be the most basic thing that's sold. You'd assume that there's more as far as drinks go, but she just kind of brings these out and sets them down and puts them before you. You guys are just sitting there while you're assuming the food's being prepared, just kind of sitting about, waiting.
You guys want to try and get some stronger drinks?
That's fucking me.
Alright.
Before it's fucking bed to lay in, to be honest.
Yeah. Alright. When I come back over, we can stick it up beds. Where did you go? Why did you bring a bag of chips?
You're gonna spoil your dinner.
Alright, she comes back and has, what you can see is basically 4 like haunches of meat from like basically the leg, and then there's like a bowl. The bowl itself is just full of basically like raw innards that's set onto the table, and then there's a lot of the like ribs that are kind of cracked off and cooked as well. A lot of that is mostly like the haunches and like the ribs and all that have been cooked, but like basically like intestines, any sort of stomach contents has just been dropped into the bowl and like kind of set and is sitting there. There is like some sort of like a metal, like you know, that you would mush and like mash shit with, that is sitting there as well. I think this might be a meddler or something, but it's kind of got like a bunch of like points to the edge of it, and you can kind of just like smush it down with it. It's sitting inside of the bowl, and then you can see that there is another platter that gets brought up from 2 other people that each have one. There's eel on it that have just like a stick through them, and they're kind of like crisped and don't appear to even like have been, like the head's not off, nothing. It's just like a stick through the whole thing, not through the tail all the way. It's just kind of like slid over it and cooked. And then a few fish that have been made. Like I said, a lot of them are this very similar, almost like it's like a predator kind of looking like fish. It has like very, very sharp teeth. The heads are remained intact, and the same thing, just a stick through it. They're kind of cooked through. A lot of it's kind of brought and set down before you. Irosono? Ito. Rhea. Ironosnobora. She shows like walking out.
Oh.
Itorosnobota.
Do you want to go follow?
Sure.
She points to somebody else. Or some other guy. Either. Me. She kind of starts gesturing for you to follow, and then like walks up the steps out the side. It's not a fucking ladder.
It's a ladder. See, we can steal one of those camels while you're out there.
The rooms are basically up here.
Shut up. What's he doing with that camel? Why did you take him to his room?
He has it over his shoulder.
Found
That's
it.
crazy.
Basically exit from the opposite way you went in, walk to here, and then up and out. And then this balcony area, you can still see people seated here, and then gestured into here.
We should have sat outside. That's my room.
Boar follows with you, like kind of going up and out. You get brought over to the room area, essentially. Lady leaves.
Oh. So, I think me and you are the only ones on the same page here.
For the most part.
And I won't deny anything they say that there's a lot more of a force here, but we're Vikings. We can take them.
I agree. Gotta be all on the same page though, unfortunately.
I trust you, Kane. You and Steiner. Something about the two of you. Very Viking.
I always feel the spirits are within me, guiding my every move.
It's obvious they are.
They're about to fuck. I know you got the spirits in you. What can I get in you?
The spirits are always penetrating me.
Steiner, come up here.
What's up? We brought this camel.
See what tomorrow brings.
Yeah. Spirits be with you. Rest easy.
You as well, brother.
Nice.
Fucking old TV. Falls down.
I'm just telling you, if that's the guy, you're the bottom. You better get
No,
big in that room.
He looks big, but he's soft.
He's a power bottom.
Alright.
Start cuddling me. He's a baby.
The food gets brought to you and the drinks, and you kind of share in them. If there's anything else you want to discuss before everybody starts to find their rooms for the night.
So what do you guys think? Do you think we should do this thing and try to break this curse? I kind of just want to do it. I don't even really care that much about helping these people. I just want to see new things.
I think we're kind of put in a situation where we have to help them.
Yeah, I mean that, or we could just try to flee.
I don't think we're outrunning those bugs.
Unless we get some ourselves. We can make them think we're intending to do this thing for them. Maybe they'll give us some of those to use on our journey, and we just hightail it out of here.
Maybe.
What do you think? You've been quiet, eating your potato chips instead of goat.
I'm just following you guys. Whatever you guys think.
But what do you think? What do the
Mind
spirits tell you?
The spirits are confusing me lately.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do think you have your idea of both ways pretty much benefit us. If we
Like I said, even if we want to come back and with a large force, it's not going to be bad if this land is now full of, wildlife and plants and. Honestly, I don't really want to walk across that desert again.
Yeah.
I feel like whether we say yes or no, we're gonna be walking across that desert again.
Unless we get some of those cool dogs. Use those to plow the fields. Well, I guess horses would still do the job. But think about how much scarier it is riding towards somebody on one of those. You're like expecting a horse. Alright, well, I guess we can discuss it more tomorrow. I do agree with what Kane said, though. I think we should add the stipulation that we get to go and tell everyone else what's been happening.
Yeah.
I gotta give you one of these instruments.
Where's the guy playing the music, dude?
He's on the outside of the actual building. Like
Damn.
walking around.
Bro got the crazy amp. That's
It's
great.
an amp. It's
He's
plugged
like
in.
rocking out here and then like walking inside and
It's
like
a
moving
pedal.
throughout.
What kind of instrument you got?
It's like a mandolin.
Like through the fire and flames.
Damn, this guy knows.
I think we at least hear them out.
I agree. We can at least hear what they have to say. I mean, not everybody here seems that strong, but those 4 guys up there, or 3 guys, I guess, seem pretty tough.
Okay, can you pan over to the wall really quick?
What wall?
Just any of the walls. No, I mean like the wall around the city.
Wall around the city.
I just noticed like a cool fact. Okay, never mind. They're not. I thought there was a guy every little section, but still.
There are guys every section. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
This would be information that Kane would share. Because he said he was making it obvious he was looking. You haven't been this far though.
That's where all the guards fall off.
Yeah, they
Someone
be-
else.
like beds and pillows and stuff in the room.
Yeah, it's on the floor though. There's no like cot or anything that's made. It's just like a.
Put my gem pouch underneath my pillow.
The gem fairy's gonna come visit you.
What's up, guy?
Hey, boss. You got some gems, huh?
Where the gems, brother?
Damn, this dude had more gems
Have
than
I seen that little gnome at all anymore?
Make a second check.
He's in that pot.
The lid lifts up, you can see him peeking. He goes back down.
I don't see shit.
He's in the middle of the table and we just don't see him.
He's holding up.
Peeks out of like a goat leg.
They know. He's one of the humps on the camel.
Dwarves? Is that all they are?
They're called little people now.
I'm probably gonna go to sleep.
Same. We'll probably see. Do I need to? Do they hand me a receipt or anything, or is it like on the tab kind of thing?
Total for everything is only 15 gold for the rooms and food and everything for everyone.
Man, 15 compared to 130 for clothes.
Not just any clothes.
Sounds normal.
It's Versace. Some Gucci flip-flops.
Belt.
Yeah.
Belt.
All right.
Good.
I have a feeling Brandon's not joining us.
What?
I think he hates us.
What give you that idea?
Or flip the stream over to the other thing. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break and I'll be right back.
5-minute.
united and all that good stuff?
Maybe.
Okay. Might be.
All right.
Damn, it's morning and they kicked us out instantly.
Yeah, they kick you out right at 7 a.m.
As soon as the sun just peaks
Check,
up.
checkout time here is 7 a.m.
You miss it, you're paying for another night.
Yeah. It's okay. We can get more food and rooms for another 15 gold. So
It's one of the best price of the city so far.
yeah.
At this point,
These clothes were a steal.
you
I
exit.
can relist them on StockX for double the value.
You exit the tavern in the morning. In the morning, this building, this establishment, is pretty empty on the inside, aside from like maybe one person. And they don't appear to be distributing any sort of food in the mornings, maybe drinks, and it's mostly that kind of orange water, orangish kind of citrusy water that you would have. But other than that, it is pretty barren in the morning. There's not a lot of people around. Everybody's out working, doing what they gotta do. For you guys to go about and do as you wish.
Do they have any ale here? All I drink is fruit juice.
Some pussy shit.
It's kind of weak.
Not sure if they can grow the grain for it.
Tired of drinking water and fruit juice. How am I supposed to properly hydrate without ale?
Oh, the toddler again. Juice pouches.
Yeah. Capri Sun.
High C.
Yeah.
Little hugs. Sugar water.
Alright, what are we doing?
What do we do today?
They give me a one
Shoes. Gotta hit up Nike.
Shoes? At the Nike store?
3 and bar.
Bro, you need to get better at your naming scheme, dude.
Reebok.
Jared took 4 minutes and he's already cooking over there, dude.
Actually, I changed my outfit. I'm wearing an Adidas tracksuit.
You Russian?
Yeah. I'm listening to Russian House on a boombox.
Going beer no mustache.
Damn, that guy fucks people up.
They know I can fight now.
Should have done that after the fighting games.
Yeah.
Should have did it before.
Might have
Dude.
won.
You would've fucking free dub.
Plan?
Shoe store. As long as it's not too expensive.
Oh, we're not allowed to go through there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, please avoid the areas where we'll be arrested. Really.
What am I supposed to do? My DM pulled me here, dude.
You
So you
floated.
basically take that path and start to walk through here. Once you get to here and you start making your way in to the market, kind of right before it starts to get busy and loud and everything's kind of a big like mess and blur essentially. Secret catches your attention more than anybody else. You just kind of hear this like
I look around for where
Is that
the
uncommon, or-
way I hear it from.
you
Is
walk
that
down
uncommon?
you hear this kind of
Somebody
faint,
pop a camel hump.
almost whisper and like that sound. Catches your attention, but you're not even really sure if it was directed at you or not. But you hear it enough, and it's loud enough and deliberate enough to where like you're kind of already on edge, and you start looking around, and you can see these kind of like 2 unoccupied tents on the outer edge of this kind of bizarre marketplace. They're just empty for the most part. It seems like some people sometimes will just sit underneath them for the shade. But you can see one individual like in between the space of both of them, like in the canopy, so like right where they meet, like underneath that. There's some random boxes that are empty, little stools, seats, whatever. Sitting there, tiny individual, appears to be that same gnomish looking individual that you saw before, and is now like kind of like looking and sees you and like is more obvious about it, and is a little kind of taken back in a way, like he realizes that you may have seen him before, and he's just kind of like looking. You guys watch Sigrid as he's like kind of walking, stops and is like looking. You guys also hear like the psst, psst, and then Sigrid catches eyes with somebody and starts walking in.
Bugs.
I got it.
This thing's big! Like, do you get it, dude?
Hang on. There you go. It's even now.
That's why you got that scar on his forehead back there. You can see the gnome individual. His hair, as you're like getting closer, he's like gesturing. Over here. And you can actually understand what he's saying.
Over here.
Appears to be kind of younger. You don't really know if it's just a gnomish or whatever it is. About 2 feet tall, pretty skinny. His hair is kind of this messy black. It's swept back. He's clean shaven. You can see he has very soft features, his pointy nose. He's got very big blue eyes. His skin is dark.
A deck of card on his hip.
He wears shorts basically and a cut-off vest. And then you can see underneath the cut-off vest, there's like a very, very short, thin shirt. And then he has this hooded cape that he wears. And then it kind of drapes down and it's kind of tattered over his body.
Sick. You are from the west, yes?
Yes.
I've heard many stories of your land. A place covered in ice, beautiful frozen oasis. Frozen in time even. Waters running through. A land full of life. Is this true?
It is.
I've watched you the last few days.
Creepers.
It is obvious you are not from here. This is why I inquire.
Yeah, but what about our blending in outfits now?
It helps, for sure.
I don't think it helps.
This desert though will swallow you alive. That is, unless you had a guide who knew the ins and outs of every grain of sand.
How much is this little tour guide gonna cost us?
No charge. I do for free. But if you leave, I come with.
Can I, like, I don't know, just try to make some sort of insight check to try and get some, like, intentions from this guy?
Yep.
Okay. I use a load of barnacles. 7. Seems good to me.
I have watched you the last few days try to communicate with people. You did not do this. I do this for you. I speak for you, help you around the city, see more things, be more connected.
Will you teach me?
Again, a little bit here and there.
Awesome.
And what's in it for you?
What's in it for you? We work really hard where we come from, so if you're not like a hard laborer, that might not be...
Well, I just want to go west. I don't want to go live where you live. I do on my own. I find out my things. I do
It's
what I want.
cold. Are you sure you're ready for that?
Neither here nor there. I figure out. Figure out.
Sure. Yeah.
It is very expensive to get a boat trip to go to west. Many people here that
Ours is
live.
free.
Do you know anyone that's gone west?
I do know in the past that people have gone to the west. Nobody that I have known has come back after experiencing much there. And many times they go there to the west, and when they return, shipbroken, bad winds, bad storms, encounter brutal creatures, good fighters, people of that sort.
What do you guys think? Can we sidebar for a minute?
Oh yeah, sure.
appears to be here.
Okay.
The name is Joe.
Can you spell that for me?
Joe.
Job.
Joe.
Joe?
Yes,
Like-
Joe.
Like I got a
They took our Joe! They took our Jobs!
They took our jobs.
All right. So what do we do? You think he's a spy? So I
I think
think,
if he is, he'll be found out pretty quick.
yeah, I was going to say, I don't really have a problem just letting him come with us.
You think he's a capable fighter?
I don't know.
Capable hider.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't even notice him following us.
Kind of saw him yesterday.
Hmm.
I kept an eye out to see.
Make another perception check really fast.
Natural 20.
Yeah, he's standing next to you right now, trying to like blend in, and you like look down and see him. He's like trying to listen. Sorry, that was not a good idea. Oh shit! Sorry, I go back over here.
He is a good
Whenever
hider.
you need me, I be back. Okay?
He is a good hider. I didn't even see him. He might be useful at the very least. It would be good to know the language and be able to more easily buy things and not overpay.
I think we overpaid for
Maybe someone to bring back to
No.
pry the information out of.
True. He has lots of information. He might just give it to us though.
It's kind of weird that he's just been sneaking around though.
Yeah.
Probably
I
a
don't
little,
care.
little opportunistic little guy.
Yep. I mean, if he's a problem, we can deal with that problem. Probably pretty easily.
We can make that clear to him from the start.
Yeah.
What's he doing right now?
He's just sitting there, like looking at you guys, kind of swinging his feet because he's sitting on a box.
Can't touch the ground.
Midgard.
That's a small person. I got my gnomes now.
You tag along if you want, but the West is a brutal place.
All right. Sure. Yeah. When are you leaving?
Hmm?
How do we procure those beetles?
It's a good
Oh,
point.
the Kyo-Run beetles.
Yep.
These are things that are not just purchased. These are things that are earned. You have to be within the military to ride a fire beetle.
On it.
I would join the military.
Well, maybe
So, like,
they'll give us ones for our
Do you
mission.
think the Gleaming Council will give us one?
You know about the Gleaming Council?
And the naming console.
And the Naming Council.
Who named the
Gleaming Council?
Gleaming?
It's the Gleaming
Who named the
Council.
Gleaming Council? The Gleaming Council. That's the story
The
I've
Naming
heard.
Council had to name the Gleaming Council.
They named
That's what I heard.
No, the Pharaoh named the Gleaming Council.
Oh wow.
Who's the current
I think
pharaoh?
the Pharaoh's dead.
The Pharaoh.
Who?
He is the Pharaoh. That is it.
He's the guy on the coin, right?
That is him.
This guy on the coin?
Yes.
Is he alive?
He sits at the seat of Amatala.
I think
yes.
he's dead.
Where is that?
I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Amatala is the capital city, far to the east.
I thought
Where's-
this was Al-Nilath.
This is Al-Nilath, within the Amatala desert. But the capital city is Amatala, yes. See, there is much you do not know
You
that I
said
can
far
share.
to the west?
Far to the east.
Far to the east.
It's Amatala, the capital city of the Amatala desert.
This guy, man.
We're already getting information out of it.
The Pharaoh sits there at the seat. He rules over all of the desert.
Have we looked at these coins? Like, really looked at them?
And have you met him?
It's just a portrait.
I have not met the Pharaoh. Not many see the Pharaoh.
I want to look at the coin.
Is there?
What does the guy look like on the coin?
Essentially like a
Just like a
thin,
generic
kind of
coin
slender
face.
man who has like
This is
a
a dude.
pharaoh type headdress on. That's basically the best depiction that there is on it.
Does he? Is it like a succession kind of thing? Is there a new pharaoh?
It is. He is a son of Atum-Ra. They are direct descendants. Many generations fall upon them.
Do they make new coins when it switches?
The pharaoh has looked over this desert here for longer than a lifetime than many people have.
Oh,
Many lifetimes.
so do they switch coins when there's a new pharaoh?
I do not know. I don't think so.
Oh,
Since I have been alive, since my parents, my grandparents, their grandparents, their grandparents,
He's still
before
the
them,
pharaoh?
it has been the pharaoh.
Damn.
This guy's dead.
Where are you from?
Hand me
I am
one
from
of
here. I
those
was born
coins.
in Al-Nilath.
What do you do here?
Odds and ends, courier services, mostly. Delivering things for people.
He steals shit.
Hand me one of those coins that they gave us. I reach my pocket, take one of the ones I got from the thing out, look at them, compare them.
They're very similar.
Similar.
What's your reputation
Similar, but
with
not
the
the same.
Gleaming Council?
I stay far away from them. They are the overseers of Al-Nilath. Anyway.
What about the naming council? You know them?
You know why the fourth seat is empty?
I do not. I've only heard stories, nothing I can say and speak on, but truthfully, but
Are they just rulers?
they are more or less underlings of the Pharaoh. They are his
But-
enforcers here within Al-Nilath to hold his footing and his power.
Is there another council in the capital?
There is not. It is just the Pharaoh.
Pharaoh's kind of far away. How does he know that they're just doing whatever he says?
The Pharaoh is all-powerful being.
Oh,
He controls and sees much.
maybe that's like a spirit. Is he like actually a real guy though?
He is all-powerful being.
Dude,
I don't think he knows.
did we buy a robot?
The Pharaoh is a direct descendant of Atum-Ra.
What is that?
Atum-Ra is the one and only God. The creator of all. The master of all four elements. An elder of all four to create what you see before you. Yes.
Alexa, shut up.
He said, "I'll remember this when I take over." disappears.
Joe, turn my lights on.
Well, maybe we can ask the council then about acquiring those bugs.
This book or
Should we try to go get shoes first?
need shoes.
We need shoes.
You want to see Banu then if you want shoes.
Yeah. How much does Benu usually charge for shoes?
Both Banu and Heba are probably the best of the best as far as it goes for clothing here within Al-Nilath. So,
Right, yeah, I know that.
I mean, if we go through to the marketplace, you could probably get sandals, but you're not going to get boots.
I don't like sandals.
If you want good cloth wraps and boots for your feet to stand a while and be good, I definitely recommend we go see Banu.
Right.
I get you a good deal.
Okay.
I deliver many packages for him. Leathers, cloths, things. He knows me well. He's good here.
Sure.
How
Count
often
this
do,
as your trial, Joe.
How often do outsiders come here?
Good question.
It is not very often. We have a very, very large community of people within the desert itself. Al-Nilath is more of a trading hub. There are small villages and outlets in the northern parts of the desert, some spaces in between here and Amatala, some cities that sit, well not really cities, more small towns and villages that go on the coasts. A little bit on the northwest where the river meets the ocean, there is a small city there. As far as outsiders go though, not many people know how to traverse through the desert very well to make their way here, so it is not very often. We do have some people every now and then have come from far away, far to the north, and have made their way here, but it is very, very far between.
Sorry,
You are the first people from the west that have been here in a very long time as far as I'm sure. The only reason I know to speak your language, sometimes it is taught amongst people who wish to go travel to west, but most of the time nothing ever happens of it. The Gleaming Council has tried to prepare and assemble some sort of trade boats to go west, but it never worked out well.
It is rough.
When's the last time there's been any major conflict here?
Major conflict here? I should not speak on anything of that nature.
Do you know about the curse?
There are stories.
average, citizen know or say about it or think about it?
There was Atumra and Shamunra,
Shaman.
brothers, polar opposites,
Brothers.
the good and the bad. Atumra, the creator of all, Shamunra, taker of all.
Has to be balanced to make sense to me.
It was said that Atumra, in creation of this great place, of a great oasis, made a place full of life and love for Atumra. Shamunra grew jealous and cursed this land. There are many legends and tales of how to remove curse, but people believe it, people don't believe it. Life continues as is.
How long has it been like this?
For as long as anyone can remember. Life as it is now is life as it has always been remembered. The stories of past times before then do not sit in the memories of anyone still alive.
Even the Pharaoh?
No, the Pharaoh is all-powerful. I am sure that he knows all and sees all.
What about the Leading Council? How old are they?
I am not sure. I know that they are powerful themselves as well, but
Okay.
You gotta get a code to get more on the Pharaoh. He's got one line for the Pharaoh. Gotta hack the system.
let us go to Benu. I show you.
Yeah.
I'll bring you to him.
Yeah, boots.
Different
While we're-
learning model for him.
While we're walking there, can I just pick up some sandals?
Through the market?
Yeah.
You want sandals, you want boots.
No, I just want some sandals. My feet are burning.
Once you make your way in and through, you kind of get to an area like a stand and start like looking at the sandals. None of them will fit. There's no way.
You just buy 2 sandals for each foot.
As you're kind of
Glued
sitting there
together.
staring and kind of looking. You want to know if you want a pair of sandals made.
Made.
He sees you looking.
Yes.
Eso, yeah. Isa. One pair. Poro.
They need to measure your foot.
Guy kind of takes over like what looks like this large like slab of like large cork essentially, and starts to take like a fine blade and like whittle it, and then bring it over like towards your foot. Take like a scribe around it, and then goes over and starts like cutting,
Damn, that's all
shaving away.
log.
Doesn't take too long before he presents the sandals. He's like,
I try them on.
they fit. Once you put like the part on, he takes and adjusts the little leather straps that are on it. And it 1 gold for you.
I give him 1 gold.
Yeah, takes it.
I'm good.
Alright, to Benu. Yes, this way. Shortcut around market this way. He kind of takes along the side. There's like a back cut where a lot of people don't seem to be walking that he goes out around. You can see him like walking underneath tables and traversing through, and you're kind of having to like look around and then find him, and then you do and kind of follow suit. Alright, who is having boots? 1, 2?
I don't think so.
Sure, boots, yes. 4 boots?
Boots.
4 boots, okay.
4 sets of boots.
4 sets of boots. Yeah,
Much.
I talked to Benny.
Nice.
I talked to him. He come out. I talked to him.
Okay.
Horses in full plate and
Goes
fucking
in, you
metal
kinda-
shoes.
You hear like the knocking. Itorai, Bennu. He said, Job. He kind of opens the door, closes it behind him.
I liked it better
I
when I
wanna
didn't know
hear-
what people were saying.
I want to hear it.
Put your head ear against it.
Yeah.
You can hear a lot of like mumble, like.
So these guys are idiots. I'm gonna scam them. They're stupid.
I've already
Door
stole half
opens
the
up.
money. They didn't even notice
You
it.
hear him kind of walking, so you kind of back up as the door opens. Whoever want the boots, come on in.
Okay.
Go in.
He kind of like jumps up onto a crate and just like kind of sitting there, crosses his arms, and his feet are kind of kicking back and forth as he's sitting, waiting. You can see Bennu is a human individual, kind of lighter complected than most of the individuals around. Bald head, but he has on like a very, very light head
Oh,
wrap.
Baldy! What's up?
He is in here, seems most of the day, and just has on like a very thin vest and kind of capri type kind of pants. Like they don't go all the way down or all the way up. They're kind of in between. You can see he has like a sash kind of belt on. There's a bunch of like leather straps and stuff that are stacked over on the sides. You can see hides from stuff, as well as some like kind of chitinous material that's over to the sides. He just kind of throws. It's a four poro. You can see Joe tells over to him, and then he starts like going around and getting sizes off of everyone's foot and kind of like gestures.
I got wide feet.
He kind of lifts up and starts measuring, takes like a piece of material and places it on your foot, and then like scribes the edges of it. Does the same thing for all of you, and he's just kind of going through the process of cutting and making the shoes or whatever as you guys are all sitting here. So, I forgot to ask. My name is Joe, as I said. You are all Viking. This is the name that I have heard before and I could not remember. Yes, from the west, the Vikings. There are many people that have traveled there, as I said, and they come back telling tales of Vikings. Strong, scary people.
Thanks.
But definitely intimidating folks, I will say that for sure. But you seem nice enough, and I see we could be friends. Joe has a lot of friends.
I'm Steiner.
Steiner?
We want to know that village.
Balg
Is
is
Nick
the
or
younger
one or two?
gnomish boy. That's
Oh,
it.
so we just think he's a kid. It's all. We don't know.
Well, he is actually like a gnomish child.
That's what I'm saying. We don't even know he's not gonna grow.
He's like, I'm 40. Kid.
Other than that, though, there's some in Felby,
Hold
the
your
Jarl
kid.
in Felby.
I'm
Jarl
45.
Figure, he's a gnome, as well as his brother,
I'm
the seer,
401k.
Galahad. So you've definitely seen gnomes.
Sigrid.
Secret.
Okay.
Okay.
Potash? Right there.
What about the two very large men outside? They look the same, kind of.
What the fuck? He's look at it and hear that, dude.
Kane and, or not Kane, sorry, Brodeer and, Boar.
Brodier and Boar.
Actually, if Ward looks like that, I'm down to look like him. God, man. Oh, look.
Brodeer's the one with the giant mallet.
Ah.
Then he called it a mallet. I'm getting disrespected.
One of those
left
cartoon
and right.
hammers that
Giant
squeaks when
You
you
are all, how you say, warriors. Yes?
You can say that. We can handle our own.
All Vikings are warriors in one way or another.
I mean, no offense or disrespect, but this man compared to this man, to believe you fight
You
as
should-
warriors.
You should see them fight.
Each other.
You want to go a couple rounds?
And as I said, no offense, right? No offense.
Normally, when you
But
say
this-
something with no offense, you mean it offensively, though.
I do not though, when I say this.
Right, okay.
Okay.
You not take offense? No, right? We are friends?
I know I can fight. I don't take any offense.
Oh, see?
Sorry, but whoop his ass.
Eventually, all of the boots kind of get made and cut. Kind of sitting there waiting. Alright, you're good. Let us go.
How much?
Free, on house. I talked to him. All is well.
Oh, he's
Good
definitely
friend.
robbing us.
I owe him favors. Or he owes me, and It is a
I
good
go
mutual-
in favor. This dude's stealing all of our shit, dude.
You're good to go.
He said, I promised I'd steal from all this.
Yeah. He doesn't need to worry about them.
Can I make another
give him his shoes over? He's gonna steal them
insight
back.
check to see if there's something fishy going on here?
You give me something to hold this whetstone.
I was trying to figure out what this is you are carrying.
I'm taking it home with me.
I'm serious. King's getting lost. I'm serious. Give me some rope, dude. I'll fucking.
Scrap it to this guy.
I mean, I'll carry it, but
If we wanted to, there is a small like library we could go to and buy like a camel in a cart, and you
about
could
a
keep it
sled?
there. But other than that, I have no ideas.
You think like a sled would work? Across the sand? It's kind of like snow.
right? Bring that sled with us.
That went back to the thing, but then
Oh,
I think you
did
brought
it?
it. If you would have wanted to bring it with you back here, I would say you could have, because it would have made sense. Because you used it initially to put the chest on that you had and bring back.
And we were
And I
going
think
to
you-
steal shit.
Yeah,
And
That's
then-
true.
And I believe you emptied a chest
Onto the.
onto the boat
Yeah.
to bring with you. So yeah, you have the sled.
Put on the sled?
Need something to hold it in place, though.
There is places in market that sell rope if not have any rope.
Does anybody have rope? I don't.
I should.
Nope, I do not have any rope.
I walk around with a pair of shoes in my pocket.
What?
That's just.
Yeah, I'll take some. Think we might need a little bit.
No worries. You wait here in front of Benno. I get into market and I sneak and grab some rope. I will get you some rope.
Buy some rope?
Give me a sec.
He's like kind of looking
What
around.
is my...
Stealing all of our shit.
So I rolled an unnatural 20 on my insight check.
Okay. You definitely don't think that like anybody owes anybody favors, but the Bennu individual did not seem to be like inquiring about gold. You're just not sure why.
Okay.
He's getting his shoes back, that's why.
Along with some other stuff.
So he takes off to
This
go
guy
get some
I saw him hold a ruby the other day, let me tell you.
Alright, I think I'm gonna try to ask the shopkeeper, you know, like how much for the while he's gone, so he's not like trying to stop me from doing that.
Yeah. You're knocking. The door opens up. You can see Bennu again.
I point at the shoes and I
Good. Eroto. Uro. Eroto soda. Good kadala. Good kadala. Isoro. Good kadala. Isoro. 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 And then closes the door.
that guy tries to steal my shoes, I'm gonna kill him.
Fireball in the middle of the market.
Yeah.
I have no attachment to drama. I would
Like a
kill
car
this guy.
bomb.
I would kill this guy instantly.
He's trying to get
Need
us
to
a
see this
job.
guy's ID card.
I'll take somebody to get you some rope.
Maybe we should ask the council about this guy.
He's been out of jail maybe 13 times.
13? Why do you guys keep letting him out?
He finds travelers, steals all their stuff.
He always finds a way to pay us back.
Nice.
And he slides through the bars.
Making his way back. He's got a bundle of rope. You can see it cut on the kind of one end. Kind of just hands it.
Self-lubricate.
So is there anything specific you need to do or find or see within the city? There are many things in Al-Nilath I could show. There are great things to see and do, easy ways to make money, people to see, good friends that I have here.
I'm gonna pull out the document that I took with the skull on it. What is this?
That is, I think it is Shamun-Ra.
So that's what it means,
That
Shamun-Ra?
is Shamun-Ra.
What does the rest of the document say?
There is much text in there explaining Shamun-Ra, the Heraculum, his evil doings, the people that follow him, the curses.
Okay. Do we need to do anything else?
Do we need to do anything?
Should we go talk to the...
We have a whole day to spend.
Do we want to do anything with that day, though? Do you want
Is
to
there
go...
like a bathhouse here or something?
There is, yes.
At least clean up a little bit. I feel
Like a
like
water
sweat.
bath?
It is like a fenced-in oasis.
Okay.
If you have going to spend or things to use as currency, you will be able to get in there.
I just take sand baths, dude.
That's not surprising.
I too could use bath if you don't mind. I show you the way if you would like to go.
Yes, you guys go bath while I take all your shit.
Mr. Naked! You stole my Gucci flip-flops!
Go get him! Swinging in the
I'll
wind.
run after him. I'll fly after him.
He'll go big and chase
Yeah.
him.
Naked
Just
big
taking my sled down the all our shit on it. You're fucking rich.
I'm fine. Heading to a bathhouse?
Do that.
Sure.
It is on the north part of the city. We can go that way.
Okay.
Do have to talk to the council.
That's where all those dunes are. North side of the city. I'm walking right into it.
Joe, we understand the pyramids house important people. Do you know who's in them?
Past pharaohs sometimes reside within these. Their life force is kept within to continue to power and harness the energy and life force of the descendants of Atum-Ra to the pharaoh.
Okay.
What?
What would happen theoretically if somebody released one of those pyramids?
You say this, but I have heard recently that some people have released a...
Really?
What?
Wow.
And well, what happens when something like that happens?
What
Usually
would occur? Like more curse?
there is a...
Double curse?
You have seen the Kia Orn, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They are the protectors essentially of Amidala. There is
they
elite...
must not have been doing their job if somebody.
Get really brave to people
be protected by ways of magics and
Yeah, we do the
traps,
same thing.
powerful creatures to protect these things.
That would make sense.
However, the
Maybe
Kia
traps.
Orn, there are elite Kia Orn that will try to go and persecute any of these escaped,
Gotcha.
essentially souls that will leave. As long as the past pharaohs is what is left, and not the adversaries of said pharaoh that have been imprisoned within these pyramids has been released, all
Oh,
is well.
So like,
there could be like
something could like get up and like run away or something like that.
Essentially, I'm sure, yes.
Cool. Well,
Yeah, the pyramids
Good.
are typically used
Can you
either
tell? Can you tell if they're good or bad?
Well, most of the... I've never really experienced any sort of the soul prisons being released.
right,
to
us
where,
either.
Yeah.
To where you...
You open
Very
it.
new.
You
Very
open
new to
it,
all of us.
and then there was a guy in there, and then there wasn't a guy 2 seconds later. It's just a smoke cloud of...
If it is a bad one, if it is a bad adversary of the pharaoh, and that has been imprisoned there, so usually these pyramids are either a great burial place of great honor for past pharaoh, or it is a soul prison for adversary of pharaoh, channeling life force and energy of such to feed current pharaoh
How
powers.
do you, is there a sign on the pyramid?
No, you just don't go in the pyramids.
Right. Right.
Do you think
obviously.
like they would put like gold and things in those?
No, if
Do they
it is
put
a
gold
soul
in the
prison,
pyramid?
it is... A soul prison is locked down. You
Cool.
should not be able to
Okay.
get in at all.
Good.
Good to know.
The pyramids...
We won't go in there. We've never.
Straight into the
I
front door,
would
the one
strongly recommend no going into
We would
pyramids
never go into
at
the
all.
pyramid.
Pyramids,
These are some nice
Forbidden.
boots.
any advice I give, pyramids, don't go in there.
Avoid them, obviously. That's what, you know, if we ever saw one, we would avoid it.
You're very smart.
Yeah.
King just audibly laughs.
More stuff falls out of your bag. You dropped your gold crown.
Oh, you dropped this as a pyramid sign.
I went to this pyramid. I was a stupid t-shirt.
That was this shirt.
I'd wear that shirt.
That's just a giant gaping hole in his shirt.
This is where I got impaled. Yeah, I went to the pyramids and all I got was impaled.
Why they didn't want us in there if they had these cool shirts?
Got this picture with the sand golem.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a crowd.
As you're walking
Might
down
be
the
guards.
street,
Styles fight.
you kind of get to this like halfway
Ooh,
point
statue.
in a way. You can see on the other side of this these kind of trees and Job kind of points just over to the other side is where the bathhouse is. As you are going over in that direction, you start to hear this kind of commotion from the streets. You can hear people kind of yelling, and you can see this statue that's over here, like right here in this middle part. It is in resemblance of the pharaoh. You just hear people kind of yelling, Utuvata, Aish, Jaus, Pharaoh, Fiche, Odo.
Huh.
Then you start hearing more, Fiche, Fiche, Fiche.
I was wondering about that too.
As you're around the corner to look on the commotion, you can see several citizens standing in the street, kind of yelling out at the statue. The statue is of a tall man. You can see it bears similarities to the face upon the gold coins. Now seeing it with clothing, it wears this kind of long, illustrious robe with a long tail to it that kind of drags on the ground, draping over the base of the statue. Many citizens look on as more citizens surrounding the statue, and some seem to share in their ideals while others shy away from the scene and hide.
Damn, I should have
Basically, from the opposite side of the small, like, tent area that you're next to, you can hear this kind of organized walking, like, orderly march coming from the direction of the tower, heading toward you. You see the Kia Orn approaching the visibly upset citizens in formation, and the yells from the citizens continue. You can see the Kia Orn begin giving instructions, encouraging those gathered to disperse to kind of no avail. You can see as they're all kind of yelling and shouting that Job kind of like spits on the ground like toward the citizens as they were, you know, shouting and yelling. The Kia Orn start yelling out demands in the directions of the citizens that are here for a moment before you can see them slowly start to disperse as well. Followers of the sun, zealots, crazy peoples.
What makes them crazy?
They fuck with Ra.
They believe that they can contest the Pharaoh and his ways.
They do. Never mind, they don't believe in Ra, my bad.
And you don't think they can?
Well, their ideologies are flawed and contradicting. They believe in Atum Ra and his old ways, but they believe that the Pharaoh is far disconnected from Atum Ra. They do not believe they are one and the same. They believe the Pharaoh sits upon a throne of lies.
Interesting.
They are a resistance.
Cool.
Not cool.
I mean, oh, interesting. You said they were called Children of the Sun?
Followers of the sun. yeah.
Followers of the Sun.
You could change it to children right now, it sounds better.
Oh, two people are not allowed in the bathhouse.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's you actually. You're not allowed in the bathhouse.
Yeah. I'll just take a sand bath
Nope,
with you.
nope, it's just Voltash.
Oh, cool. You can see.
Alright, we're all in.
Okay, this is just a representation of like the bathhouse being here. This isn't actually how it's like laid out. It is essentially
Our gnome friend's not with us. That means he doesn't exist.
once you get up to the actual
can't
gate
steal from
area,
us.
you can see that there are Kia Orn kind of standing by near. There is a gate that enters into the bathhouse itself. You can hear what sounds like running water essentially on the inside. once you kind of approach the bathhouse itself with Job, you can see the spears that the Kiorn are holding next to the gate kind of like block it. Not in like some very aggressive movement, but they just kind of make it known that there's no entry. Kiorn, yes, Job, and he kind of puts his hand down. Ifro friend Sara, Kutugathala, Ithro Sumoto. And he kind of points all the way back. They move the spears to the side. The gate, kind of one of them reaches back and pushes it inward to open up to, basically it is a stone square kind of building, but there is like this pocket of water that's on the inside of it, where you can see on the inside there are more Kiorn individuals, but they seem to be mostly with the kind of blue sashes, that they're kind of like funneling water throughout, and you can see as they're funneling it through that they're kind of pushing it and almost like filtering it and like washing it out and then recycling it into the pool, like down this waterfall type of shape. This is the freshest source of water here within Al-Nilath. It is very sought after, expensive to be within here as well, but nothing I'm sure you could not afford.
Of course.
They will provide drinks for the day, relaxation, and private chambers for it to happen.
Is it like a per person kind of thing? Can we get a group discount?
It will all be in one room.
Oh.
Unless you wish to pay for separate rooms, but I
No,
promise
we're
you
good.
it's much cheaper this way.
Can we do like a Groupon
Like a party of 5 or more, you get a.
though? Yeah.
Prior to leaving, we will pay. But for now, enjoy, relax. I will speak with someone to make accommodations for us. Just kind of standing in. Basically, when you enter into here, you can see, like I said, this stone kind of building. The floor itself is pretty flat. There are a bunch of pillars that are kind of going up down the center of it. You can see like this small pocket of water in the middle, and it seems like the water itself, like I said, so essentially like when you walk in, there's walls on either side, kind of archways, a little bit of sunlight coming in, and then you can see just as like where you are, there's almost like this slide that goes down and channels out into like 5 or 6 different funnels. But it's more or less like this pocket of water that comes out, so you're kind of staring at it. It looks like a fountain essentially, and there's the Kiorn that are kind of there, and they're like shifting up the water and then pushing it back down the slide, and then it goes back out into like the bathhouse areas where it kind of disperses and gets disseminated that way. When you're kind of standing here waiting in the kind of lobby area, you can see a dwarven woman comes back with Job. And she's kind of standing there, and she has kind of stacked and held up a bunch of like towels that she's kind of holding. Another one with her also holding towels. Job kind of just gestures, "This way, I have a room ready for us."
You okay?
Okay. Pretty good. Start gesturing you out, and you can see where these channels kind of lead is where a lot of these rooms go to. Some of them are very like straightforward and go into a room, and some of them kind of have like an angular path that they have to take in order to get to where this water has kind of just been placed in different rooms. Once you get over to it, you can see this faint bit of steam kind of rolling off. It's just kind of like a curved door. The door itself just opens, basically going inward. Once the door itself is open, you kind of make your way in. You can see the room itself isn't very large. It's maybe like 10 by 20 or so. Like it's big enough, but once you guys are all in here, the water itself is probably maybe 4.5 or so feet deep in most parts, to where like when you sit in it, you're basically like chest level. Once you kind of start to sit and kind of sink in,
like lay in.
all of your belongings, whatever it is that you have, you can place basically right next to you. It won't be far from you if you need it. Do we want drinks, food, anything?
I don't know. You guys want anything? Did you have breakfast?
Did not.
I have not eaten. If you want to get food, I will definitely eat food. So.
We just got you into the final bill, or?
Consider it part of my guide services.
Right, sure. We could get
Food, drinks.
yeah, food, drinks, sure. Do you have anything stronger than the fruit juice that we've been drinking?
Most certainly, yes. I can find something much stronger.
poison.
This is what'll knock them out so I can steal.
I love drinking poison. I'm trying to kill me. I drink a little bit every day. I've been making myself immune for 20 years.
Anybody have a gold coin? Grabs it and looks over toward the dwarven woman standing there. For those of us, beoroso, for tokoro. He kind of hands her the coin. She makes her way out. He starts doing the same, kind of getting ready and like sinks into the water, and it feels really nice. You can see him kind of stretching. You can see just like dirt slowly like rolling off him as he's like rubbing. Same for all of you once you start cleaning off. It's filthy. There's not like soap or anything. It's mostly just rinsing off. And you can see the water itself is like kind of like draining out and filling in at the same time. So it's like constantly this like filtering of
I was
it.
gonna say, because if not, it was just gonna be fucking all red.
Just blood.
Yeah. I'm covered head to toe. I pretty much dive into our enemies.
Splash.
This is nice.
No.
I haven't had a bath in weeks. Well, I guess I went swimming a couple days ago, but the seawater's not the same.
No.
I think that made me feel worse.
Yeah.
So what brings you to Al-Nilath?
Adventure.
Ah.
And to raid pyramids.
And to what?
Adventure, he said.
Adventure.
Ah, very good. It is a good city. I've never been to Amatala. I wish I had the means to do so, but Al-Nilath is good as it is.
Well, we'll say we didn't intend on ending up here, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
As you are sitting here, the dwarven woman makes her way back in. You can see that she has a, it's kind of like a darker brownish kind of liquid, almost like a, like dark liquor, essentially, that she brings in. You can smell like it's very pungent, almost like fermented in a way. Does not smell good at all. You're not even sure if it's like alcoholic or if it's just like a fermented, very, very strong drink by any means, but she starts kind of like reaching down, and you can see that there's like a small glass that Job is like, that one is mine. I do not do well with this. He kind of takes and sets it in front of him and sits there. You guys start like getting the glasses. They're all like kind of different, but they are glass. Like you can see that a lot of stuff that you've come across here has been glass. And she starts like dipping them out, like handing out drinks toward everyone, kind of handing one toward Brodir. He hands it and sets one by Steiner, and then reaches out towards you and hands you one, and then hands one towards Boar. Boar kind of takes it like, whoa, fuck, and then just like slams it, and then sets one over towards you. Volkdash, yep, he gets one too. It is just like pungent as hell.
Different.
They call it the kiss of death. Not sure why.
Trying to poison us?
Trying to poison you? No, I'm not poison you. Not poison.
I want to insight check this guy after Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't trust this guy after he's up in the last let like that.
Okay, that's pretty good. Insight.
Oh, 21.
21. Roll again.
Oh, he's actually trying to kill us.
22.
22. Okay.
I will turn job inside out. I just
You basically everyone starts to kind of like sip and drink it. You can see him like sipping and drinking the one he has.
The motherfucker trying to poison us.
Did he?
Yeah.
As you
We're about
start
to find
taking
out.
like sips from it and kind of drinking or whatever, for the most part, like as you get the drinks initially, like Boar basically just slams it.
fucking psychopath.
You see him drink it, you see Job kind of drinking it, so everyone's like comfortable and starts doing it, and then you just like bring it up and it's cut like straight to the point. And at first, like he really seems like he's genuinely laughing at it, and then you kind of look past it and there's like a little bit of like a nervousness. He continues to kind of like drink and sip at it, and then he's just kind of sitting there like looking around, and he looks at the door a couple of times, and then you can see his hand kind of like shaking as he's sitting here. To new friends.
So wait, what was like? Was something said
Friends.
about it?
Yeah, he called it the kiss of death. And I was like, what are you trying to do, poison us? And he started frantically laughing. So I
Yeah.
insight checked him.
Okay.
And then I had to insight check him again.
Gotcha. Are we all drinking? What's the-
I'm not.
I'm chugging this bitch.
Drink some.
Did you say you drank some?
Boar slammed it, Voltash is drinking it.
I'll. I mean, I guess. Would I clock any of this interaction or no?
Yeah, I mean to an extent.
Okay. I'll. I'm gonna take the drink in, but I'm not gonna swallow it.
That's actually what
It
gets you more.
smells like super, super pungent.
Just getting drunk as hell and steal their shit.
It's like, it's not really like an alcoholic smell. It's almost like really fermented like fruit or something. Like it's just like sat out and
Okay.
gotten very, very stale almost. You see him just sitting there.
Or are we just sitting here?
Everything got real awkward when he laughed at that poison joke.
Can I just? I don't know. Is it like you said when we sit in it? It's.
Yeah, about just high. He's kind of like standing and like he just has like his feet in it.
Is it a clear liquid or?
It's clear. Oh, the drink or the
Yeah,
bath?
No, the drink.
The drink is like a dark brown liquor.
It's not the drink that's getting us. It's the water, dude. He's been slowly stabbing needles in our ankles. We just didn't know.
Perfect.
Slowly cutting your Achilles.
Really just randomly goes, alright, you took 70 damage. He's been stabbing you slowly this whole time.
Can I nonchalantly just like try to spit the drink in the water without him noticing?
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to make some sort of check for that?
Just not hit the water and like smoke comes off
Performance,
of it.
sleight of hand.
I'm gonna say that he's not gonna notice it just by how he is right now.
Okay.
Like you can see him just kind of like looking to himself.
I was even thinking I would just dunk my head in the water and open my mouth and then just go back above the water.
Takes a sip from that.
What are we gonna do after this? Should we go and
Got a little left. Take a sip. We're friends.
I'm telling you right now, if I drink any more of what I have here, I'm going to be
I'll take some.
gone. He takes a sip from the cup that he's got. I have to use the bathroom and I do not want to pee in this water. So,
I've repeated like
You
4
guys
times.
haven't been peeing in this water?
that is gross.
It's been a consistent
I thought it was
stream.
recycled. He hasn't stopped. You've been drinking the water.
He
Only
stands
because my
up,
piss is in
kind of
it.
gets over to the door and he does like a quick knock on it. You hear this and then the door kind of opens up going inward. Door closes. You hear
Crazy how they locked it.
Yeah.
It's crazy what they're about to do to us.
So, do we think that guy poisoned us?
I don't know if he poisoned us per se, but
I really wish I could have learned more of the language before we had to do something about that guy.
yeah.
Could I at least have picked up from him how to say how much?
Yeah, I'd say you could say how much.
Yes.
Whatever it is, I don't have a good feeling about that guy.
No?
It's
I thought it was okay
friendly.
at first. Yeah, I guess so. You feeling alright? Did you drink some?
Yeah.
Still feeling okay? This dude's chugging it. Here, you have the rest. Wait, maybe don't.
You gonna drink that?
Stop giving it to him.
It's either him or Boar. One of the two are gonna drink it.
Yeah.
How's Boar looking?
At this point, the door opens up.
The door.
You can hear a lot of footsteps and moving on the outside of the door. You hear a latch be undone.
Don't
the
come
door,
in, I'm naked.
The door opens up. You see walking in
Several
maybe
wieners.
one after the other, similarly dressed in different sashes of the Kia Orn as they're starting to make their way in and surround the edges of the tub itself. The tub itself turns to ice. For those of you sitting in it, it kind of locks you into place.
Cold tingling.
If you were drinking the liquid, you have to make a Constitution saving throw, regardless of how much you drank.
Does that count even though I spit it out?
No.
Okay.
12.
9.
He was too connected. This guy's the dwarf.
What dwarf? Oh, you think so?
All I know is he was too connected.
Pencil dwarves, maybe. I can't. We're so close to next level. I get an ability where I can help people reroll things, but.
Walking in, as I said, kind of surrounding the edges, you watch many of the Kia
We don't
Orn
even
with
get
the
to
blue
know if we
sashes
failed.
take their hand forward and kind of reach it towards the water and then close their fist and pull it toward them, and you watch from the center going out toward the edges ice basically covers the top and then splinters up toward the big upper part of it. So you didn't drink it, right? And you didn't drink it.
I was
right?
underwater when they came in.
Just fucking. So for the two of you, you can make dexterity saving throws if you wish to. If not, you can just stay within the water and become frozen in it.
So we failed?
I'll tell you
I'll
this.
try to escape it.
Because if I get a dex check, I think I get out.
You think you get out with the dex?
Yeah, I think I'm good. I got advantage on that shit.
Pretty damn high. 21.
17.
I'll jump straight out the water, kill all these people.
Steiner, the second the door opens, something you just feel on edge and you kind of jump up and out of the water, completely naked.
Yep, for sure.
Jump up and out of the water and you're kind of standing up looking around, and you watch all of them starting to surround the edges of the room, some of them even basically right next to you holding a spear at you. You watch the ice itself freeze. Connor, jeez.
Yeah,
Secret goes to,
dude.
that's the first
Using
time
my
I've
dead
done
name
that.
over here
This is the first time that I Okay.
The Connor
Sigrid
call.
goes to jump out and like put his hands up toward the edge, but it catches him like at his hips to where he's like frozen in the water.
Just wiener in the water, dude.
Like,
No, the wiener's the only thing
It's
that's
on
out.
top.
like,
And the ice is
it's
cracking
almost
underneath it right now.
Should have let his wiener out.
you start to look around.
It's about to save us.
Take in, kind of like take in your surroundings in a way, to where you start to like look really quickly and like look and like almost go to reach toward Boar. You can see it's just like
Oh, he's
it's
dead.
like in the tub, passed out.
Forcefully
You
dead.
look over really quick at Brodier, who's also like just
Yeah, you're
slumped.
fucked. I
And
got
then you
12.
look at Kane, who is like leaned back kind of in that and is just like slumped as well. Voktash, you look over toward him.
All the big guys are
Did
out.
anybody ever get a sheet from Voktash?
No.
Yes.
Can you make a
Oh, you did?
Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh, he drank some too? Yeah.
Where the fuck? I got 3 different sheets up. What's this one? It's this one. Oh, he cooks this every time. Never mind, you got
No,
an
it
8.
doesn't.
You should look
Voktash
deep.
as well is like his face is basically on the ice because he was kind of like this and then it froze and he just went
Wait, how do you know
and
which
just
one?
slumped forward. You're like basically
at
like
15
just above your
AC.
hips,
How do you know
frozen
which one's
underneath.
proficient
You can
with?
see Steiner on the other side of the
I
water,
thought the
standing up
school
out of
had
it. The
separate.
Kia Orn, like I
Oh,
said, about
there,
a dozen or
okay,
so
that
of
makes
them
sense.
in the room, kind of standing there, like spears drawn, and then you watch, like as they're in there, the door closes. You don't really see who closes the door, and it's just the Kia Orn on the inside, basically. You can see those individuals that are kind of like up on the sides with their arms kind of sprawled out. In groups of 2, they start like walking over. 2 of them like basically on both sides of you, like holding the spears.
Can we help you, gentlemen? Ding-a-lang, fully
They're
out.
holding the spear, kind of sitting up there. One of them kind of shouts back, "Uros! Job! Job!" Watch Job kind of like walking in, like the door kind of cracks open.
He's the king, dude.
He kind of gets a little bit closer and is like looking with his head kind of down, a little dejected.
Is there a problem?
He said to not move. He kind of like looks around at the other Kia Orn behind him, who gives him a little bit of like a shove forward. The others start to like in groups of 2
How big is
walking
this
up.
room?
It's like a 10 by 20. They start walking up to everybody that's like passed out, taking their hands and like putting them in shackles, and then walking over toward
Why?
like
What
the
do we
rest of
do?
everybody else shackled, toward the next shackled. Basically to where it's just like you 2 like awake with your hands kind of up.
You guys got smelling salts or something?
I do.
Oh, you actually do?
Takes the
That actually might be the best chance that we have is if I break one of you guys out.
I'll
I'm
break out
kind of
this
just
ice.
giving Job the death stare right now.
Are we
he's
fighting?
like looking and he's like,
We're the only 2 awake. It's me and you. Are we fighting them? Huh? If we can? Or we can't? We can.
I'm half stuck.
We
I'm not
can't.
going anywhere.
they
Well,
assured me they
that's
would not hurt you, just listen to what they say.
I
Job?
don't understand what they say.
Job, I'm gonna be very real right now. I can kill everyone in this room without moving. And I want to
cool.
try to...
That's cool.
You want to convey that message to these guards?
Please, just
That's
just
cool.
listen. I don't want to cause any problems.
Both of my hands light with fire.
Sorry.
I'll kill everyone in here.
Including me!
Including me!
As your hand kind of like light up, you can see basically
You're
besides
sleeping,
the 2
dude.
that are
You're
like
feeling ill,
getting
Jack.
closer to
ain't waking up.
Sigrid essentially, that are kind of there like holding spears towards him. Everybody else kind of like turns towards you and is like holding their spears, and Job is like, "Hold on, Sobro. And then as you're sitting there holding it, you can see some of the other ones like that have the orange sash. They kind of like get red to their hands, and then you can see the ones with the water start to like lift it up out of the bath a little bit from the center part. They're all kind of like ready, just waiting for you to do whatever. And then you can hear them yelling at Job, "Oroso! Oroso!" It's like, he's telling you to stop.
Why are they here?
I cannot tell you that information. I was just told to bring you here.
Can convey that we are here at the behest of the Gleaming Council, so I don't know why these people would be here threatening us.
It is by the order of the Gleaming Council.
I don't know, do we fight or do we just let them take us?
I can't even reach my bow from where I'm at.
Well, I can get you your bow, but you're still half stuck in ice.
That's true.
The two by you, one with the spear kind of towards your chest. Job looks towards you. He said to put your hands out. You can see the one holding shackles essentially. Bruce!
He's holding a spear and shackles?
There's one holding a spear towards you, and then there's one just holding like shackles. He essentially just like has his spear like up towards the back.
Spear that low if you're holding shackles. But I was going for it if it wasn't.
I'm just gonna, I don't know, I think I can get people out if we get stuck somewhere, so.
I'll hold my hands out.
Takes the shackles.
I'll drop the flames and hold my hands out.
You drop the flames. You can see the other Kiorn do the same. The water falls into the bath. They kind of shackle your hands. The water itself goes from ice to water, and they start kind of like going over and trying to pick up and drag like Cain even out of the water, and are struggling to do so. Kind of get him up onto the edge of the bath to where like his feet are kind of just in, and then two of them continue to just drag him. You can see like 3 or 4, each of them for Boar and Brodir, picking him up and like putting him up onto the sides. The two of you being awake, and then Voltash kind of being a little lighter, start to walk out with the two of you, as well as Voltash, and you can hear behind you like dragging sounds that are not moving very quickly, for that matter. Like they're just kind of like dragging these very heavy bodies along. You guys start getting led out of the actual bathhouse. You can see more of the Kiorn, maybe like 10 or so on the outside of the oasis, like the bathhouse area, leading over toward area.
It's fucking tag.
Directly outside of the bathhouse, you guys that are still awake and are being led and kind of brought forward, Job at this point over to the side, you can see gold, like as you're kind of like looking, basically a decent sack of gold, no bigger than what you guys probably would have got, gets handed over to him, and then he gets like kind of shoved with the spear away, and you watch him with his head kind of down and dejected as he's like looking, and then like makes contact, like eye contact with you again, and then like really quickly like looks down and away as he starts to walk off. Walk you over to it. You can see these 4 like
At least he got his 3
stone kind of cylindrical spaces. On the outsides of them, you can see the Kiorn are kind of surrounding them. Once they get you in, the two of you like awake and Voltash, so there's basically like they're a little bit bigger. There's 6 of them, you know, and then the 3 of you. Spears and everything, you guys shackled kind of in front of you. They're carrying basically your belongings, like some extra ones that are coming with and going in this direction. Bring you over and in. Mind you, you're naked, like you don't have anything on. They get you over and into here, and then you can see the green Kiorn on the outside of these statues kind of taking their hands together, do like a revolving kind of motion to where it like completely closes, and then you feel it kind of like shift down, like it's going beneath. Once it does, it's this big open area, essentially the size of this square, and then there's just a single tunnel at the end here that goes over in this direction. Once you're down inside of here in this big kind of open area, the individuals start like setting your clothing and weapons and stuff onto the ground like a little bit in front of you, You go to like make a little step towards them, and the spear kind of comes up, and they're kind of like, whoa, whoa, like trying to push you like back a little bit toward the wall almost. Eventually, you hear another kind of like shifting of like, and then you watch and hear like this as another of those stone kind of cylinders start to sink down into the ground, where you can see Cain kind of like laying down, and then 3 or 4 of them dragging him, one of them carrying his belongings, setting him up against the wall, and then right out in front of him putting his belongings on the ground. So essentially like you're up against the wall, kind of with their hands shackled in front of you, you as well next to him, and then your belongings are like 15 to 20 feet in front of you. And then the same thing happens with Bor and Brodier, Voktash as well. All of you eventually lined up on that back wall, your belongings about 15 to 20 or so feet in front of you. Eventually, the kind of surface, like the those cylindrical things that are on the surface that have all kind of like come down slowly as each of the people were being brought in, kind of are still all 4 down here kind of sitting. There's maybe 20 or so of the Kia-Orn, just from whoever brought you down and carrying belongings and whatever it may be, to where they start to go over toward the sides, to where now it's the 6 of you still down here, you know, you 5 and Bor included, against the wall, shackled, your belongings in front of you. One of them reaches into a pocket and takes a key and then just like chucks it over toward the middle, steps over into the thing to where they're all kind of pushing over, maybe like 5 of them to each one of the things, and then you watch those in the green sashes at the end take their hands and spin them around where it kind of closes and then goes upward to where you're basically in darkness aside from 2 braziers that are over at the side that are like dully lit, and you can kind of see in front of you. Those with dark vision, you see everything in kind of like a gray color, to where the key you saw just kind of get tossed. You're not exactly sure where it landed, but there's a key just laying down, and then all of your belongings basically on the ground in front of you.
Well, help me look for the key.
I go ahead.
I could get everybody up if we can get ourselves unlocked.
Okay. You start sifting through the sand. If one of you wants to make an investigation check with advantage.
My investigation's only +2.
Mine's +1.
Okay, so you want to give me advantage, or do you want to both search?
You can do that too.
We both look.
Okay.
Let's do that. 17.
14.
17 and 14? Okay. Alright. You start kind of looking around. As you get closer, like you're not even focused on like just getting your clothes on by any means. Like you know you have to find the key. So you start shifting around, get in the general area of where you think it may have been. It's dark, it's kind of difficult to see, but there's like this brief moment where like as you're going to like reach down, a little bit of like the flame flickers off of the ground itself, and you can see this shine a little bit that Steiner kind of picks up, and you kind of like looking at him, he looks, and you guys kind of point and both see it at the same time, and one of you would have to kind of grab the key and then like undo the others because it's a little more difficult to do that, but you're able to do so.
Alright. After we manage to unlock ourselves, I'm gonna go over to my belongings and take out my smelling salts, and I'm gonna go over to Brodier and try to wake him up.
Going over to you, you are in this kind of deep, basically state of being incapacitated, so like you're out cold. Steiner starts rifling through his pouch to try to find whatever it is he's specifically searching for, finds it and kind of pulls out, brings it over toward your nose and kind of breaks it a little bit to get the odor and everything going. You wake up for sure, like a really deep breath. You have a killer headache.
Wake up!
What?
I've already left him there, and I'm going over to Cain, and I'm going to do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And if I don't think we said it, we're gonna, because Voktash is awake, we would have unlocked him too.
He was asleep.
Oh, he was asleep?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'll go over
Yeah,
to
you
Cain.
two are the only two that succeeded.
Oh, alright.
Or didn't drink it, rather.
I'm gonna go try to wake Cain up as well.
Do the same with the smelling salts. You kind of take that, it's like a very faint like inhale that you have, and then you almost go from like a So like waking up from the intense aroma.
We need you, buddy.
My hands are shackled.
Yeah, and then as he wakes you up, you can start.
He just rips him. I have the key, unless you'd rather. Alright.
My shit's on the ground.
And I'll go over to both Voktash and Boar and try to wake them up as well.
Yep. And the same. You kind of doing the smelling salts. Boar's like laying flat. And he takes like a.
You up?
Not the worst night he's had.
Put
Sit
some
up.
clothes on. I'm grabbing my great sword. I'm pulling it out of the.
You watch you do that and starts walking over. What's going
He
on?
says what happened. I just say
Starts
wild
pulling his
orgy,
pants
and then I walk to go wake up Voktash.
He's like,
What's going on?
he grabs the
We were captured
axe.
by the Kia Horn.
Why do we have all this shit?
I don't know.
Sounds like we got a new job to do.
That's awful. That was awful.
I've been waiting to make that joke. It just didn't come up yet.
So bad, man.
Great minds think alike.
I'm going around the room trying to find how to get the fuck out of here.
There is a tunnel to the far side of the room
Did you just take the sword, or did you put your clothes on?
that seems to lead in a direction, and then it kind of
He's dual wielding.
splits like a tease. Like there's like a hallway. So basically, the big room you're in, little hallway, and then it tees off.
Should we get dressed?
I'm walking out of the tea.
I got
You walk down to the T and you look and you can see to one side there's like a it's basically like a stone wall to the right, but you can see it's a little weird because there's like a little bit of like a recess into it, and then there's like stone, and then the other way is open, and then it seems to go to the right.
I think these new
You
clothes
see the
are...
room's pitch black?
Basically, besides
Yep.
two little fires on the far sides.
Okay, can't see.
I need the wall kick.
Where am I?
I'll,
It's solid.
hang on.
I'm swinging my arms around. I'm trying to
working
find
on-
people.
I'll cast light,
Okay.
just in my hand.
Oh! Ow! Starts looking around.
Oh.
Game, where are you? You hear Boar shout out.
Down here.
Coming. Grabs the
Okay.
axe and
We're right behind you.
I'm gonna look down the other hall. I got 120-foot dark vision.
yeah, you can see the edge of it, and then it just elbows like does a 90 going the opposite direction.
Really just fucking with us?
I'm starting to think they maybe brought us here for a reason, and they're not necessarily trying to.
Yeah, I thought.
It's like a hidden thing, but we
Yeah.
resisted the effects.
We'll see, though. I don't know.
I have no idea we were brought down from the same room. Correct. So I'm just trying to find a way out.
Yep.
I'll go down, walk down the hall.
Alright,
Clothes on, maul in hand, following the boy.
I'm gonna move my light to Brodir's Mall so that I don't have to hold it. Maybe they're trying to test us
I kind of feel that.
to see if we can even go and do this thing they want us to do. Doesn't mean it's okay and that we should put up with it, but
You start to navigate down that first 90, and then you can see that it goes down probably about double or so the size to another 90, and you can see a little bit of light that's actually trickling down into that area, and you can see it's only like seems to be from like the top half, if that makes sense. So like the bottom part of where you're looking at the end of the hall has like a bit of a shadow and darkness to it, but the upper half has light that's illuminated.
Wait up, damn it! You got long
Or
legs.
sorry, that's in reverse. The lower half has light that's kind of shining through, and the upper half is a little bit dark.
Try to run up to where the paths are and wait a second.
Okay.
You're trying to catch up.
Alright, so I basically have
I need to.
King.
I think after I put my gear back on, I would have cast mage armor on myself.
Who's behind Boar?
Where's Boar?
So it's Kane and Boar, like down the hallway.
I'd probably be on.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably Brodir, and then
I'd be up there somewhere.
I'll be at last, I guess.
We left Voltash.
Or Vortash can be in between. 14, no surge. Like
We took his handcuffs off and then handcuffed him to a
So the
wall.
closer you get to the opening, you start to hear clapping and yelling sounds that were muffled from the inside.
We should have just killed everyone. That was always the correct choice.
We're about to.
You can see once you get to that curve, like that 90, and you look over to the side, there are a set of stairs that are leading upward into what appears to be some sort of daylight. And you can see, like, past that a little bit, what looks like some sort of very, very large stone wall surrounding.
That's the only real way to go. The other way's not really a path.
Correct.
I guess I'll go down it.
Let's go kill a bunch of people. It sounds like a great time.
I think we're about to.
Once you get to the bottom of it, the steps kind of leading up, you can start to see a lot more, like, in the upper portion where, like, the steps lead up and you can
Or
see
we run
little
up
bits
there
of
and they
sand,
just
like,
are all laughing
the
at
yelling,
us.
the moving, and everything around. You can see the edges of where this these stairs kind of go up. That sand is like kind of like just trickling in from the vibrations of the yells and the commotion, where the sand's kind of falling down, and you're able to like walk up in between where the stairs lead up into the actual area above.
Shit.
You kind of look behind you, and you can see everybody's there.
I'm going out.
We let him go by himself. He's got to do it all himself.
Get shot by 50 arrows.
Well, I'm not going that way.
I think that's the wrong room.
You walk up basically from back
I really
here.
think their squad is even
That's
close
crazy.
to ours.
No, that's crazy. They need like 10 more people, Billy.
Yeah.
As they,
It's a 5 to 1
As
ratio.
you walk up, you can see standing over here is a.
You better tell me Job's on the other side, dude.
Elven
Fucking
individual,
Job.
dead.
probably in his 30s, 5'6" or so, very slender, kind of golden brown hair, dark skin. You can see he's wearing some pretty illustrious kind of oranges and tans and browns. Once you make your way up the stairs and get to here, the steps that you kind of came up, you hear this like, and you see behind the Kia Orn with the green sashes kind of lifting their arms up, and the steps kind of close underneath.
It's fine, we didn't need those steps anyways.
How high up is the wall?
It's probably like triple that. It's much higher.
Fucking he knew.
I can get you up there, right?
I was skipping all this bullshit and killing the main guy.
It's fly on you if you want to go up there.
Guess I'll play along and just kill everybody in the room. Come on.
No, that's no fun. Fly up there. Kill that guy. And then find Joe. And kill him too.
We need a
You
flare.
hear the yelling
Shoot a flare the bike
and the
and just pull up.
commotion. There
It
is
always works. You can see a flare anywhere, they say.
a brief moment of like silence, but you can see that individual that like has his hands up. There's really like no introduction or talking or speaking. He just has his hands up and then like puts them down, and you watch the people on the other side scream and just start charging in your direction.
an initiative, or can I throw a fireball right now?
We're gonna roll this.
Oh, there it is.
19.
Oh, one higher than me. Oh, actually, one lower than me. I got +2.
Is there a willing creature that would like to swap initiative with me?
How
What's
come?
yours?
I prefer to go earlier, because then I can hit them with a fireball.
11.
You gonna shoot that mage?
I was planning on it.
You go. You can take mine. I'll swap you. Can we do that?
I have alert. Add proficiency to initiative rolls and have the ability to swap initiative with another willing creature before combat
Oh,
starts.
shit.
Oh,
Run
I
it.
didn't know that. That's cool.
What you roll what?
Huh?
What is it? No, it's +5, isn't it? Alert? Or did they get rid of that?
No. It's just add your proficiency now. So I have a +7 to my initiative right now. Which soon will be +8. And then +9 when our proficiency goes up. That's not like +10 or whatever it was before.
Wild ass shit.
Yeah, I
Did
think
somebody roll for Voltaire too?
I think it just gives a, or used to give a flat +5.
Yeah.
You want to switch with
You
what?
also can never be surprised.
Oh, could switch with Vote Dash, that's true.
What do you get?
5.
Oh, no, I'm good.
I think my bonus is more than that. I can't even roll that low. What if I fireball and then I wild magic surge and then I fireball onto us, so both sides can hit with a fireball.
Damn.
Genius.
Maybe you should try the I'll kill everybody in this room, including me.
Yeah, I think I'm fireballing on that side of the group.
It also looks like there's a monk. That guy's
Okay.
You just always apply weapon mastery whenever you want.
anybody above 20.
It's like a free thing.
I'm at one.
Anybody above 20?
Yeah. This guy.
You're at 20, you said?
Yep.
20 to 15, anybody else?
What was
Take
it?
it.
19?
Yes.
19?
16.
Nice.
What's your dex?
+4, so
500.
18.
Glad you win, because it probably would have had lower than the person that you compete with.
I wonder if he rolled for any of those guys above 20.
What'd you get, Ian?
16.
I just said there is a monk.
Yeah, that's true.
Is there?
If that guy's not a monk, I don't know what a monk is. That's all
What's
I'm
a
saying.
monk?
You talking about the Shaolin Temple looking
Yeah,
guy?
yeah.
On one foot, on
Yeah.
two toes?
The dude looks like he just got out of a martial arts class. That guy?
Instructor Kim over there.
Dude, he just got out of a works class. He does this after.
My man's over here. Wax on, wax off. I sure hope
Yeah.
he's over there.
Oh my. He's actually a fucking mage. Fucking Doctor Strange shit, dude. Fuck, get her ass. Just practicing the different steps.
That's 150 feet. Even if they had
Anybody else 20 to 15? I got Kane at 16. Anybody? No?
You said 20 and 15?
Yeah.
I had 19.
You had 19. I had you.
Okay.
I had Steiner.
That's it.
15 to 10.
11. That's 11 for Bro Deer, by the way.
What's Voltaire?
5.
It's a 5 for Brody.
Nope. Not true.
Lies. Lies, I tell you.
Fine for Brotash.
Brother, you had what?
11.
Okay, I got that right.
Yeah.
It's not that many numbers, Billy.
One.
Two ones.
6 different character sheets back here. 7 actually.
Sounds like
so.
you brought them.
Yeah, that's whatever.
I'm realizing that when I get brutal criticals, it would only be an extra d6.
Actually, at the end has a gun. I think.
This guy?
Yeah. Does that mean a
I
gun?
can't tell. For some reason, that spot is
It
blurred.
could be a gun or a banana.
Boomerang.
Could be a boomerang.
Damn, I want to make a character with a boomerang. That sounds so sick.
What's different about that versus
Dude,
hand
I don't
throwing
even-
cards?
I don't know. I used a boomerang all in FTK2. That shit's great.
Well, here's the thing. If you throw a boomerang and it hits something, it's not
Always
coming
comes back. No, it
No.
always comes back.
No. There's a.
If
There's a
Draven can throw an axe and that hits somebody and comes back, the boomerang.
It doesn't
Boomerang
throw
of
back.
returning?
It doesn't come back.
It comes close.
No.
If the boomerang is close, I'll take that.
Returning enchantment.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Big. That's how you hit him. That's
He
all
just
it
has
is.
like a bag full of boomerangs that he keeps
At that point, why are you just throwing sticks at these guys?
The stick wouldn't hurt. Boomerang, that hurts.
Why?
It's a boomerang.
Damn, one of them
Can you get it bladed?
I think you get bladed boomerangs. Seems like a bad idea
I'm
though.
up second though. That's
Why?
good enough.
Because you gotta catch it.
Always catch on the inside. It's like Draven.
Spellcaster. This is the one problem.
Actually, spellcast.
I think that guy's a spellcaster.
This is the one problem with this is that we know exactly who we're fighting every time.
I think that guy's a rogue too.
There's
I
a
think he's
warrior and then a
got,
human warrior.
I think he's got
It's like
evasion.
Baldur's Gate. We see everything in it ahead of time.
Tree warriors, 3 of them.
Not for a little.
4.
It's like WoW Raid. Speaking of, they still going?
This math ain't math.
Oh man.
They still going, Drew?
That guy's a warrior.
I really wish I had more meta magic.
What are you saying?
They still
Oh,
going?
yeah, they're still going. Oh, did somebody
Someone's
die?
dead.
No way. Again?
Oh, he's gone. Wait, he just came. What? Or did they insta replace them?
And they meta rezzed him?
I think Fandy died.
They were in the party for fucking 5 seconds. I look over and then they're gone and there's somebody to replace them.
Fandy died.
That's 3.
Damn.
It could be more. We missed.
I think
I'm sure somebody will have a total death count.
Yeah, well, definitely will. LSF will probably have every one of the deaths.
That's where he gets to?
Yep. Slow ass bitch.
Your turn, son.
Yep.
Jerry, can you... Fuck.
Can I fuck?
Can you?
What do you want me to fuck?
I gotta put the combat scene up there for God.
You guys alright? Whoa.
What?
We're leaking DMs, dude.
What leaking DMs? Get it off of
It's
there.
all leaked, dude. They know everything about the massive
Why don't
damage.
you change it back and fix it?
Look.
Just
Open up the stream.
put it on the
No, you gotta stream. You're streamed. Okay, now you're streaming.
He's been streaming.
No, you just started streaming.
No,
He was streaming the
I
whole
saw
it.
time. He was streaming the whole time.
Boom. There we
Good
go.
enough.
And we're on Steiner. We're in Steiner.
It's-
It's pretty much.
Perfect. Inside
Yeah.
Snyder.
Boom. And we're there.
Alright. Who put this chair in the way? Idiot.
I'm gonna hold my hand forward towards this warrior, and whisper some magic words, and a little streak of red shoots past him, and I'm gonna cast Fireball, so that I can hit all the people, at least those three
You should be able
together,
to get
if
everyone,
not
I
the
think.
monk as well, or like
I
the
think each block is 10.
yeah.
It's what, 20 feet?
20-foot radius. Yeah.
If he centers them where he can hit all of them.
Yeah, you could hit everyone.
He's working on it.
Yeah, but he can hit everyone, but if you do it correctly.
Even in the crowd, they're taking damage
Yeah,
too.
keep
I hope
the
they
crowd.
The crowd.
Fucking
Okay, so you
murder
hit
all of the
everybody
crowd.
back there.
and the people in the crowd.
Yeah. Collateral damage.
Honestly,
Can I
if you-
singe some eyebrows in the crowd?
Wall's probably too high.
No.
Honestly, if you
It's
don't
like
want to throw
SeaWorld,
the
you know, you
fireball
might
at them,
get
you want to
some-
throw it at the
some
crowd,
flashback.
I have no problem.
How in distance? How far is the guy who was holding his hands like that? Is he within 150 feet?
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Really didn't expect this outcome where he just killed the one guy.
You gotta add 30 to it because he's 30 feet up.
That's fine. I got 150 feet. So
You gonna throw it at him?
90.
I don't know. Do we think that's more worth it?
I think. I mean.
You think
I
they'll stop fighting us if I kill that guy?
No, I think.
More people might start.
All right, I'm hitting all the people in the back. I need dex saves from everyone. Actually, first bonus action, innate sorcery. So my spell save DC goes up by 1.
And Sigurd just one taps the mage. Fight's easy.
That's probably.
You got 3 arrows?
My action shirt for a fourth.
You got 4?
I mean, for a third. Action search for a third. Can't fire a bow as a bonus action.
It's fucked up. You say bow and bonus action, dude.
A bow.
You still get 4 attacks, right?
Huh?
You still get 4 attacks though.
Yeah.
Action surge is another action. Not just
Oh,
one attack like
Yeah, I
haste.
guess.
Fighters are broken, dude.
Are they?
Then you get 8 attacks at one point. You get an extra attack every other level for some reason. Then you can action surge. That's 37 attacks.
Hey, how much health are you gonna have, Lincoln?
I'm gonna hit-
Theoretically?
I'm gonna hit 2 times.
Uh-huh. How much health are you gonna have theoretically?
Probably like
Are you
500.
measuring
Uh-huh.
for
I'm gonna have 100
within 60 feet?
and like 50.
Yeah, but you're gonna hit me 8 times.
55.
Each
That's
attack,
55.
50 damage.
I
Yeah,
can't
each
crit on
tile's
19s no
5.
more.
Can I step back one?
Wait, counterspell it?
I think that's what he's probably gonna do.
What's the spell level? 3rd level?
3rd level.
Counterspell got changed.
Yeah, counterspell's different now, so
Yeah, so make sure you read the fucking
Well,
rules.
it's a new version of it. 'cause
it's
Wait, is the new one
Cheater.
better or worse?
It
It's
makes
us.
it more fair.
yes.
So it's better
Still 60
for us.
feet. You attempt to interrupt the creature is casting at 3rd level or lower. The spell fails and has no effect. So I don't have to roll.
It's frustrating.
Alright, you throw your hands up and you watch this red beam of light start to fly outward. You see him take up the staff that he has, and as he does, there's this deep kind of
different in here.
It
orange.
says, a creature makes a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the spell dissipates with no effect. So
Okay.
you have to make a saving throw.
Even if it's 3 or lower?
See the book. Maybe I'm looking at D&D Beyond's not accurate.
Well, I know the 2024 edition of Counterspell.
Which makes a Constitution saving throw. Failed save spell
That's why it's
Dissipates
more
with no
fair. It's
effect.
like you have to.
So I make a save?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm a warcaster, so I make spell saves with advantage.
Fucking.
17 plus 6,
Yeah.
23.
Alright, succeeds.
Blow that motherfucker up. Counterspell
It's
these
weird
nuts.
that like it doesn't expend a spell slot if you fail.
Yeah. So That's why it's like more fair now. Is like you don't just feel like you just wasted something for your reaction. It's like you're using your reaction is the what's it called? The bad thing that's happening to you.
Alright, I'm gonna roll dex saves, right?
Yep. Spell save DC is now 16 with an 8 sorcery.
Start from the bottom up.
Damn, counterspell is not gonna do shit to the fucking bosses.
Not anymore.
19.
19.
You can use a
For
bonus
the
action now.
guy at the bottom.
Which are the, like,
Rogue.
okay, the rogue guy?
I'm taking nothing with evasion. If that's still the same, I didn't even look.
I don't.
Probably. Oh, somebody look up evasion.
What about it?
See if it's the same thing.
Oh, I don't know. Sure. Monk?
Next one is monk.
Monk or rogue. I think it's the same either way though.
Rogue?
Success for the monk.
Okay.
He is a monk.
You nimbly dodge out of the way of a certain one you subject to.
Yeah, it's the same, I think.
I don't see why they changed it. It seems pretty.
Yep.
That guy succeeds.
If you fail to save, you take half damage. If you succeed, you take half damage.
29, 32.
That's a fail.
I think we need evasion
And
as
then
fighters.
That's
Guess need
success.
two more
Healing
extra
too.
attacks.
We need more healing.
The fail is from
More attacks. I think is like what we're really missing.
32 points
More
of
ability
damage
scores too. You don't get enough
to
to
everyone.
What, just like an extra 4 or something? Somewhere along the lines of that?
Let's see, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 6 ability score improvements.
I think normal.
Let's go to the barbarian.
8, 12, 16.
Looks like work
9.
extra might not help you for the future.
5.
Looks like work extra might not help you.
You get
for
4.
the
I get 2
future.
more.
Just specifically
It's
says
not that much
concentration checks.
Oh, really?
For the advantage.
Okay.
Looks like I'm gonna have to make. I don't have succeeded, so it's good.
Interesting. Okay, well,
I think they give you so many weapon masteries as like a fighter. And it's like, I'm an arcane archer, so all I'm gonna really do is use my bow.
Okay, so the only one that
Unless I
failed
want to
was
switch
here.
to like a dual sword or something.
Alright,
That'd be
the other
cool.
one.
I don't get anything extra for it.
Go ahead and.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was
If we get
30,
some like, magical
32,
swords or something
right.
that he
Yeah.
can't use, start from the top or something.
Make some short swords.
Why they gotta be short?
Because he wouldn't use it. He's problem with the.
He's compensating.
I'm not saying it.
You don't sell him a hog.
I mean,
true.
we all know that you have the ability to make things bigger, but should be making average.
When you get big in it, yeah, it's normal size. Just gotta wait till he can turn himself. What is it?
Oh, you know what?
He can get even bigger, right?
I think
Later
he's
on.
full orc, but he's 10% no.
I'm gonna use my reaction
No
build
more it counts, you know what I mean?
to cast silvery barbs on the wizard, so that he has to re-roll a saving throw and take the lower of the 2 choices.
Shit.
And get huge at level 15.
And then
or
I'm
something.
going to give advantage to Sigrid. So you have advantage on your next.
My first attack?
Yeah, your first roll.
Nice.
I have to make a
7.
save.
You remake the save. No, silvery barbs. You don't make a save. You just re-roll, and you take the lower.
Alright, he definitely fails on that one.
Somebody else die or they leave?
The banana person. They've been offline.
What?
There's another spot missing in the party.
Oh, someone left.
I just don't know if they left alive or dead.
Well, that's a separate. That's another party that's missing somebody. Oh, someone else
Like
left.
people are just dropping off, dude. Oh, they're probably going to get something.
Okay,
They're saying stop cheating, cringe.
Cheating.
so I got 2 massive damage saves I gotta make.
Massive damage, new rules.
Oh, that's right.
New rules.
Okay, if he throws a fireball back, I'm getting one of those massive damage rolls too.
If all goes well, he won't get a turn.
That's true.
Okay.
I wish they'd redo the Arcane Archer for the new rules.
Maybe we shouldn't have killed the mage first. Now Billy's like, damn, that's a good idea. I'm gonna do that every fight.
That's okay.
Then Steiner just gets knocked out every
If
time.
that's how he does it, that's fine.
You just went through a whole campaign where you could have done that.
Yeah, but now we're showing him how to. Yeah, we're showing him
We're
our
giving him a
strats.
tag.
He never would have thought about that without. I'm gonna stop before he actually starts just killing Steiner and fighting. I feel bad.
The wizard.
6 years, 7 years. You got 7 years to learn.
Definitely didn't think about that when Connor did like 1,000 damage meteoring the
the army.
crowd of zombies or whatever.
I guess we would have known. The other guy.
It's too late by that point.
You don't
You
have
could
to.
roll the
Meteor
d8s.
swarm.
Oh, you want me to roll?
Yeah.
Shit.
Connor had so much of an impact just on his
okay.
mind.
Just roll the first
Yeah,
one.
I'm
for
still
the
thinking
wizard.
about you.
First one for the wizard.
He's
6.
dead naming
Damage
you
over
over
time
time.
suffers damage equal to half the amount of damage die that causes massive damage for 1d4 rounds.
So is that just a d6?
Yeah, so whatever your...
I'm not saying we're giving an MVP award for our last campaign, but if we did, it definitely goes to fucking Connor. We fucking banished the fucking beholder at like level 4.
No, that was like level 7 or 8, right? 10?
Just erase the
Because
man
half
from
the amount of
Still
damage
in the
die would
garage.
be.
I remember who I was
have
then.
2 mounts of damage,
Okay.
not the die.
You weren't Shadow. Whatever it was before Shadow.
Well, then it would be
No.
15.
I don't remember what you were at that time.
The
It wasn't
bar-
the
the barbarian was dead.
The barbarian was dead
Roll
level
the
3.
The other one?
Oh, right.
It was whoever you were.
Oh, was it the...
Oh, 6 again. So,
Six again.
same
Okay,
thing.
same thing.
The ranger?
Mhm.
It had to have been Shadow. Huh?
Might have been.
That's action, reaction.
I don't know what else it would have been. That's my thing. Because you only played 3, right?
4.
Who was the
Four.
fourth?
I'm gonna
Luna,
step.
the guy with Luna. I don't remember his
Warwick,
name, but I...
Shadow.
I'm gonna step back
Actually played the ranger didn't last long. Warwick,
15
Shadow,
feet.
Oh, that's true.
Apex.
Apex.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, Apex was after the thing. That was after. I mean,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah,
that was
Shadow.
way after the thing. It had to have been Shadow. Shady stuff.
Alright, so the beam of red energy and this bolt of fire slams down into the middle and explodes in this huge torrent of flames. You see and can hear screams, people jumping over to the side, falling down onto the ground. You can see the wizard and this individual here, right here, has like burn marks really heavy on them, like their arms still kind of on fire, and they're trying to like put it out and like smack at it as best they can.
And can I take my movement to loop behind our group and start running? I guess. Yeah, like right about there. So.
Did you do your wild magic?
No,
Don't kill us.
I'm safe.
Alright, sick.
But I'm down to 15.
You're up, Sigurd.
Okay. I saw the guy with the staff kind of hold it up, and I saw something try to come out of it.
Yep.
So I am going to focus him.
Okay.
And with that, I get my first attack at advantage because of the silvery barbs thing, right?
Yes.
That is a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
And I'll just do 2 attacks into him. So 24 to hit.
Do the
Second
first
one. Okay. Well, the second one was natural 20. So however you want to do
You
that.
can do that on your next target if that's
Okay.
what you want.
You better roll good. Don't waste that natural 20 on his dead corpse.
I know.
We'll see. Sometimes it just happens.
Guy's like bleeding out and you hit him with the fucking craziest
It's
arrow
gonna be
ever.
13 damage.
13.
Yep.
Okay. You see him like on fire, like trying to rub at it. You just see him
That guy
pushing.
and the other guy
You see him
take
just
15
pushing
damage
skin
around
off of his
for
body
max for
because it's so
max.
burnt.
Or
And as he
one-
does, he like lets out like a scream,
Yeah, they
and
take
then
half
goes
of
like
the
hold and
damage.
squeeze the staff and just takes an arrow like clean into the center of his mouth and just falls straight back.
Alright, they lost.
they still got 5 guys, so don't take it easy.
You said there were multiple
Good, I'm
people trying
hungry.
to pat themselves out.
Yeah, this guy right here is the other one.
I'm gonna shoot him next.
Burgers and
Okay.
fries.
And that was natural 20.
Yep.
So
Are these
we're doing
Did they both take massive damage? Is that?
Yes.
we're doing
Oh.
two dice for crits now, right?
Yes.
Double dice.
That's
More
terrible.
double dice, double the fun.
It's 12 damage.
12.
Yep. And then
The arrow sinks like into the chest. You see blood just like spew from it. Falls down onto the ground, like not moving for a second, you're sure, and you like get ready to orient to the next target, and then you see him slowly like starting to move and like pick himself up, like coughing up blood onto the ground.
I'm gonna action surge. I'm gonna put him out of his misery.
Okay.
Or at least try to. That one's probably not gonna hit. That was a very low roll. That one's 18 to hit,
That'll hit.
and that is 11 damage.
You send another arrow to the other side of the chest to where, as he's like coughing, he's gonna like goes to stand up. The second he gets up, the arrow slams into the chest to where basically they both have fallen straight back like pins and dropped onto the ground. You hear the
Yeah.
crowd screaming and cheering. You start to look up and you can see sitting behind him are the 3 members of the Gleaming Council kind of on looking at what is occurring.
And then I kind of combat roll, like kind of to the side, like to like this corner, opposite from where Steiner went. Yeah, like the back towards that corner. Get like more lay of the land that way. Yep.
Shit, I gotta look at both test sheet.
Have one more
Fuck
shot?
that guy does.
You're
Kane's up
coming
next.
Should have another shot, right?
No, that's 4.
Oh, you did.
I missed one because I rolled a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Do they seem to be any more hesitant after those first 2 bits of combat?
No, they're kind of charging forward.
Damn, no step of wind. You could kill the pack right now. What?
True. Then I wouldn't have to worry about this.
Please kill them.
Can that guy step away and just beat the shit out of Uktash? I don't need him to die, just like knock him out.
Just knock him out.
You watch him start running forward. As he's running forward, he jumps and does like this kind of like star flip where he's running forward but flipping backwards. And as he does, you watch 2 beams of energy from his feet fly out towards you.
Counterintuitive.
You'd think.
It's only a 12 to hit.
They misses.
Next one is a 15 to hit.
Misses.
Gonna burn a key to make 2 more.
Nice.
21.
That hits.
17.
That hits.
You know, I think I can get a shield. And I don't think it interferes with mage armor. And because I'm a warcaster, I can spellcast to the shield.
I think mage armor is just armor you're wearing.
Take 14 points of radiant damage.
I'll have to check. Good thing none of us are undead.
Oh shit.
So that's 28, Billy, for
Yeah, I found out.
I'm dead.
How much damage you take?
14.
14 Jesus damage.
Bless up.
I can't undo Jesus damage.
Yeah, you could.
Nope.
Anti-Jesus
How much
damage.
damage can you undo?
Any damage that ain't Jesus damage.
Burn another key.
You got a guy that can heal me.
Can't undo the will of the big man.
You have a.
I'm looking for the 3 C's. Christ, cowboy, and I don't know the third one. Christ. Really looking out fucking for him. 3 C's.
Chicken for sure.
Chickens. Tyler DC.
Is that? Is that?
No way.
It's okay.
No, if he
Alright.
knows the DC mechanics, he'll be fine.
You watch those first
It's
2
not good.
beams like fly from the
It's an
feet.
ogre more.
So good. You watch the first 2 beams like fly from the feet, and then you just like duck underneath, and then the next 2 he like does like a kind of tornado kick. One flies in your direction, like hits into the upper shoulder, and then the other one hits you in the stomach as they quickly swoop, 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 fly in your direction. Just like bright yellow beams of energy. And then you watch him like just like take both of his hands one in front of the other, and it's just like looking on both sides of his hands at everybody in front of him. And then
212.
Kane, you're up.
I'm charging that guy closest to me.
It says B-shapes known.
He's gonna
6
do,
total. Not a single
2
one of
attacks.
those
Just roll
ones
those
he
actions
does
for the first
listed.
person to get in.
Okay.
One is gonna be a 21 and the other's a 12.
One hit.
You will take 9 points of slashing damage. So he has like a shield in one and a longsword in the other. Just puts the shield up and like goes to slash across. One of them just gets enough purchase on your body to cause you to bleed. And then the second one that he goes to swing, it's kind of like a quick like the second one that he brings across if you want to like dodge it or block it, but he goes to swing in that direction and then it's your turn.
Yay, 21.
I don't think.
Comes to 3. 8. 13 damage. The second one. 21 again. Hits. That'll be 14 damage. Do I still have movement left?
I do believe so. Okay. You only, I believe, move 15. Double check. No, sorry, 25. You got 5 more.
Then I could,
A little over to engage, try to engage the monk too.
I could play him how I play my druid in Baldur's Gate, summon Fae. But then I got more to do. Fuck
Alright.
that.
the first kind of series of attacks he takes, the one that kind of gets you a little bit, and then the second that he goes to swing across, you evade, and then take 2 nice hacks into the body, even like kind of chipping away at that shield a little bit with the large. Like the first one's like a huge swing and it buries into the top part of the shield and then into his shoulder a little bit, and he goes to like throw it off, and instead of you like trying to resist, you just like smack the blade up out of the shield and like grab it and then just take a slash across the kind of midsection.
Alright. Holding all my other stuff. Don't know what's going to happen after this.
He has no first levels listed. Does he just not have first levels, or?
I don't know.
Oh, he has more spells here. Oh, okay, I see. I just didn't scroll down.
Man, that dude haul.
Bonus action. Dash.
Gotcha. That's fine. Shoot him in the face. He still got hit with a fireball. Oh, he didn't take any damage from it though.
We're not getting any sneaky attacks, though. Probably not getting any sneaky attacks.
There's nobody around him.
That's true. Unless he's a swashbuckler, then he gets it when there's nobody around you.
17 to hit.
It'll hit.
I need you to make a con save.
Actually, let's see what range on this thing is.
Take 6 points of slashing damage.
19.
Success.
6 slashing.
Yep.
Are there only 3 left?
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, there's 4.
There's 5.
4.
There's that person over there doing whatever they're doing.
Brody, you're up.
4 for boar.
Kill him!
Can I run over there
Start killing people.
and
Crush their bones.
tackle that guy out of Sigurd's attack range? So we can't hit him anymore.
I'm gonna charge him like a charger from Left 4
Why don't
Dead.
you just go crush
Right
him?
into the wall.
I guess I could just kill him.
I can get away without expending
Alright, I'll just
my
do the
action.
No, I
is
mean,
like
do
a-
the fun thing.
I'll do the brainless dumb guy thing and just hit him twice.
Are you raging?
Pin him into the wall.
I will rage, that is true. I should
Hit
do
him
that
into
for
the wall romantically.
Hold him up and kiss him.
Alright,
Kiss him.
so
Hold him up
before
and
you
kiss him
roll any
against the
attacks,
wall.
Now it's getting weird, guys. We're supposed to kill these people. Before I roll
A
attacks.
bomb goes off.
I'm telling you
Those
right
drinks
now.
made me horny.
I'm telling you right now, if they try to fuck with us, I'm going and killing that guy.
Job comes out here.
Joe, bro, I'm leaving this guy.
I
I'm
have
going
another
straight for
3rd
Joe.
level spell slot.
I
for
will
Job.
let this guy hit me as I go after Job.
Job's getting a fireball. That's what I'm. Yeah.
you have that document I sent you,
No.
Brody?
Mm-mm.
Joe Bingo can't Joe no more.
No
Document?
Never have a
Yeah,
job.
only
in the
Fucking
city.
unemployment.
Huh?
I believe you have to make a save.
Oh, the
Yep.
the furry document?
The lycanthrope document.
It's got to be somewhere in here.
Did you wear your
pin it?
diaper?
For my diaper? Is that what you just said? You didn't pin it?
Hold on, I
Anti-werewolf
can find
diaper.
it. It's
Um,
It's a diaper to save his piss.
Oh, guys, what is happening? What is happening?
Hurry
What are
up
we-
and read your
What are we
thing.
even talking about?
Read your thing.
What are we even? What's
Know-
even going on
know
here?
your stuff.
What are we talking about here?
Wolves.
You don't need a diaper because you're a furry. That's not how that
I
works.
think they do.
It's just not real.
How you getting out of the suit?
You know about furry lore?
That's crazy. He knows all about it. Good for him too.
Wait, but it's not even nighttime. This shit hit me in the day? The daylight. It be hitting me in that time? Daylight.
So inconvenient.
Yes.
Mother of fuck, dude.
When you're forced to shapeshift due to intense emotion or full moon,
I am kind of pissed.
you must make a percentage roll if you wish to resist the shapeshifting.
Do you want to resist it?
Ooh. Then he might start attacking you.
And They might need to euthanize
I
the
didn't
pup.
think this through. I just rolled 2 dice without even. This one will be the 10. This one will be the 100.
Damn, that would have been a 7 too.
Wait.
Yeah, green is 10s.
Why don't you use a percentage die? It's that easy.
Not this big one.
Oh, there we go.
That one kind of sucks. I don't know.
Is that 98?
96.
You do not shapeshift.
Ah!
What percent did you need?
I don't even know.
Oh,
dude.
okay.
And the DM discerns that. I'm gonna hit this guy with my maul in his eyebrows.
He's still upset.
While
so you have to
angry.
make another save. Like,
Why didn't you put your clothes on, Brody?
You get sneak attack if you get advantage, right?
Yes.
I get sneak
No,
attack?
him. I'm
Yeah.
the rogue. I'm not gonna reckless.
Alright.
Smart.
Yeah, you
Barbarian.
might have assassinate too. I don't even know.
That is a
He might be because I had to make a con save.
as a 40.
What's that?
40.
Assassins get a
Misses.
poison now.
Let me see if I can cheat.
I almost played rogue again.
What do you need? Advantage?
Rogue's my backup character.
Oh, cheating.
2
Here.
dice, I think, is what you
You
need.
just missed one.
Yeah, just. The next one is a 21.
Hits.
You tell me that misses. I'll quit right now.
You missed.
Miss.
You have an opportunity.
Think very carefully about your next
10,
move.
15, 17 damage.
Okay.
I already used my bonus action to rage. And that's my turn.
What happens when you bonus action rage? What else can you do?
Oh shit, you're right. I gain temp HP first off. I think. I give somebody else.
He
Dude,
needs a in real life weak aura.
dude, can I just?
You have 10 HP.
You gain temporary HP equal to your barbarian level. Okay, 5. It's the smallest text possible.
You put it on there.
You don't want to put it in there. No, I did. It's really good. That's 7 to.
The guy you're right next to. Nobody else has been attacked.
What's the range?
Sigrid.
7 HP.
10.
I know.
The
Hey,
first swing you
Pat.
take with the
I
maul,
guess you
you
could
just like kind of scream, your veins start pulsing as you start to slam down. You can see, again, as he kind of yells and screams out, you hear this almost like roar as he goes to slam the maul down. You watch the kind of cat-like creature in front of him with these kind of small 2 daggers. You can see the one dagger is just like dripping with like some sort of liquid from it that you imagine is poison. You could feel it when it cut into you that it was like some sort of almost like intense, like sharp pain and like effect to it, but you're able to resist it. As he's sitting there kind of moving around really quickly, like you have the bow and you're kind of moving around trying to gauge his movements, and he kind of ducks. Rodier gets there and like jumps and goes to slam the maul. The rogue kind of jumps over to the side, and then as his back is kind of turned,
Shifty little
Rodier
bitch.
really takes the maul and just like has like the top part of like the head and just like slams it right into the back, and you watch him like fall, almost falling to the ground. As he's like kind of yelling out, you again see this like almost red kind of twisting vine coming off of his back in like this spectral form that flows over and dissipates into this like red energy that puts this kind of like a sheen over your body. Where that cut kind of was, it doesn't heal it, it just like goes over it in a way and like protects it like a shield. All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is Kool-Aid Man, dude.
Burst through the stadium wall. And then we gotta fight him. boil the water.
I think he might be fucked. He is just made of glass. It must be some hard glass, but like he runs through a lot of brick walls. That's all I'm saying.
Plexiglass.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
That's all that guy can do. He's gonna hold his action on there.
Interesting.
Smoke cash is up.
Wait, who's holding that? The
What
what?
dash is up?
Voktash. He will.
We had 9 years to think.
He is going to, and then he will.
And after that, he.
May.
Nice.
Do I just like hold person on this?
Skipped.
He's gonna call lightning. Hey, lightning, you up?
That's one of the prepared ones.
He sent me a list that I'm assuming are the prepared ones.
Okay.
If not, that's on him, to be honest. I could heal my friends, but they suck, and I'm the best player, so I will kill everyone.
True.
That's not me saying, that's what Kizu was
He
saying.
wrote that in there?
Yeah, he actually said that. He messaged me and said, kill everyone, including my party members.
Crazy.
Why did I choose one that's 8 miles long?
You
Choose
choose
within 5 feet of that point. Must make a dexterity saving throw. I'll zap in between the monk and the warrior, but like the backside.
What's the
5 foot.
5 feet.
Okay.
All right. They have to make dex saving throws.
Hey, lightning?
Oh fuck those guys. I just
That'll
realized.
probably make glass in the sand.
I just realized that I zapped the monk who has evasion.
21.
Fails.
29.
Give me a second.
And 18.
Fails.
I'm gonna be honest. I think both those make it.
They do.
Yeah, he's got a 16.
Just half damage.
Yeah. The monk takes 0 though, right?
Right.
It's high enough level.
11 damage.
Actually, I don't know. I don't have evasion right now here. I don't think he is high enough level.
It's usually level
Because he didn't
7.
take. He took the damage from. Yeah, he took the damage from the fireball, so he'll take half too. How much is it?
11.
11.
You
keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You have him back up in a large stadium.
7.
Anything else for Bulk Dash?
He can also
Can I
wild shape.
can I run towards Steiner?
Yep.
On the other side of Steiner if possible? Get him killed first.
Yeah, true. Honestly, a good call. I can just fly out here.
Yeah, they can't get you.
I
Well,
can-
look good.
The air guy could probably catch my bullet.
More.
That dude's ripped.
He really is.
Alright, so
And that's on Arnold's
yeah,
old.
like warrior guy there.
Plan.
He's gonna go first.
It's on that Sam Sulek guy.
The one where you keep getting big until
You're
you
gonna take 2
die.
attacks. That's it.
Good lord. Natural 20s. All
It's like a hidden board. Natural 1s.
Or only trains full range of motion.
Both hit.
All I'm saying is, no matter what, whatever the fuck his name is,
Vor.
looks like. Actually, this is what I see forever now. He's a big ass dude with a rock.
He kind of looks like the Thing.
He really does.
Okay.
You could tell me his weapon is like an axe or something, but in my mind, he's hitting people with a rock.
He palms it like a basketball and he's just swinging it around.
He has a maul, but only the
Dribbling
head
it
of
too
the maul.
somehow.
He said, "This is my warhammer."
He's like, I dual wield warhammer.
Yeah.
Fatality.
He loses his rock. He looks at me with my whetstone. You gonna use that?
Like, you mind? No, go for it.
He's killing people while sharpening their faces. It's kind of sick.
Just going to lift it up and smash it, and I just take my sword and sharpen it real quick.
He spins it before he pulls it down on him like a saw.
Friction rubbing their skin off.
Thor takes the great axe that he has. The first swing that he takes, the person throws like both blades up and prevents it from like causing an actual like slice, but it slams him down onto the ground, basically onto his back. Where Bor just like steps on the where he's holding it, like the top part of the blade, and just like pushes down, like right at the curve of where the axe is, where it's not sharp, and he pushes down enough to where it causes like a good gash, like right on the left side of the individual's cheek, like almost into their jaw.
It's a sharp rock.
It's a warhammer.
So, warrior, make 2 attacks.
Yep.
And bonus action.
Bonus action for his pants. Incorrect. It's a combo bonus action. That's the bonus action I'm taking too. Just 'cause I want to.
I take that bonus action in
2 attacks.
real life all the time. Piss my pants and cry.
You knew it.
1 is a 9. And 1's a 23.
Against.
Against Kane.
Are the other warriors going?
The one in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Just didn't switch it over. I was confused.
Yeah, sorry. I did his turn, and then like because he was holding his action,
Yep.
and then I finished his turn.
Yep.
Now we
Oh, I see.
So I didn't hit the next button. That's why I got you. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that the 9 misses, but
Yep.
the 23 hits,
Yep.
and then you're only gonna take 5 points of slashing damage.
Only 2.
Steiner.
I'm up. Okay.
Leon's done.
What?
Right? No?
Oh, of course it won't. It's alright, I should make this up.
It did seem pretty quick for like a first player. So that makes sense. But
You haven't done council yet. Council's probably one of the harder fights.
I'm going to,
what's somebody else done?
hurl a Chaos
Omni.
Bolt at the guy in front of Bor. So that's a spell attack. You see Steiner just like hurl a mass of energy that's constantly shifting colors. Chaos Bolt.
That's
Is what they even do?
I manage. So total is a... No, just a pitch. Okay. So 22 to hit. Alright, and then it's 2d8 and a d6. Determine the damage type. 8 thunder damage.
Are they gonna keep going? That's crazy. Now I think they're gonna all die.
Takes 13 points of thunder damage.
This is the content though.
Okay, and I also Wild Magic Surge.
Spot the blow.
Bernie, Bernie, Bernie.
Voltash doesn't know, but he moved into a nuke. Unfortunate for him.
If he dies.
Should have been here.
To prevent that. Did you get the damage?
He did.
42.
Steiner.
For the next minute, you can teleport up to 20 feet as a bonus action on each of your turns.
Nice.
I think I'll go 20 feet that way. Like, towards where the guy's standing up there.
Tyler looks depressed.
It's a 10-hour stream.
Ampy died. They're like, he's the main tank, right? Or one of the off tanks? No?
Alright.
Probably their best.
So a bolt, as a swirl of colors, turns into like this deep blue,
I know
and then once
like
it hits, it's kind of makes this
real
like
switch,
I think as it impacts and like you see the blue energy, Steiner poofs at the same time, so it looks like he explodes or something. But then he reappears like right there.
Secret.
Yep. I'm going to start off my turn. Get a second win.
Okay.
So D10 plus my level and healing.
Kill.
So it's 8 plus 5, so 13. And then with that, I get to tactical shift, which I don't provoke opportunity attacks with. I can move up to half of my speed. So I'm just going to run down this wall over here.
Which one? This one?
Yeah, go down. Yeah, pretty much. I have 35 feet.
That's half your speed for the shift.
Yeah, so half my speed is 17.
Where am I?
Where's the enemy?
And did you hit the guy with the shield?
Yes.
You hit the guy with the
Smashing the
shield, you
shield
hit the guy with
currently.
you hit the rogue. Monk hasn't been hit, and then the other
He's
guy's
been hit
been
a
hit.
little bit. Nothing
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I think the monk is the least hit.
I told you, dude.
The thing.
I will never see this man any different.
Yeah, that's
Stone
what he looks-
face.
That's what he looks
With
like.
the
now.
bones around his
He
neck.
walks around like a Greek god.
He just rips people's arms off.
Yeah, then beats
I-
him.
Yeah.
Can I shoot the guy with the shield?
Holy shit, we just went into his pecs.
Oh,
Oh,
we're back.
Only place I ever want to be.
Take
Is that war
first
titty?
shot.
So cozy and at home here.
This snuggling more every night.
26.
Hits.
So I shoot him as the arrow's flying through the air. There's smoke that starts going around it, and when it hits him, he needs to make a wisdom save. Fail. So he is blind outside of 5 feet of vision. And he takes 17 damage.
Okay.
And then second attack, natural 20.
I won't lie to you, the attack animations in this are just not worth using.
What do you mean? The magic ones are cool.
Magic ones are cool.
Do one of the magic ones. Hit that red
It was a
one.
magic arrow.
That one's 16 damage.
You're gonna have to tell him again, he's too busy.
Yeah, I don't with the green laser. There you go.
Okay, that was sick.
Right?
The
hit is-
green laser is the coolest one.
Was it? I didn't even see it.
It looks like a stormtrooper shooting.
I don't miss like those guys do. Damn, you see the spin?
360.
360 no scope.
You 360 and curved the magic missile.
It goes different ways each time.
Look, this guy's different.
That's how I be styling on them in my new fit. I'm back here dancing.
What's he doing?
one,
Once he puts the
Trick
shades
shot?
on, bro says
That was
360.
16 damage.
16 damage for
Yes.
Just trick shot.
Yeah. I shoot it at the guy up in the
And,
stands. It goes back towards the other guy.
With that, he's also slowed, so he loses 10 feet of movement.
Okay. The first arrow
Fucking
that you
takes
send,
his staff.
again, it's like this synergy that you and Payne both have in combat. He kind of like notices where you are, like you guys have this awareness of each other and on any sort of battle. Sees you kind of shifting as he's like trying to get between this monk individual and this shielded warrior. He's kind of going back and forth and checking his back really quick, and he sees you kind of shift back. As he does, he shifts in between the two of them and like takes a swing to the lower half of the warrior there, who goes to throw his shield down, and right in that moment is when you just like let the arrow fly. It comes like over the back of Kane and then right into that guy's upper like shoulder. A huge puff of kind of black energy like poofs out and then starts to wrap around. You can see like runic symbols start to almost like form around like his head and like his eyes, to where it's just causing him to have some sort of disorientation, and he's like slowed in his looking. Everything on the edges is like smoky and kind of unable for him to see. Just in time for you to just send another arrow perfectly like right over into like the upper part of his neck. Just to spot like the same area, you just like one after the other. It hits and slams, and you can see like blood trickling heavily from it. Alright.
That's the moon.
Boom.
What a bitch.
Bonus action disengage.
He's about to start punching you.
If I got stuck with the wind.
Yeah.
And another people ain't worth it.
Alright, I'll grab the rogue, use the rogue as a weapon on the monk.
Actually, he picked up the dead wizard and he's using it as a weapon.
What'd you do to him, by the way? Oh, Billy.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
Never mind. He's coming.
What did you
What
do?
did you do to him?
Beats me?
What
What do you do to him? What did you do to him? Oh,
Yeah, it's bonus actions.
I wanted to fist him.
He actually ran to everyone in real time.
Punched every single one of them. It's just one of those punches that you'll feel in like 3 days. Just be walking. Oh!
This dude got to all three of this.
he's got quivering palm already.
It's okay. Quivering palm goes away when you die, so I think.
Yeah, because it kills you.
No, I meant him. Like when he
He's
died.
not gonna start with one.
Oh.
Go ahead and roll if you want to do an opportunity attack there, King.
How far away am I from him right? He's there.
Him?
Yeah.
25. 20.
About 20 feet, yeah. A little
Okay.
over 20.
I'll not use my reaction.
22 feet.
Not using this? Okay.
Damn, he doesn't. That's your brother. He didn't even care. He's like, kill.
Because he can kill this guy
No,
in
he
one
said
hit and
that-
run over.
So go kill my brother, and then I got your
Gonna
ass.
do two
Well, he's up
kicks.
next,
Like one's like a kick to your abdomen, and the other one's an elbow to the upper part of your temple.
I can do that. This guy doesn't know I can fight. He thinks I'm only a spellcaster. I wish he would have ran to
23 and
me.
19.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my reaction now. I'm gonna roll my clogger and transfer one of those hits to the guy in front of me.
Okay. Alright, so the first one I'll. Okay, so they both hit, so you just transfer, right?
Yep. So my warrior's gonna hit by one of the hits instead.
Okay, so I will do this one as the one against you, and then this one as the other guy. They're both 6s. 10 damage each. To the guy right in front of you, you said?
Yep. It's 30 feet, but I'm 20 away. He should be within 30.
Only took 3.
You feel the kick come up towards like your stomach, and it hits like, ooh, and the second it does, you lean over and you see this elbow kind of flying down in your direction. As it does, the impact of it basically like gets stopped. Like there's like this almost sheen of energy that's like this translucent kind of like you can see through it a little bit, but it has like a bunch of glyphs on the inside of it. Almost looks like a piece of glass. The runes you're very familiar with of being like of wind and kind of air and those things of like the cloud. And then you watch that piece of glass just like shift away, and the energy from it flies over toward the guy in front of Kane, and he just has his hand up and is just like pushing it over toward him. You watch that piece of glass just break into a bunch of different pieces to where it's like this really high pressure like wind almost that slams up toward the top part of the guy's face, causing a bunch of like holes to form, and he's just kind of like standing there looking at you, and then you just watch blood start to like really heavily trickle from his neck, and he just collapses directly in front of you.
You could have just said he died, man.
No, that was great.
He's gonna bonus action.
I'm working this guy as a weapon.
Nice. I'm rocking a man.
Bonus.
Caught between them.
Can you
Rocking
look
a
up
corpse.
stunning strike for me really fast?
Caught
I need to
between
see
a
if I
rock
have
hard
to use
man
it.
and
If
a-
it's
What
just
up?
anytime stunning strike for the monk. I just don't know if I have to burn the bonus action or if it's anytime you make the melee.
I think
you
it's
make
any-
that
once
melee.
per
I was
turn.
gonna say I think it's any time, but
But isn't
Changed
it both on the same creature, but you didn't actually make it on me?
they might have changed it.
I don't know if you have to hit both anymore. That's why.
I don't.
I thought it
I don't
was-
think
I
that-
thought
No,
it was
you just had to hit
Once
one.
per turn, you hit a creature
Oh,
with
is it
a
only
monk
one?
weapon or unarmed
Yeah, I don't
strike.
think it was ever the case.
once per turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you hit, you could.
It doesn't have to be his bonus action, correct?
No.
Okay. You have a bonus action flurry of blows though.
Fiercely.
Classic.
You really cooked that guy. Really cooked him. Unbelievable.
It's been so long since we had a monk.
24 and 16.
Nobody fiercely blowing anybody in here.
I miss it.
They both
I miss it. One day maybe if you
so-
see blow people again.
13 points of bludgeoning damage. You gotta make a Constitution save.
It's gonna wait 10 years for our next campaign.
Think about it, I furiously blew this guy. I just killed him with the wind attack. Blew the wind at him. Very furiously.
Living vicariously through you.
Right through his face.
24.
You blew all over his
Success.
face?
I did. Killed him. Couldn't take it.
You got it like that?
Dude.
That sounds bad, actually. Maybe you should, like,
So
pull
do the
pineapple
I'm
or something.
single.
And then the elbow that comes down that
They all
gets
die.
blocked, he just really quickly just takes 2 punches like up towards your face, causing you can feel the pain instantly in your jaw, like it's like rocked. You start to try to orient yourself. You're able to resist the effects of the stun.
They're actually called focus points now, not key points.
Okay. They're called focus points, huh?
Yeah, they're not key points anymore.
I also think they're called warriors of whatever instead of like way of the open hand, or it's like warrior of the open hand,
Yeah, warrior of shadow,
or yeah.
warrior of mercy,
That's not cool.
warrior of elements.
Your turn, Kane.
I am running back
Sounds
to
cool.
follow that monk.
Follow that monk.
Take him
Oh,
down.
Flank.
He's probably too dexterous.
Got a 19.
Hits.
I'm gonna attempt to murder.
I'm gonna use my savage attacker, so pick what's set to. What I use. That one. So 11, 16 damage.
Let's see.
Second attack.
Saving that second
12.
third level spells.
I see Sigurd get like messed up by this guy. Okay, I'm acting surgeon. Attack him 2 more times.
Poor guy.
Shouldn't have hit you. That's kind of
Monk more like paste.
punk.
16.
He's gonna be turning to paste. Oh.
You could have said punk
Okay.
or chunk.
Shit,
Any
I'm
other
on
word.
missed what? 3 attacks?
Yeah.
So that's 9 damage. Yeah. Action search, miss both attacks, you know. Casual.
Feels bad. I missed one of mine, so.
First
Still
swing
did 9 damage
that
with
you
3
take,
misses.
You can see him just barely getting out of the way. Like every time, like you take a slash upward, the one goes across the chest. He ducks underneath for a stab and
You're
kind of
fighting
like
with
go
rage,
down.
man. You're fighting with rage. That's what
You
it
take a
is.
slash, he like weaves underneath
You're
it
a
and it goes
barbarian,
across his
it's
back.
different.
And then the last one you take, he's like kind of ducked back almost to where he's like next to Sigrid. And Sigrid just ducks instinctually because you kind of just like know, like he shifts over to the side to get ready to like shoot an arrow at the guy and kind of get closer to you. And you take the sword and like have it in one hand and are reaching to like slice across and cut him. And he just brings his neck back like just enough and you just nick like right here. And then you watch blood just start to spew out really heavily, and he goes to like grab it and is holding it, and then falls down onto a knee, and then you just take your foot and kick him down onto the
Killed him
ground.
with a neck nick.
Hey,
Just a
you
little-
nicked the wrong side of the
Just a
neck.
little-
and-
and he fucking
It'll get real serious real quick.
That's the first time I ever killed someone with a miss. So, take it.
True.
7
Gotcha,
health
Nick.
left and 3 misses. Sure. Okay.
The action surge was genius. You knew
Yeah.
you'd miss every attack.
Guaranteed 6 damage.
Play of the week.
This guy sucks. He missed every attack. What?
Number 3, we got shot with 3 misses into a kill.
How the fuck do you lose to that?
It's definitely not a paste either. Okay. Just a little slice. Comes the rogue. What is Am I gonna die?
Yeah. 100%.
And then 17
Might die.
17 what, Billy?
to hit.
Okay. I hit.
Throwing numbers out there.
Make a con save.
The con save's unrelated. It's because you were
Take
back.
7 damage. 7 slashing and make a con save.
You have advantage on con saves?
Nope.
That's pretty good.
15.
Success.
That was close.
We round down, correct?
Yeah, everybody runs down now.
It was slashing, right? Piercing,
Slashing.
bludgeoning. I block them all.
He's gonna poison you to
You're up,
death.
Goodyear.
Pussy damage.
He takes he's got the 2 daggers and he's like sitting there moving around. You're just kind of standing there over him, kind of imposing yourself. He takes the blade and like cuts it across, and you feel it just like barely cut across your chest.
I didn't want to roll that one anyway.
I believe that.
I watched the first Avengers recently. Something in me just makes me want to grab him and slam him. Like, fucking do it! I don't think it works though.
Do it. Do it.
You just have to
He
see
just-
Kitty Cat afterward.
Dude, just doesn't allow for me to be Hulk.
Sure it does. You got 20 strength. You're a beast.
17.
Hits.
17 damage. Is he still one with the living?
Yeah.
Damn.
Reckless?
Yeah, but then he gets. He's not gonna live to his. It's a reckless attack. He's not gonna live till another turn. That'd be crazy. So it's 26.
Hits.
So another 17. Both of those are damage, by the way, just so we can clarify.
Whoa.
Both 17s are
I
damage.
thought those were to hit.
You take them all and like slam it up into the chest, causing him to like basically lift up off the ground to where he's almost like in the air, essentially like going up against the wall. And before he like reaches the wall, you take another swing with the maul and just like hit him into the chest to where he basically gets sandwiched between the wall and the maul. And then like there's this loud like crunch sound, and then you just hear like.
That guy turned into paste. There you go. Somebody was getting turned into paste.
It's like a dog and cat thing. I get it. You were really focused on him.
There's a
Wanna move?
D20 somewhere on the ground.
You want to move it all?
I dropped it.
Yeah, but what makes you keep laying down on the ground?
Stomping your foot.
Move it all.
Gravity.
Just okay. You're not.
What's up? Yeah, I want to move. Everywhere.
Whoa. Dang,
Uh,
this dude's crazy.
I want to run over to the monk.
Monk's dead.
Why is he still alive on my screen?
Sorry.
I want to run over to the warrior.
Dead. Just kidding.
Yeah, that guy's alive.
Yet.
You got reach.
Alright.
This dude's really fighting as the only one left.
Just bully him.
Don't even fight him, just start laughing at him.
Your pants.
I'll let you live, you
piss your
pants
He's like, now let me drink it.
Dudes fool. Come on, dudes.
You don't drink other people's piss. That's weird.
First one to hit you.
That's where you
is,
draw the line.
24.
And 23.
To who?
You.
You.
They both hit.
Reckless attack.
17 points of slashing damage.
Ball cashes up.
The Voltax, that's you.
This is call lightning. On only him.
Right on the guy. Crazy.
He must make a dex save. If he rolls under a 16, he dies.
Failed.
He's dead.
Roll damage.
Okay, he's not
Yeah,
dead.
3d10
9.
and that's what you roll.
9 damage.
On the
Wasn't he gonna die?
That fucking sucks, dude.
He's calling down wimpy lightning bolts.
Dude, he did 9 damage and he missed 3 attacks,
Yeah,
dude.
it's like a little.
This is a 3rd level spell, dude.
He like rubbed his feet on the ground.
Just like farts.
Fuck, I should have zapped Road here too. Probably
True.
Might have actually done damage.
He's still alive though?
More wood. Finish him off.
Finish him.
Barbarian green blue.
I'll always remember Barbarian Green Blue.
Boar takes
Orange red. For board.
Yeah. Barbarian.
Barbarian is crazy.
Boar takes the first swing
Yeah,
With his
axe.
rock.
Get him, boar.
Takes the swing, like slams it down. As he's like focused on you, well, as she's focused on you, she has kind of like 2 scimitars. Takes the first swing up, slashes like here. The next swing slashes, and you hear Boar just kind of yell, "Grab that bitch!" And then takes the axe.
I am not grabbing the woman.
He takes the axe and just
What kind of Viking are you?
Bro, dude,
Upper
afraid to
part-
get canceled out here.
upper part of the chest, kind of like
Maybe
right here at an
Vikings,
angle,
respect.
kind of buries the blade into there, to where she's just like holding on to like the axe itself, and he lifts it up into the air and then just like slams her down while she's holding on to it.
They're not the same
Wow.
again.
Things might be different where you're from.
They are different across the water. That's all I'm saying. Over here. I don't even say that word.
Boar disapproves.
She dead? Yeah, she did.
Now I shoot a fireball up into the platform.
Dude, this guy's back is crazy, man.
Does the
Start
Baki
rubbing it,
work
dude.
out?
You ain't gonna grab the bitch, rub his back at least.
Alright, you guys start like getting toward the middle and you're waiting for something else to happen.
I'm scoping around, like looking into the crowd and stuff if I see Job anywhere.
Oh, 100%. I'm also looking for Job.
Yeah. Joe's about to get pieced up is what's about
Yeah.
to happen.
Throw Job in here!
You can
Fireball,
see
fireball,
standing
arrow, arrow,
kind
arrow.
of up here in this section, So this isn't like an accurate representation of the arena. It is square. It's a little higher up.
Mhm.
The seats are kind of set back more. Everything's mostly made out of stone. There's not much wood. It's just a little difficult to create. But nonetheless, up here, kind of toward the far upper area, like kind of secluded, blocked off, you can see the 3 members of the Gleaming Council kind of seated up there. You see all 3 of them kind of standing, and then the only one that does kind of just starts to do like a slow clap, you can see is Najir. And he has like this kind of grin to his face, and then looks to the 2 of them and gives a little bit of a nod. And that's where we'll pick it up next time.
Yeah, except when he turns his head back, I'm giving him the double birds.
You ended it with a slow clap? Come on, dude.
I want to hear Job's right off to the side.
Bro, what's Joe? That's our terms for ending your curse.
That's actually it now. We will end your curse if Job gets to come with us.
Yeah.
Job has
and
to
you
come
don't
with
and
us.
you don't say anything about if he doesn't come back.
You gotta come with us, son.
We just bring Job, and Job does every single trap.
And we don't heal him.
Shut it down! Shut it down, they can't know!
Job's watching, dude. He knows everything now.